info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you done, I get it. The life you dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops of drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt, peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still with his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when his beef, he gon' rush. And he said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising and it's boiling the bustin'. So if you with me, then you with me, nigga, make a decision. Got the bait, you be the hook, cause we's about to go fishing. Now listen, when it's on, then it's on for show. Kiss my girl up on the head and in the wind up the door. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stand up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight. Hey yo, we pulled up on the block and it's raining, it's hard to see shit. All I seen is 6 headlights, that means it's 3 whips. 3 chicks hopped at the whip, they had some heaters with them. Walked up on it slowly and told me they wanted to get to know me. Jermaine was scoping them bitches, he peeped their strategy. They took us to a building with children, they watching actually, but naturally took us to the basement instead. I see Dwayne up in the corner, but they told me he's dead. That's when I looked up at Jermaine, he got a smirk that he made. Put his pistol to my back and told the bitches I'm straight. Motherfucker set me up, but ain't no time for discussion. Seen him stalling for a minute, so I started to rush him. Knocked the pistol out his hand and quickly fell to the floor. We scuffled back and forth for minutes, I got snuffed in my jaw. And when I got back to my feet, I saw him clutching his heater. He pulled it quickly like a symphony, and now I'm with Jesus. It's like stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stood up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight, yo.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I knew one day would come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I knew one day would come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you, because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in hot. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, in it. I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops and drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt, peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still with his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when it's beef, he gon' rush. And he said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising and it's boiling to bust him. So if you with me, then you with me, nigga, make a decision. Got the bait, you be the hook, cause we's about to go fishing. Now listen, when it's on, then it's on for show. Kiss my girl up on the head and then the wind out the door. Stand up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stand up in the dark, it come to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stand up in the dark, it come to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stand up in the dark, it come to light. So always play your part, say goodnight. Hey yo, we pulled up on the block and it's raining, it's hard to see shit. All I seen is 6 headlights, that means it's 3 whips. 3 chicks hopped at the whip, they had some heaters with them. Walked up on it slowly and told me they wanted to get to know me. Jermaine was scoping them bitches, he peeped their strategy. They took us to a building with children, they watching actually, but naturally took us to the basement instead. I see Dwayne up in the corner, but they told me he's dead. That's when I looked up at Jermaine, he got a smirk that he made. Put his pistol to my back and told the bitches I'm straight. Motherfucker set me up, but ain't no time for discussion. Seen him stalling for a minute, so I started to rush him. Knocked the pistol out his hand and quickly fell to the floor. We scuffled back and forth for minutes, I got snuffed in my jaw. And when I got back to my feet, I saw him clutching his heater. He pulled it quickly like a symphony, get down with Jesus. It's like stand up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stand up in the dark, it come to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stand up in the dark, it come to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stand up in the dark, it come to light. So always play your part, say goodnight, yo.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from the gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Cause the future is now. Not backing down. Cause the future is now. The future starts right now.
Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops and drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt, peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still with his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when his beef, he gon' rush him. He said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising and it's boiling to bust him. So if you with me, then you with me, nigga, make a decision. Got the bait, you be the hook, cause we's about to go fishing. Now listen, when it's on, then it's on for show. Kiss my girl up on the head and then the wind up the door. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight. Hey yo, we pulled up on the block and it's raining, it's hard to see shit. All I seen is 6 headlights, that means it's 3 whips. 3 chicks hopped at the whip, they had some heaters with them. Walked up on it slowly and told me they wanted to get to know me. Jermaine was scoping them bitches, he peeped their strategy. They took us to a building with children, they watching actually, but naturally took us to the basement instead. I see Dwayne up in the corner, but they told me he's dead. That's when I looked up at Jermaine, he got a smirk that he made. Put his pistol to my back and told the bitches let's trade. Motherfucker set me up, but ain't no time for discussion. Seen him stalling for a minute, so I started to rush him. Knocked the pistol out his hand and quickly fell to the floor. We scuffled back and forth for minutes, I got snuffed in my jaw. And when I got back to my feet, I saw him clutching his heater. He pulled it quickly like a symphony, get now with Jesus. It's like stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight, yo.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out.
It's day 2 of the APAC playoffs. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had an amazing day 1, already sending home 2 teams, though, both from South Asia. APAC North and APAC South, though, continue their rivalries. We've got a fantastic desk here. Guz, Dev, you're both looking great in your little floral shirts. It's cute, it's matching, I love it. I'll go to you first, Dev, though. Tell us your thoughts about how day 1 transpired.
Yeah, look, it was pretty good. I think a little bit disappointing for South Asia to have both of their teams go out first. Unfortunately, they dodged that in stage 1, thanks to Kira having that big upset over Cyclops. We were hoping for that once again, but they couldn't do it. I think a valiant effort from both teams. You know, the score lines are pretty grim. You look at that, 7-2, 7-4 in the BO1 upper bracket and then into the lower bracket, both 2-0s. But I think that they can still be proud of, coming in, giving it their best shot, and I know that they are improving over time. Unfortunately, coming last does mean they don't get any SI points for Stage 2, but I know they'll be back with a vengeance for Stage 3.
Yeah, outside of South Asia, I think it's probably fair to say that the upper bracket played out as we kind of expected, which was unusual considering that, of course, the first 2 rounds of the upper bracket are best of ones, and we thought that maybe that would lean in to some more unexpected results, but of course it was Damon Kea and Elevate to book that ticket to the upper bracket final. That best of 3 will be played tomorrow, the winner of which will qualify for Mexico. And in terms of the lower bracket, which we're following today, man, there are some pretty spicy matchups there. Best of 3, of course, and maybe we could see that Invictus and Fnatic rivalry once again if they win their first 2 games, or first game each.
Yeah, well, it's must-win territory now, of course, as we sort of bring our attention here for day 2 towards the lower end of the bracket. We save the upper bracket final, of course, for the final day tomorrow. So from here onwards, Dev, it's do or die. You have to win every single game and run the entire gauntlet if you are going to qualify for Mexico.
That's it, and we're at the point now, I think, where you start to look at these teams that are going to need to be eliminated, and you start to get a bit worried. It's like, wow, okay, these are definitely top teams. You can kind of imagine most of the remaining teams in the bracket actually making it all the way to Mexico. It's highly likely that we're going to have IG and Fnatic, facing elimination. At least one of them will have to be eliminated by the end of today. And of course, those are the 2 big names that a lot of people are talking about right now. But there's also a chance that they won't even make it to that second match that we'll be broadcasting today. Both of them have hard games. First up, I personally am just looking forward to seeing the continuation of this APAC South versus APAC North rivalry and see whether perhaps we can get some South teams up there into the end of the bracket to Mexico. Yeah,
that rivalry has been very, very exciting. And look, both of these matchups are going to be really, really tough. Both the Fnatic matchup off stream against whoever they're playing, because I completely forgot my head. Yeah, QC. And then the one that is on stream, Fav and Invictus, again, a really close matchup. That's the one we'll be covering. And honestly, Invictus and Fav, both teams had not terrible stages. Of course, they've made the playoffs, but neither of them were really standouts in their respective sub-regions. So it does make up for a really, really close matchup.
Let's draw our attention to this matchup, of course. It's our first game of the day on the broadcast. Invictus Gaming versus Fav Gaming. 2 very different storylines, of course, for Invictus, James. It's been a case of dead last or playoffs. They made it to the playoffs. Now it's a matter of how far they can actually go. Do you have them going all the way? Do you have them being a team that can go all the way and make it to Mexico?
I have given them the benefit of the doubt, because we do have a lot of doubt, let's be honest. And I have put them as making it through today's matches. Of course, they're going to have to play 2 at maximum if they win this first game. But I can definitely see a world where they fall, and they may well fall here to Fav. Now, never have Invictus lost to Fav in the past, but there's a first time for everything. And, well, actually, that is reminding me, maybe way back in the day at, like, the APAC Paris Major qualifier, maybe they lost it. I have to double check that, but that's ancient history at this point. And this team is very much a bit fresh. Speakeasy's been firing on all cylinders. The addition with Joe seems to be working out well, replacing Ysera. But Invictus is just really inconsistent, and that is the greatest enemy. Their greatest enemy is themselves, and that mental fortitude that they really need to overcome in order to classify themselves as a dominant APAC team.
Yeah, and there is a very precarious win condition here for Invictus heading into this matchup. Outside of Hysterics, who's got an even 1.0 rating in the playoffs so far, Speakeasy is the only player with a positive rating on this roster. That said, it's a 1.81. That number alone in a single map is ridiculous, but that, of course, is across the 2 maps that they have played so far, he's top rated at the moment, which is absolutely ridiculous. So for me, heading into this matchup, Speakeasy, he's the player to watch. He has been now for quite some time. If he plays really well, we can expect him to carry and lift the rest of the roster if he is allowed to play his game. But if he has a quiet one here or there in this best of 3, then I doubt Invictus will be able to make up for that slack.
Their opponents for this game, though, of course, Fav Gaming, off the back of their best of 3 win over Kira Esports yesterday. The first map was close, of course, on Villa, went to all 15 rounds, but Chalet was very one-sided. It's been spoken about, though, Speakeasy. I'll go back to you on this one, Michael. Number 2, if there's Speakeasy, then there's number 2. Is this going to be the battle of these two players that are at a crazy high level right now here in the playoffs? Plus 20 for Speakeasy, plus 26 KD for number 2.
Yeah, 51 and 25 for number 2 across 3 maps. That is just absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, outside of that, he also had an 83% cost, so he is being impactful, is being consistent. And just another stat to throw out there, 8-1 on the entry. So this guy just was not being killed yesterday. I don't know exactly how he was being allowed to do that, but we saw it was on Villa, for example, yesterday in their matchup, for example. He was literally just being able to run in, find picks, and I think that confidence was really flowing amongst him and the rest of the team. And unlike their opponents in Invictus, it has been a bit more of a consistent effort across the rest of the team. In fact, they have 3 players that are at least going positive. So just based statistically, Fav do look a little bit better heading into this matchup, but I still do have my doubts on this roster, considering that in Stage 2, again, they only managed to pick up wins against those teams that placed below them. So they're probably not one of the stronger North teams heading into the playoffs, but I mean, playoffs is just another beast, and yesterday they showed us that is the case.
Yeah, look, Fav have not had a great 2021 so far, even though they showed a lot of potential in 2020. They had some really, really good upsets and good games there. But I do keep coming back to the fact that, like, this is a roster that's actually been together for a really, really long time, and they have bounds and bounds of experience. You look at a player like Shin, who won the very first APAC finals way back in 2017. The first time we had an APAC LAN event, he played for Ainz. He captained that team. This is the continuation of that team. And I actually do have the stat from the 2018 Six Invitational Qualifier. These two teams played. Fav Gaming has the exact same roster, with the exception of Odin Miso now being their coach and number 2 coming in to replace him. So there's a little bit of history for you. And Fav Gaming actually went on to come second at that entire event, very, very close to qualifying for SI. And it's been a hell of a long time since Shin has played at an international event. I know he will be putting everything in to make sure he can go to the major in Mexico.
Speaking of Shin, of course, was not part of that first upper bracket round 1 matchup against Q Confirm, which they ended up losing. They had the stand-in. Maybe that was a part of that loss, as we already touched on that a little bit yesterday. At least having Shin back in is going to be doing wonders for Fav Gaming. Let's go to the map vetoes. Of course, it's a best of 3, so it's not quite that best of 1 where you get down to the final 1. There's going to be a few bans, going to be a few picks, and it looks as if it's Consulate, Clubhouse, and Oregon, the decider. James, take it away.
Yeah, looking... I didn't see this video before, so just doing a bit of a fresh look now. Recent results, let's go Invictus first, right? So they're going to be facing Fav's Consulate. Obviously, Fav picked that. Now, Invictus recently actually won against Elevate on Consulate in a really important game. It was the APAC South game that qualified Invictus for this event. So that's a really, really strong stat for them. It's also a game that was really important for Elevate. If they had won that, they would have gone straight to Mexico rather than having to play playoffs. That's a really important stat there. Really ballsy from Fav to go for Consulate, even when there's a really, really strong recent example of Invictus's form on that very map. That said, Fav do have a really, really strong record in history as well on Consulate throughout the Japan League, mostly beating teams there, albeit in very close games. While they did lose, however, to Cyclops 7-1, they did, fortunately for them, beat actually Cloud9 in the APAC North League, which is quite an impressive stat.
Yeah, this is a pretty spicy veto because, yeah, Invictus don't have the best form on Clubhouse. They lost to Order in the regular season. You look at Oregon, for example, and Fav have struggled. They lost to Fnatic and Cyclops throughout Stage 2 of APAC North. They did allow it through against Kira, but that wasn't needed because they won that in a two-way fashion, so not really much to read into there. But I think on the balance of everything, it's a pretty well-balanced veto. I don't think any team has necessarily swindled their opponents to the extent that you might be able to achieve in a best of 3. And I think, again, it's going to be a real test of these teams' mettle. And honestly, that first map is going to set up this best of 3 really nicely. As Dev said, pretty ballsy pick from Fav to take Invictus there. The only reason Invictus are here in the playoffs is because they defeated Elevate on that map. So very, very interesting decision.
I want
If
to
I
ask
can
Dev.
just jump in 1 sec. I was just going to say, to summarize that veto, like, continuing on what you were saying, now I've had a chance to look, guys. Those first 2 maps, both of these teams' picks, are good maps for both teams, right? I think that these first 2 maps, Consulate and Clubhouse, are going to be really close. But it's Oregon where I think both these teams have actually had fairly weak form.
Well, this is going back to what I was about to ask you so that you could look smart, but the final map
Love to
ban
jump the gun.
was Villa. Now, that was by Invictus Gaming. As we've seen recently in the APAC playoffs, Villa hasn't quite been a good map for Fav. They lost to QC, and as we know, they got pushed to the absolute limits by Kira Esports. Do you think Invictus maybe should have let that one be the decider map, Dev?
Yeah, I guess tossing up between Villa and Oregon's a pretty tough one for Invictus. I think that Invictus is probably thinking about the game that they played against 7th Heaven in APAC South Stage 2, where they lost 7-2, and probably a bit scared, a bit frustrated with Villa. Maybe they've had poor scrim performance recently, and they're just not really vibing that map at the moment. So, look, I respect them, even though I don't see a lot of good necessarily from them on Oregon. Like, you know, they did beat Fnatic yesterday. We didn't watch that game, so I can't say too much. But yeah, look, it's I'm keen to see how it plays out. I think that these first 2 maps are going to be really, really exemplary showings of what these teams are capable of. And I can actually see it being done in 2, but I can see it being done in 2 very close maps. I just don't know which team could win it. Like, feasibly here,
What's
I
your
reckon
prediction,
either
though?
team.
What's your prediction? Come on the spot. Give it to me.
I had written Invictus. I'm just going to say Fav. Honestly, like, after looking a bit more into them and like considering the fact that the game they lost yesterday, they weren't playing with their full roster. So I guess with Shin, they are undefeated so far in the playoffs. I'm going to go Fav.
Michael?
I don't know who Michael is, but yeah. 2-0 Invictus. I'm not liking the lack of faith here from Dev. It's a little bit disturbing. I don't know where his Apex South bias has gone. So incredibly disappointed. But no, in all seriousness, I do believe as well, very real potential of a 2-0 in this matchup. Invictus, if they play well on concert like they did against Elevate, I don't see any reason why they can't close this out in 2.
Invictus 2-1. I think it'll go to all 3 maps. That's us done on the desk, though. We're going to throw it back over. We're going to throw it over to your casters for the first time. 2 up-and-comers. It is, of course, Raven and Manic.
Oh, God. Up and coming, I tell you what. I guess is he wrong in saying that? I mean, you know, his hosting ability, it's probably on par with our casting, which if he's calling us up and coming, I guess that's a bit of an issue, isn't it, Raven?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. But I tell you what, I think the bigger issue on that desk is there was probably more flip-flops there than an Australian beach. Manic Dev just couldn't freaking make up his mind which one he was going to choose, but he's gone for the Fav Gaming prediction. I'm feeling Invictus. I'm not going to lie. I actually think they might go to 2-0.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Invictus are looking good coming into this one. Fav certainly showing us some good signs. It feels like it might be the number 2 versus Speakeasy matchup. Both of those players popping off on their respective rosters. And I honestly, I think this is the real hurdle, right? This is the step for Fav. If they beat Invictus here, I think a lot of the talk changes about this roster because we have always talked about them being a mid-table team. You know, them making it to the playoffs. Not going to say it was a shock necessarily, but it certainly wasn't as expected as, say, let's just throw Cyclops in there. I mean, they've made it straight to the major, but it does certainly leave a bit of room for questioning, and there might be answers here. And Consulate, I never know, Raven. I never know on Consulate.
Yeah, definitely. It is that kind of map that can be a little bit tough. But yeah, looking based on recent form, I really feel like this is probably more up Invictus's alley. So certainly has been a brave choice by Fav Gaming. I'm just looking at these bans. I really like this Lion from Invictus. We did see a lot yesterday. Fav Gaming lean on Lion really like a serious amount with their attacks. Nothing is going to ingrain or burn out the memory of their Lion roam clears on Villa yesterday. So I think that's just a really good target ban for Invictus. It's just going to force Fav to change up the structure of their attacks and maybe not rely on the Lion so much. Maybe we'll see a bit of Dokkaebi out of them. I don't know. I just think either way, it's really good to try and just throw your opponents off like that sometimes with those target bans.
All right. You've seen the 4-piece, Nomad Maestro, and of course the Wamai to close things out on the banning phase. Any final thoughts before we get into this one?
No, I mean, nothing really dramatic with the remainder. Certainly know that Invictus do love a Maestro play. I mean, a lot of teams still really do because Maestro is quite a good operator, but that will be helpful for attacking because, you know, Maestro in particular, those Evil Eyes can be frustrating, especially in the garage defenses. Even those lobby press defenses, Maestro can be quite strong. So, yeah, it does change things up a bit there.
Said maybe the Dockerby, and it has been shown. Now, I do like that from Luna. In the actual pick phase, we saw him kind of toy with the Clash, obviously showing the Kaid, then swapping back to the Clash may kind of insinuate that it could be a basement defense, I guess.
Yeah.
And it might have... Look, it may well have just completely thrown Razor out there. Okay, Razor. So... let's see how this one plays out, though. I do just... Every time I see Clash on Invictus, it kind of terrifies me. Luna has been a bit of a nutter on that one.
He has. No, he's really a pest to the attackers when he's on the Clash. Just in general, Luna is certainly one of the most gifted shield players I've seen in Siege. He just really does a great job with it, and you can see his teammates really make plays off of it. I'm trying to remember whether it was Speakeasy or Hysterics that we saw yesterday or recently APAC South. It all kind of blends to one. But they got absolute like nutty 2 or 3 Ks, multiple rounds in a row, just facilitated by Luna's info from the Clash.
Yeah. Certainly look out for that key point, and as that time starts to tick down, especially if we see like an admin take, meeting is just so hard to contest when you've got a Clash in your face there. So, and it looks like that's Luna's certainly going to be showing face across to admin, so regardless of the 6th pick, it will be well and truly spotted, if not in the prep phase. And as we start to get underway here, do wonder for Fav. Okay, Shin's not really going to waste any time in actually taking admin control whatsoever. So, regardless of the face check, Fav have done a good job of getting in there early.
Yeah, and even just a good job from Shin to stay on the desk. I mean, I'm not sure if they knew exactly that there was the Valkyrie below, keeping an eye on that camera or not. I think the camera was lit up as he shot it, so just a general good dodge, because now Hysterics has burned his C4. His vertical play is really not at all relevant. He's going to have to bail, and this is just really swift map control here from Fav in towards admin. As you said, though, they are going to have to try and deal with Luna in metal. It really is going to be a difficult thing to deal with, but the fact they're giving themselves a lot of time to do so is going to help a lot.
It kind of, I mean, I'm just going to say, kind of feels like they have watched Invictus's last match against Elevate on the final playday, because the way they're swiftly approaching this site with just haste kind of scares me a little bit for Invictus. They've been pushed back into a corner. Now, this could just be a default setup for Fav, you never know. And I haven't really been able to watch much of their second floor attacks on Consulate, but certainly this could be something that may cause Invictus a bit of struggle. But the fact of the matter is, a minute left, and there has not been a single piece of contact here from either team. 5 players on site turtling for Invictus is going to be a little bit tricky for Fav to deal with, especially with a Clash in your face.
It really is, and also now that these smoke babes are starting to come in play, it just continues to deny access here. Now there is the meeting player at least giving this call out. Oh, okay, in deep. They're just going to start to really push through. KRez is going to get deleted by Joe. IG just stand up to the challenge here, Manic. 2 versus 5. It is falling apart swiftly for Fav.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter that Joe's got the triple kill. The way that Invictus had played that out was utterly perfect. Fav had put themselves in a decent position. What do you even do? Well, like, I feel like that was a bit of a last resort play at the minute mark, Raven. You know, it was literally just a full send in from the balcony. And, I mean, not only are you trying to get past Luna, who is slowing you down that entire way, like, you can see him, you know where he is, but also there's so many lines of sight open. They've got to deal with the players that are still in Printer. They've still got to deal with Long Desk, and also, it just, that felt really disjointed, I'm not going to lie.
It did a little bit. I think it was a bad call to go the yeet. Like, you have to deal with the Clash if they're going to do so, because one thing to think about with the speed debuff as you're getting shocked is swinging on your opponents is no longer anywhere near as effective as it normally would be. I mean, the whole point of the swing or be swung ethos is like you're approaching it with pace, you're kind of taking Pika's advantage, and you're trying to catch your opponents off guard. If you've got a Clash calling out your position and electrifying you to slow you down, it completely negates the entire edge of that. So they were really relying on a disadvantaged gunfight or 2 to go their way. Yeah, I don't think it was a great call, but look, you got to try something sometimes. They'll hopefully see that that doesn't work.
Maybe maybe we'll see more of the same. I highly doubt that. I mean, look, at the end of the day, first round in, maybe Invictus aren't prepared for that. Maybe Luna's caught, looking in two places at once, and they do catch it out. You did see a player sprinting to long desk, so I'm only going to theory craft here, but it might have been able to catch out Luna had he been a little bit more toward the unreinforced side of where that long desk player was coming from. Regardless, though, as we head down the basement now, it is all about how Fav approach this. Now, I mean, there's pretty much no point bringing any wall denial when you do have the Thatcher in, and you're going to see that right now. Invictus, they've got nothing to deny. I mean, maybe an impact, not even an impact grenade. So there you go. They're just going to be playing for the late game here.
Yeah, look, and that's definitely a call you can make sometimes as a team. You know that a lot of that wall denial is probably going to get taken off the wall here, so you may as well just try and pick a different op to get aggressive or deal with something slightly differently. I thought that maybe Joe might even play the mirror on the garage wall, because we've definitely seen that from Invictus Gaming before. They love to play some pretty cheeky mirror spots, especially on aggressive walls, but not to be here. And of course, Fav have identified that that wall is free. Getting it open straight away is going to put a lot of pressure back onto IG. Now you can see with those outlines, 4 Fav players completely stacked around the garage. I definitely wonder whether they're considering just the early yeet here.
I mean, somewhat it would actually be ill-advised compared to where the rest of Invictus are. You've got Jordan, who is sitting on the warden, that'll be able to see through any of the smokes that you decide to place, which of course K-Razor does have. And then you've got Luna sitting all the way back with those smoke canisters that are going to be able to deny any plant at the back of White Van. It's a bit of a risky call if they were to send it. And you can see how methodical Fav are being here. Their early round setups, Raven, you've got to say, are actually quite decent. They're really putting the pressure back onto Invictus and ensuring they have nothing for free. It's just when push comes to shove that we need to see them tidy up.
Yeah, here it is. He has just gone in deep, but K-Razor got pretty heavy tags in the initial push, and this is where it starts to get tricky. I mean, look at the time, just under a minute 20 now. Fav have not really done a whole lot to progress the push other than open garage, and you have to make it move, and Type 1 has found that opening. They've still tried to go deep. IG are all over it. It's just, I'm not sure this is ever going to have a world where it works out for Fav unless they really hit some serious, beautiful shots to give themselves a man advantage.
Just from the outline, it kind of looks like Hysterics is trying to push down yellow here, and he might catch a player that's watching and waiting. That he does! Does he find a second? Hysterics with the heroic flank down yellow. That has just completely turned the round, regardless of whether Fav had any favor in it. It definitely felt like things were starting to get a little bit too uncomfortable for them. With 30 seconds left, Raven, there's just no chance.
Very tough, but I'll tell you what, Afro in particular is quite a nutty player for Fav. Type 1 certainly also by his own rights, but yeah, they've got a tough ask. They're just going to hard push Hysterics here, feed him the quad for the round. He closes it out, and that was a seriously good round there from Invictus Gaming. But also, I'm going to say, I don't know about the call from Fav again on that one there, Manic.
Yeah. Again, it just, I mean, look, this is the thing, and I will always put my hand up and say, I'm not a great analyst. I don't understand the game on that micro level like most do, but there is no doubt in my mind. Fav start well. The first minute, they're very explosive. They burn utility from Invictus. They push them back. They gain space that they can use. However, things are just falling to pieces before, really that phase 3 comes in, which is that final minute. You saw it there. Hysterics on a flank. No one's watching that flank really. It by all means, it looked like whoever was on the Yana had absolutely no idea that he was on yellow. Number 2, I think it was. It's getting a bit dicey here for me, Raven. You don't want to give Invictus the first map because, after all, this is Fav's map pick, and the desk was saying it. I don't know whether this was the best map to take Invictus to.
Yeah, definitely. I know. When I saw the map video flash up, I was definitely questioning some of the decisions, and I mean, I still feel like I am after these first 2 rounds. Questionable decision with the just quick push into meeting in round 1, and now I guess the thing that I'm really questioning about what Fav did in that last round was it looked like they really did want to just do the quick push, but they didn't hard commit to it. They tried to be thorough and careful. Yeah, fair call. But once they actually tried to go in, they were pushed right back out by IG and just very slow to adapt to that. So in general, it just kind of feels like this is either a Fav Gaming that's in a state of still kind of warming up a little bit, or maybe they just aren't as comfortable and consulate as maybe they thought they were?
Yeah. I mean, really, it has felt like for Fav that, you know, number 2, I'm not going to say by any means number 2 has kind of dragged them through the mud, kicking and screaming, but he certainly has been a highlighted player and has really been stepping up, which is for Invictus. I mean, you can make the exact same comment for Speakeasy. He hasn't done a single thing so far in terms of any kind of kills. However, he has been impactful in the utility usage. But right now, you're looking at Joe, you're looking at Hysterics. This is a very scary prospect if you're Fav. And I mean, this is where you need to get a move on. You really don't want to let Invictus go around the world, take all first 3 sites. It would be quite detrimental. Only the first half of the first half, so it's still in that place where it hangs in the balance of Fav's performance.
Yeah, they really do need to kind of pick it up a little bit, but I don't know, they've still got plenty of opportunity. 4 rounds and a half remaining. Starting to take this admin control and get vertical down below, but they've got Joe in meeting in the way. Going to be a little bit difficult to flush out. They've got some players in really good positions here to try and facilitate a pinch. But IG also have backup, so it is going to take a bit of effort to get this done.
Joe just managing to get back behind the shield, and now this is getting a little bit awkward for him. I think he's got support from Con, so the longer, I feel like the longer that Fav continue to burn into this, Luna gets into a position and Jordan manages to find the pick, very quickly traded out by Afro. A minute left, and right now, is that Diffuser out on balcony? I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is, Manic.
Oh no.
Or is it in meeting? Can't quite tell exactly where that is. It's a bit awkward, but either way, oh yeah, it is on the balcony. There you go. That is not going to be easy to recover, especially with 40 seconds to go. They're going to have to either get a move on or just hard push these frags. But IG is still very well spread out and very well positioned to back each other up. Joe in particular, he's still hanging out in this meeting behind the shield. He's just going to sit here and absorb these flashes all day long. And with less than 30 seconds to go, Manic, Fav, time to get the skates on. Number 2 starts to kick it off.
Oh, they've gone all in on that top floor. Luna's bought them a little more time, but that is the kill that Fav were looking for. Now, they still don't have Diffuser. They're getting it right now. 10 seconds left to get this down with Jordan taking down number 2. It could have been detrimental, but it's all on to Speakeasy, who has to go massive. That's a nice pick. And now in the 2v1, what can he hit? Not again. Speak of his name. Taipon has dropped to half HP as well. Speakeasy, he is right on the verge. Oh. What an unbelievable play from Speakeasy. The 1v3 clutch to give Invictus a third on the trot. That is incredible.
I can't recall Speakeasy losing any of these clutches in stage 2 or something like that, Manic. It's absolutely incredible that he just manages to pull these situations out constantly. Credit to Fav Gaming, they looked like they were in an absolutely unwinnable position with about 40 seconds to go. That Diffuser was always going to be tough to recover from the balcony. And the fact they managed to do so while finding the picks and actually getting it to a position to plant, look, I think that was quite impressive, but Speakeasy just had to double down on the impressiveness of that round and just ensure that he still had the spotlight at the end.
Wow. It's just insane because you kind of felt like, I have no idea who was the last remaining there for Fav, but you felt like the crosshair placement was perfect on the other side of the circle. Like, you did not think there was a chance that Speakeasy could find that kill. Mind you, all in a day's work, all with the SMG-11. I'm pretty sure all headshots as well. Like, just utterly horrifying what this man can pull out. And right now, if you're Fav Gaming, man, your back is up against that wall. What do you do? How do you respond to something like that? Now, this is a Fav timeout, which you have to make. You have to make this work. This next round, I can't stress how crucial it is for Fav to win.
Yeah, I think it was definitely a great call to go for the TAC timeout right now. And they look like they are prepping for all kinds of scenarios right now. They've got Afro on the Nook. They're going to do a real late 6 pick to Habana. So I feel like they've read into the IG bait again, trying to make it look like it's going to be Garage, especially by showing that Kaid. But looks like they haven't quite fallen for it, 'cause that 6-pick to Habana makes me think that they're not thinking that this would be a Garage attack.
I'd really hope that they had read into the fact that it's not Garage, considering Invictus won it in the second round. You know, like, the way that they'd picked into that then, Raven, kind of looked like they had. You know, like, that's the crazy thing is Fav, you know, the Thermite really is only brought on Garage. So...
Not gonna lie, it baited me, so thank you.
Hey, you never know. You never know. Maybe it was enough to bait Fav out. And I guess, you know, the tactical timeout as well probably brings a certain amount of discomfort or maybe even miscommunication, because you're trying to talk about what is going wrong and where you're trying to fix things. And, you know, you really, a minute in the scheme of things is a lot of time to sit back and talk, but it's also nothing, right? You get through maybe 1 point and all of a sudden you're in trouble. And we as commentators know that best, Raven. You can't stick for a minute on one topic like I am right now. Unless, of course, it's the start of the round, in which case you can.
It's free game then. But
yeah,
no, I feel you. Looks like a pretty similar method here from IG. Again, the C4 is going to be a bit of a waste there from Hysterics. And Fab's doing a great job to deal with that. Now, guess what we're going to be looking for here, Manic? It's going to be Fab to not just rush straight through meeting into the clash.
Hopefully not.
Really curious to see how they decide to deal with it this time, because they have gone pretty much the same kind of push. Oh, the timing on this nade from Shin. Oh, that's pretty unfortunate. If he was just holding that angle normally, that would have been GG for Hysterics.
Who, mind you, is having quite an incredible game. 5 kills in as little as 3 rounds, and might have been able to put him, at least send him to the bench for this round. Now, once again, Fav just setting up there. Seems to be a comfortable approach for this meeting console take. And again, Luna's back up against the wall in meeting. I couldn't imagine how hard this would be to deal with. I mean, like, I know how frustrating it could be in ranked or even a casual match dealing with a clash, but coming up in this kind of a situation where Invictus have such a strong and confident hold, oofed.
Absolutely true. Oh no, the self-stun from a teammate must have accidentally thrown it into the back of Shin. Not sure whether he ended up throwing that grenade or not. I think he's pulled it back into his pocket. No, actually he did throw it. Oh, hasn't quite worked out. Luna is still being a pest at the meeting door. Now with a minute to go, this is where it gets very testing for Fav. How are they going to adapt to this? They've got a player starting to repel meeting balcony. Got a couple players around meeting, but without getting these Habana pellets on, it's going to be so hard to push Luna out of this corner. And Joe is here to back it up and try and shoot them off.
And, like, the only way you can contest Joe right now from where Fav are is to straight up peek this and maybe might be able to do something. You could see the player on top of Spiral was looking to do just that. Shin has opened up a massive opportunity here to take control, but has he been taken down? It doesn't matter. Luna's gone down in the meantime, trying to hold and support. Oh, it's chaos for Fav, but they are thriving in it. Hysterics and Jordan now to clutch up big, Raven.
And you know they can, but at the end of the day, Afro, he's in sight. He's going this plant down right now, Manic. Hysterics is ready to pounce, but post-plant situation.
Waiting for the right timing here. Hysterics getting into position. Jordan needs to get a move on and start to pinch at the same time. Hysterics being hard watched by the player in meeting. It's Afro, perfect nade, but it's just going to force him back for a hot second. Jordan finding the pick on the number 2. Surely they can't make this possible again. That's big from Typon, who's holding out on the rappel. My goodness, if Hysterics wins that fight, I don't think there's a chance that Typon can deny that. So, monstrous there. Monstrous.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing when I saw that Typhon was still on the rappel. If Hysterics had striked, which I feel like that was his go code. Once he found out that there was the rappel player on console windows, he was just like, yep, I'm picking this. And you're right, if he'd actually won that gunfight, that could have been another clutch for IG. But not to be. We can celebrate Fav. They did a really good job adapting of some really great aggression from Shin at the top of Spiral there. Yeah. That really did facilitate the opening they needed. So good adaptation from Fav and good to see them get around on the board.
It's a really good point. I mean, had Shin not have been able to push that far, I don't think that you get Luna out of position there. By the looks of it, they had mute jammers on the wall that was denying the Hibana from trying to rip those pallets out and displace Luna that way. So, you know, all things considered, that may well have been the entire linchpin, right? Just that one single kill, pushing into bathroom, it causes a bit of chaos, it causes a bit of concern. And they kind of leg it. Now, we are going to see Archives and Tellers for the very first time. I love this from Invictus. Mainly because you would just expect them to either reattempt or go to basement here. You would not think in a million years that they would go to Archives. So I'm a little bit worried here for Fav, but no doubt they'll have their setups and they'll be more than ready for this one.
Yeah, well, to the point that we were kind of talking about in the last round when I got a little bit debated in Obselect, K-Razor has gone for the Thermite, and yeah, on Consulate, traditionally, you know, the Thermite is most useful on the Garage attacks. So I don't blame them for trying to think this is Garage. It probably normally would have been, right? But this is a good call from IG to just change it up a little bit and keep Fav on their toes. And yeah, I'm really curious to see how Fav deal with this and how they adapt, because the setup looks like a tricky one to deal with from IG. Like, if you're trying to get this vertical control, there's a Rooney Gates, and there's so much intel gathering to assist this defense.
It's kind of more talking about the bamboozling pick than I was actually the setup. You're 100% right. It is going to be quite a lot for them to deal with. And once again, I just don't think that you can afford to go to Archives Tellers without that pulse. It's just such an impactful operator to have. Get so much information. Hysterics, that's filthy, man. The 1 second that it looked like K-Razor was not looking onto the balcony and he capitalizes and gets away cheerfully. Oh, God.
It's just kind of stacking up a little bit, but Joe's in a very tricky situation. I don't think he can get out, and Shin is just going to catch him off guard there on the quick peek from admin, so at least Fav have managed to find one back. And it's funny, when Hysterics got that run out, oh, that's dirty from Luna. When Hysterics got that run out, I was like, oh yeah, Fav haven't been taking Nomad. It reminded me that Nomad's banned.
Yeah.
But guess who banned it? It was Fav.
Yeah.
So their best counter to a player like Hysterics, they actually banned themselves, but just like that, Manic, Shin is just all on his lonesome.
This is just a clinic from Invictus. They are really showing us how to approach this site, and unfortunately Fav have not really been able to catch anything out here. Maybe Shin might be able to bring it back into a 1 versus 3, but it doesn't look like Invictus are going to continue to peak this, not isolate those 1v1 duels. They're trying to swing at the same time. This is dangerous. Shin now pulls out the primary. That's at least 1 down, 3 to go. Surely this isn't doable.
I mean, he did get Luna pretty low. Luna's essentially one shot at the L8, so, I mean, he could definitely win a 1v2 scenario. He's still got 40 seconds, bit of time. Needs to land these shots, though, and actually finish this off sooner rather than later here. Oh no, Shin.
Goodness, Shin. The shots through the wall are just not connecting. He's so unlucky. And that should be to his own demise. Hello? Oh, that's filthy.
Jeez.
Jeez Louise, he nearly hits the flick onto Jordan as well. That was spiraling out of control. I'm not going to lie, Raven. For a second there, I was starting to believe that storyline. I was starting to believe that Shin was going to do that. There were 2 near misses on the shots through the wall, just not connecting. But that is just such a massive round from Invictus. You know, a 4v1 that they put themselves into, and boy, did they really take Fav to town.
Yeah, they did. They really did expose that Fav were maybe just a little underprepared for that rounds in particular. So yet again, great call from IG to continuously change this up. And again, they haven't gone back to Garage. They're just continuing this debate. Fav have hard stuck the Maverick and Thermite. And for console and meeting room, it's not going to be that helpful. I mean, Thermite could try and breach the meeting wall, but you actually have to stand at that wall to place the exothermic charge. That's not going to be easy. Luna is still on this clash, so they're going to have to either deal with that wall, or maybe it's about time they try and switch up the push and do a yellow stairs CO kind of push.
Well, Hysterics has missed 2 C4s on the early round play, so maybe it's 3rd time lucky for him over by Study. It's usually, I believe it was whoever was playing the sledge. It's kind of them always leading the charge here. I mean, this is a bit of a spicy lineup from Fav. And the fact that, you know, like number 2 is on that Capita. I genuinely think that Fav can really make something work here with that Capitao. It just brings so much utility that may actually just be able to single-handedly shut Luna out, at least for a plant, maybe to gain some space on site. But the biggest thing here is them capitalizing on that.
That's exactly right. And look, it still looks like they want to get this admin control, and Hysterics is yet again primed and prepped with this C4. He wants to try and make this one land. This is going to be another duel to take admin control on the 3rd attempt of attacking it.
Now, very quickly, of course, we have a game off-stream, which is Q Confirm and Fnatic, that is currently going the way of Q Confirm, 4-0 up on Chalet, which is their map pick. So we'll keep updating you as that match goes on. But for now, as we look back to this game, back to this matchup, Invictus are really starting to show their prowess on Consulate. And Raven, you do just have to wonder, this South-North storyline, goodness me.
I mean, yeah, look, so far looking pretty decent for South, but we'll wait and see whether they can close out both of the current ongoing BO3s. At the moment, Invictus, as you said, they really are. It feels like they are just running rings around Fav on this map. And right now, Fav just look a bit stuck. I don't think they're fully able to decide how they want to approach meeting, because again, they're not set up for it very well in their op select, because they got absolutely baited on the site selection by Invictus. And I think that just again points to another strength that Invictus has had in this matchup. This C4, it finally lands. Taipon, though, only downed, not eliminated.
We did say 3rd time lucky finally comes about. And now just look where Luna is. He's going to allow Hysterics to get back to site. Hysterics takes one with him as well, coming up the staircase. He now has that control of the admin long site. This is dangerous. And just like we said, there's the Capitao starting to put a little bit of pressure on Luna, but there's no one there to capitalize. And I believe that was 2 of the bolts that he's being used now.
Yeah, he can just continue to step around, and so does Hysterics. He continues to step around the attacking positions of Fav. He's got them down to this 3v5. Number 2 has stepped up here to answer back. Does keep it just within reach, but with 30 seconds to go, Manic, very minimal site presence from the attackers. This is going to be a tough execute.
Joe's watching long desk as well, so Luna only has to worry about balcony and the entrance from admin. He is absolutely cruising right now. Joe does go down. This makes things a little bit more interesting. It's starting to become a little bit unraveled here for Invictus. You can see the peaks coming through. That's big. Luna gets caught off guard as push comes from long desk, and somehow, some way, Fav fight back to ensure a 4-2 first half.
Yeah, just a couple of really small errors from Invictus kind of cost them that round, but credit to Fav. Look, they did a great job to bring that back, because it seriously looked lost for a lot of that round. It just didn't look like they were going to be able to find the openings they needed. Now, there was that team kill, in fact, onto Luna, so getting that clash out of the way definitely helped. It all happened in the last couple of seconds. It was smoke damage, so he just was taken low by the thermite from what it looked like, and just unfortunately, the smoke plume ended him. But is what it is. Still a very strong half from Invictus. It's very representative of this match. I could easily say that Invictus are firmly in control, at least from what we saw in that first half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
You do have to say that that last round from Fav is really quite large, all things considered. You know, that is a big round that they needed on the board. Now, as we have a look back at the Stage 2 results, it is massively one-sided for APAC North. 74% of all overall rounds go to the defensive side. So headed into this half, I think they'll be really happy knowing that they do have the favor here. Whereas the thing is, for, you know, when we look to the APAC South, it's not as skewed, right? It's nowhere near as blown out of proportion. It's 58% overall. And I really do wonder for Fav here, like, how good is their defense going to be? You are coming up against Invictus, who are good on this map and have shown that their attacking is just as good as their defensive side. A little bit worried here. Bang! Oh my god, that's not good.
That is not good. And look, I don't know if that was actually a spawn peek attempt or not. I think it was, but yeah, look, I don't blame Fav for trying to be aggressive or anything like that, or trying anything, really. Always good to do so when you're down. And there it is, Afro with an aggressive peek from the bottom of Visa Stairs. Takes out Jordan. That is certainly going to help taking the sledge off the board, on top of the fact Jordan's actually having quite a bit of a banger. So good answer back from Fav at least.
That it is. Now, Invictus start to get into a little bit more of position. However, they've got two players to deal with over toward lobby. It's Afro. I believe that was K-Razor who is making his way to Piano. So there you go. Oh, Joe. The quick peek around the corner. No information gained, but with a minute 40, I mean, Invictus have so much to play with here. They still have the thermite up. They'll be able to get those garage walls open, put the pressure back onto Fav on their defense. And with Joe taking control of Piano, this is looking pretty concerning, I gotta admit.
Definitely some really good progress here from IG. As you said, they've kind of set themselves up pretty well to be able to make something happen. And still having that thermite on the board, very crucial to be able to open that garage. But they did lose the sledge, so the verticality and the ability of what they can do with piano control certainly going to be hindered a little bit. Thankfully for them, though, they have 6 breach charges and the secondary shoddy on gridlock. So I think they still have plenty of backup plans. And yeah, look, this is looking quite good from IG, but less than a minute to go now. They're going to have to start progressing this just a little bit further.
I mean, with garage wall open, it essentially allows, with it still closed, it allows Fav to just play so freely on those vertical lines. I'm kind of surprised that Invictus haven't at least opened it up and put the pressure onto them just yet. That's why they needed to get rid of the mute jammer that was on the garage wall, which number 2 is now going to start to open. Oh, not number 2. He's going to try to go for an early C4. We'll say that. In it comes, but it's not going to connect because Luna's out of there. 20 seconds, Raven. My God, where's this round gone?
Yeah, it has dissipated really quickly, and the aggression is punished by Luna. That is fantastic for him to counter that peak. And right now, number 2, very important position. He gets a big pick. 10 seconds left, Manic.
Yeah, there's no one putting pressure on him. Where are Invictus? They're starting to push in, but it's too little too late. What does Shin have? It's Speakeasy that trades, but he can't get any more done. Fav with a solid hold. Invictus just run out of time, and they're left scrambling to try and find the picks.
Yeah, they did just leave a lot of that a little bit too late. I mean, they did a really good job with the early and mid round. Just very unfortunate they did lose Jordan. I mean, that was a really good trade back from Fav. I think it was Afro from memory that got it. It ended up being really critical, I'd say, in the grand scheme of things. It did end up slowing down IG's progression, obviously, and also Jordan being a bit in form at the moment in this game to take a bit of fragging power off the board. So yeah, we did see a lot of it happen last minute. And just some really important positionings that were held strongly by Fav, in particular. Number 2 on the side of White. I think just the aggression that he had around that main garage wall did really help just stunt that final part of Invictus's push.
And you know, you got to remember, yes, we did see the sledge go down very early, but we still had 6 breaching charges that could have opened up some of those vertical lines, maybe put the pressure onto the player at White Van, which was number 2. Maybe number 2 just hears the breaching round and just, well, not breaching round, sorry, the breaching charge and just legs it. Maybe you don't even see him try to contest after that point, but regardless, right now, you know, Fav would be very happy with the way that they've started that one. And now it's all about, what do Invictus have? You know, how do you bounce back from something like that? Not that it was so detrimental. You still had so many positive moments in there. And surely, like Fav, you know, we saw that in the first 2 rounds of their attacks. First 2 minutes looked pretty clean. Not gonna lie, they were doing really well on getting the control that they needed, and then it kind of spiraled a little bit. So maybe we're gonna see similar signs here from Invictus, but we won't just hold on to hope like that straight off the bat. We'll wait a couple of rounds at the very least here, Raven.
Yeah, interesting to see Teller's Archives come out at this point in the defense's rotation, but do like it. They're going to use these X-Kairos to make a breach onto garage wall, so they've got access this way. It is mostly going to be this garage push across from IG. They're not going to do what I would say is probably the more meta attack, which is clear out admin, get vertical, try get plant intellers. At least based on these early positions, that's not what it looks like.
What I find interesting is Fav kind of, I guess you either opt for the Valk or you opt for the Pulse here. And I guess they're more comfortable with the Valk.
Bomb located by attackers.
6 and 1 if you are comfortable with that, that's completely fine. And now Invictus are kind of already into Garage, getting a fair bit of control from that west side across. So Fav just, they will need to be a little bit cautious here with all their players up on the second and first floor. I think it's just Shin who's down below. Right now Invictus are doing a really good job at spreading their attack and kind of isolating ones. Just not over peaking as of yet.
A bomb has been located.
I think this is going to be very important in general. If Fav can just continue to have men up on the board, then they're going to look deadly towards the execute phase. Now, just counting into the final minute, Invictus have started to push closer and closer in towards objective. Really curious how they are going to finish off this push because they haven't really destabilized many of these site positions. Shin, in fact, is the only one in the basement, but of course there's a lot of quick drops down to site. You have to be careful though, because if you're trying to retake Garage, 2 hatch drops are pretty easy to watch. Of course, there are 2 stairwell entrances to watch, but at the end of the day, that nade could have been huge from Jordan.
He almost needs to follow up the second he throws that nade. And look at Shin, he's peeking aggressively right now, kind of on a little bit of an off angle outside of the door frame. Jordan wasn't expecting it, so he gets tagged up in the slightest amount, but that's a big pick. That's Shin, who was the player on site, and just like that, Invictus collapse. And Fav, they cannot hold the weight. It is only number 2 left. 20 seconds to find all 5 or deny the plant. The kit's down in, at the very least, a position the number 2 can hold, but not for much longer. Hysterics coming down the Visa stairs will deal with him handily, and that is a solid round from Invictus.
It really was. They just did such a great job taking their time and just really surrounding the setup that Fav had. And once they kind of hit the go button, they just did it beautifully. It came down to that 1v5. It was always going to be tough to be able to be brought back from that point for Fav. So yeah, Invictus, that's a really good answer back. And 2 rounds now separates them from taking this map. It's starting to get very deadly here for Fav. They really need to get this next round because otherwise they're staring down match point and they're going to have to get 3 consecutive rounds to save it, which obviously they haven't been able to do this entire game.
Unfortunately, Joe has crashed, meaning that we will just be waiting for that wonderful human to join us. And, well, you can join us here in the caster cams. Raven, you do have to say, starting out, you know, the fact that Fav is still in this, the fact that they're still so close to being able to turn this around, I think is a testament to, you know, a couple of rounds that they've had. Otherwise, outside of that, Invictus have looked really sharp.
Yeah, look, definitely a testament to some of the adaptation that Fav has been able to do. But at the end of the day, I just can't look past that this was Fav's map pick. Like, they should be the ones in the lead right now. It's the whole idea of the veto system, right? Is you should be choosing the map that you feel like you can 100% win, because in a BO3, obviously, it's more than just one map. You need to book in your own, and you have to either obviously steal your opponents or get the decider. But at the end of the day, if Fav can't even win on their own map, it's a very dangerous position because, I don't know, I mean, again, in that theory, that means Invictus has done the steal part. They just need to win their own, and they've locked it away. Series is theirs. So, very deadly position for Fav. I'm sure they're starting to feel the pressure right now. I personally always felt once you see 5 on the scoreboard, that's the time, I wouldn't say panic, but it's certainly the time that pressure can really set in because your opponents are only 1 round away from match point, and then of course, 1 more round, they've got it.
And Invictus right now, it doesn't, you know, like, it seems like they are quite composed. However, there is just this element to Fav that does scare me. From everything we've seen in the playoffs so far, there's this element of just any round, honestly, is hanging in the balance of literally maybe 1v1. You know, you've seen it a couple of times where Fav have absolutely thrived in chaos. Now, that was more so on their attack. You know, you think back to, which round were we talking about? I believe it was the meeting console, the second time around. So the 4th round right after their attack, it was utter chaos. The second Shin found that pick progressing up long desk, it just went bang. There was mess everywhere, and that's where Fav were almost their most composed, which is crazy to think. And even you look back to the first round of this half, Raven, it was quite similar. Last 20 seconds, Invictus are trying to force their way in, and Fav are cool, calm, and collected. I mean, that in itself kind of scares you. As long as Invictus kind of show us what they did in that round there in Towers, where they were able to suffocate and just surround that defense, it does feel like that they will remain in control. But I mean, that's just coming from a man that knows a little about Siege. You know, it's not really, that's not confirmed by any means.
No, I think you're relatively accurate there, Manic. But I think the biggest difference for me when I think about Fav of yesterday and the Fav of today so far, and of course we're only on the first map, but number 2 is having a pretty quiet one.
Yes.
And look, he's certainly allowed to have a quiet one. Every player does. But they played a lot of maps yesterday. Not a single one of them was he quiet on. In fact, he had over 50 kills across 3 maps yesterday.
Crazy.
Man was an absolute machine. So to see him not kind of performing to that degree today, I mean, I'm not surprised to see that it reflected on the scoreboard, because it just really was the impact he had yesterday. And he was, in fact, the second highest rated player for the entire day yesterday, only behind Speakeasy. And I mean, Speakeasy just went absolutely nuclear, as he always does. That's a bit unfortunate. But, you know, number 2, he had more kills. His entry stat was better than Speakeasy's at +7 as opposed to +4. Even his cost, number 2 had the highest cost for the entire day at 83%. That's unreal. So I don't want to put it all on one man. It's certainly a team effort. It's just, that's the difference I'm seeing compared to yesterday here for Fav.
And you know, like when you, I guess a better indication is not how a player plays on one day, but how they've played across, let's say, a season, for example. And number 2, by all means, was, you know, in and around the top 10 players from APAC North, but certainly wasn't performing to this kind of standard. So maybe it's kind of mellowing out here in Play Day 2 of our playoffs, and this is where Fav need to step up as a team overall. As we come back into this game, they've had so much time to talk about this. And I mean, so have Invictus, there's no doubt about it. But as we look at, like, you know, where things have kind of gone wrong for Fav, I mean, that timeout seemed to have been, in the first round, seemed to have been a massive pivot point for them. They went on to win 2 of the next 3 rounds. And maybe this might just give them the time to mold things back over and kind of correct or right their wrongs, if you will.
Yeah, it definitely was a good opportunity to talk things through for both teams, of course. But at the end of the day, Fav's the team that's behind, so they're the ones that, you could argue, they're the ones that have to take control of the game, and they have to try and turn this around. So whether that's through adaptation or, you know, just generally changing their playstyle, wait and see. Really love the use of the studio gates on the CO windows here. It's going to just be an extra layer of something to coordinate, especially given that IG are doing this yellow side push as opposed to the admin push that we were seeing from Fav.
Oh, wow. Shin's so lucky to get away there. Kind of knows that he's stuck in no man's land at the moment, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be putting the pressure on him. Surely not. Oh, the timing. Luna absolutely rips him to pieces as he comes through. Wow. Talk about a player trying to do his utmost to secure the round. Luna is forcing that fight to Con, slows down for a second because he knows that they're all in perfect position, but the flank from Afro is perfect. That's diffuser drop, but Invictus now know that there should only be one on site.
Yeah, it's about them rebounding here. Jordan looks like he's going to go in and recollect this diffuser. Now they really just have to be careful on this approach, because very quickly K-Razor and Afro could turn this on its head and still clutch this out. Invictus Gaming certainly in the driver's seat right now, though, to push this to match point.
Really smart from Invictus to slow things back down here. You rush in that moment, you give away another kill, it is 2-2, and all of a sudden you're trying to pick up the pieces from a round that looked so positive. Now that positioning of the Yokai drone will be of the utmost importance, because it looks like the CEO take is exactly what Invictus are looking for. They've got 2 players out on the rappel. Jordan is over by Yellow Stairs, so it's actually Hysteric, sorry. Jordan has made his way across to CEO window, rappels in. Now the diffuser can go down.
They've got the info though, bulletproof camera, that gets denied. They had a Yokai in sight. Echo gets denied by Joe, all on Afro's shoulders right now. to save this. The C4 is going to miss. Big move from Jordan. Hysterics closes it out, and that is Invictus Gaming moving to match point.
Methodical, cool, calm, and collected. That is the best way to describe what Invictus have done there. They throw a little bit of magic at the start of the round, win a couple of ones, displace the members of FAV that were holding what we would consider pivotal moments. You know, yellow stairs, you try to hold that for as long as you humanly can. But Invictus, they just slow things down. The second they have that man advantage, they're not looking to try and force any fights. They're not looking to try and outplay FAV immediately. They get themselves into the perfect position and play from there. And right now, they are deservedly on match point. Mind you, on FAV's map pick. This is huge.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Is
being
definitely
defended.
huge. And now Fav Gaming, they have to double the amount of rounds they've even got to this point just to save the map. Feels very unlikely if you ask me, but you never know. Certainly can happen. They might be able to dig deep here and just really muster up a fantastic comeback. But Invictus Gaming are just looking really good right now. They have certainly come to play today on day 2 of the APAC playoffs.
I guess when you look at it like this, you know, where I have been, not so much you, but I've been painting FAV in a bit of a negative light this game, purely from what we've seen. However, we have to remember that the first half could have finished 3-3 with, if not for Speakeasy's 1v3. So right now, this would be a 5-4 match, right? So it's not like, I think I've been writing them off a little more than maybe I should have, and certainly they've put themselves into a position where this is still doable, but I mean, it's the difference between the good and the great teams is the ability to close out games when you're ahead. When things are going well for you, it is all about making sure that you confirm that one. Because moving forward, I mean, Clubhouse, I don't really know what to expect on Clubhouse, I'll be honest, but certainly going with Invictus, you'd have to feel they're pretty comfortable here.
Certainly looks like it. So if they can maintain that comfort, I definitely think they can close it out. But look, a bit skeptical of what they did with Garage Cafeteria last time. Mainly just out of a stall in the mid-round, which was a bit strange because they had all the map control they needed. They just took a long time clearing the wall denial, which was just in the form of mute jammers. Same again for this round. And then by the time they got the wall open, it was just a little bit messy. They couldn't quite close it out. So look for them to tighten it up here, but FAV have a pretty extended roam on this top floor right now.
It's all about how Invictus decide to deal with this one. So far, it's been relatively quiet around the nooks and crannies, and again, a main point of contest will be getting into that first floor, securing lobby. They do so by starting to eliminate those flanks to begin with, and to be honest, that will force those roamers back sooner rather than later. Doesn't look like FAV are playing into it just yet.
Really like the patience from them, and right now, number 2, oh, I thought he was going to re-peek towards Circle Desk. Speakeasy was holding that pixel, would have been his death, but thankfully has avoided it. But man, again, 2 minutes gone. Invictus Gaming have started to progress here. They're going to get this wall open. It's going to put that pressure onto the defense. But this is really going to come down to what do Invictus Gaming do, what do FAV do with this flank opportunity. Do they still do it or not?
I open up the first side, and now the second as well. Joe may well play a bit of a pivotal role here as we see slowly and surely Invictus picking up the pace. But Raven, 30 seconds, and once again, it's going to come down to this 5v5.
It is, yeah. No damage done on either team right now. But IG have the vertical presence. They have Garage Wall open. They just need to hold the right angles and try and do this. But FAV have the denial. They have the opportunity. Here it comes, Manic.
Oh, huge shot from number 2. A moment to shine for yesterday's man of the match. And Joe is getting... Oh, Hysterics goes huge. Can Jordan support? It has gone down. The kit is out of the hands of Invictus. Just not being able to help his player there. That is so unfortunate. But what a round from FAV. Talk about composure. They've got it in bundles.
They do, and that is pretty unfortunate. Jordan had the chance to ice that for Invictus Gaming with that vertical. If he'd just denied even the throw or detonation of the C4, that would have been it. But unfortunately, that's just how it works sometimes. You miss shots, the other team will take opportunities, they get the rounds. Fav, though, they need to get 2 more just to save the map.
Guess that's the biggest problem here, Raven, is we have to go back to towers. We have to go back to that top floor. Maybe we see lobby. The decision right now is to go to towers. And I mean, 3 rounds in a row, but now 2 are going to have to come back to back for Fav here. It's certainly a tall order, but one that if they take it 1 step at a time, 1 foot in front of the other, they will be able to do. Now, very quickly, just to update anyone who may be wondering what the score is on stream, for Q-Confirm and Fnatic, it's currently 5 apiece on Chalet. Q-Confirm's map pick, and I mean, all things considered, Fnatic have made a massive comeback there. If you do want to check that one out, I believe it's twitch.tv/Rainbow6TW. So that's where you can catch that if you're wondering what that scoreline is. But here and now, with Invictus on map point, Fav have a huge uphill battle to fight.
They definitely do, because again, that last round, sure, Fav walked away with the victory, but Invictus Gaming were very close. They've been doing a great job with a lot of these rounds. It's just that Fav have been able to do what's needed to get by. It just feels like it's a matter of time, but sometimes that time can just fade away, and sometimes teams will come back. So look, we'll wait and see what Fav have in store. Right now, Invictus Gaming looks like they're changing their approach a little bit to this attack. Last time it was very much from the garage, a garage-heavy side push. They got 3 players over on the Visa admin side now, though, so maybe they are just going to go hard for the vertical here and try and push these Fav players out a bit earlier.
Patience certainly starts to pay off here for the attacking side, and oi, Speakeasy just getting off the rappel in time number 2, unfortunately not catching the timing. Now, Jordan's still watching that line straight through from Princess, so Typon needs to be a little bit cautious how he deals with this. Jordan's actually not watching it whatsoever, more so cautious of the run out. And Fav now in a man disadvantage. I mean, this is an awkward one to play for with no C4 either. Number 2's is gone, and the information, you know, there's no Valk, there's no Pulse, but Shin's doing a great job of bringing this back.
Great job from Shin there. Number 2 also jumping into the kill feed. This is going to give Fav a bit of an opportunity. It's really good trading from both teams here. 3 versus 3 coming into this final minute. This Gaming have finally cleared out this top floor, but where to from here? Still quite a few things in their way that they have to try and manage. Shin on site is one of them, and he hits a beautiful shot onto Hysterics.
That is nutty. Really puts Fav in the driver's seat for this round. They've got a player flanking up yellow stairs as well, which Joe needs to be cautious of. They hadn't taken out default. Oh, they're going to double up. This is massive from Fav. Both players caught on Spiral. This has to be confirmed here. Actually, it's not both players on Spiral. It's just one. Luna is all the way outside, picking up the diffuser. And in a 1 versus 3 clutch, Fav are bringing this back and making it possible. Ooh.
Oh. Yes, I mean, Luna could definitely clutch this. 2 players to find 30 seconds. Now, default up again. He's going to shoot that at least. Old info, but with 20 seconds, drops below Manic. Can Luna Metal make this happen for the map win?
He should definitely be able to get this diffuser down. He's got a smoke in the pocket, but he's just going to stick this. Fav, what is their response? Surely they will have some kind of information as to the placement. He's got to be careful of the first player. He deals with him. Goodness me, not a 1v3 clutch from Luna to win the map. What a performance from Luna in the final round. Invictus take Fav's map pick away and go 1-up in the series.
Massive 1v3 from Luna to win that. That is just absolutely unreal. He's going to be happy with himself for that, and I think IG will generally be happy with themselves for taking Fav's map pick off them. Really great start to this series to them. They are 1 step closer in progressing deeper in this lower bracket.
Crazy, crazy times we live in here, Raven. And I mean, this is absolutely massive for Invictus. You know, now up in the series, cruising along. We go to Clubhouse next, and that could cause some chaos. Again, a quick update, because I'm kind of watching a little bit of the Fnatic game as well. Fnatic have gone to map point, so Q confirm, I believe that's nearly 6 rounds in a row that they've lost. I'll get confirmation on that, or at least I'm sure the host, our wonderful, you know, up-and-coming, aspiring host will. Raven, though, what a map. I mean, I honestly thought Fav were bringing that back.
Yeah, look, they really were. I mean, Lunametal just pulled out a bit of a freak 1v3. Look, it's hard to say whether you could blame Fav for that. I mean, there was certainly some overpicking happening from Visa, but it just gets to a point where sometimes some players will just pull out clutches. Lunametal played it perfectly. Once he got that pick in Visa, realized that he had control, he's just going to drop below. He probably had call from his teammates that the others were above, and yeah, he just played it smartly. You can't really say anything else about it. It's just a beautiful play from Lunametal and a beautiful map from Invictus Gaming. I think it's really tough for Fav to bounce back from this, but look, I wouldn't put it past them. I think they can. I just think it's unlikely.
Yeah, well, I guess that's not for us to decide now, Raven, because that's going to be us done and dusted for Map 1. We're going to give it back into the capable hands of our analysts and our Tier 2 hosts, so please enjoy what they have to offer.
What a sensational clutch, what a sensational game, sensational casting as well. Bit of a mediocre throw though, but boys, great start to the series, of course, for Invictus. It was getting a little shaky towards the end. Dev was sensing maybe a comeback from Fav, but Luna stops that one dead in its tracks.
Yeah, I don't know if I was ever fully convinced of the comeback, but yeah, really nice clutch there from Luna. It was funny sitting in the call with Guz. Yeah, I don't know if you want to take credit and pump up your ego a little bit, but as soon as it was that 1v3, you were like, he can win this.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4K in the round because I'm pretty sure he got the opening pick as well, and then enters in towards Visa, gets the first shot, and when he drops, I was like to Dev, I said with such conviction, Luna wins this, 5-5-6, 8-cog, so many cheese angles that you can hold on the retake, and he manages to pull it off. But taking a step back and looking at that game as a whole, Speakeasy, what a massive clutch from him. Overall, a little bit of a quieter matchup from him that we would tend to expect, but I think that was a testament to the rest of the team stepping up. We also saw Hysterics really fulfill that role of finding those picks that were required, and overall they played a really good disciplined match.
Sorry, I'm just watching.
I'm watching it too. It's 1v2 right now for Producer Boom. Fnatic is planting on match point.
Oh, God.
Do you want to commentate this, Xenox? I know you're the host at the moment. Maybe you want to return to your commentating roots.
Oh, well.
Oh, they did it!
Lusty's just finished it off there. So Fnatic take map 1 against Q Confirm. I think, was it a 5-1 start for QC, Dev?
It was 6 rounds in a row.
What a little comeback there in the other match that is happening. Of course, we're going to go to a quick break. When we do come back, though, it is going to be more Fav versus Invictus.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around.
Welcome back from the break for the APAC playoffs. We are in the middle of this best of three in the lower bracket. Fav versus Invictus. Invictus with the perfect start, stealing the map pick away from Fav Gaming. Up 1-0 in this series. And Dev, and they need one more map.
They do, and it is their map pick as well that will be up next. Clubhouse, it's where they wanted to go, and honestly, I don't think they were too upset about going to Consulate as well. We've already prefaced that it was going to be a good map for them. It's where they booked their ticket to the playoffs by taking down Elevate in the APAC South regular season on their final play day. So we have a lot of reasons to believe that that would be a good map for Invictus. A little bit less info on Clubhouse, though. I think you mentioned in the pre-show, guys, that this is where Invictus lost to Order in the regular season 7-3.
Yeah, so an interesting form guide heading into this. We also don't really have a whole lot to go off in terms of Fav's form on this particular map heading in. But again, as we often say, it's a bit of a cliche at this point, but Clubhouse is a map that if you're good at Siege and you're well structured, Clubhouse is going to suit you. Invictus tend to be that team, so I'm sure they'll be looking pretty confident into this one. They'll be looking strong, and again, taking down Fav on Consulate, a huge boost to their mental. I mean, in hindsight, Fav probably really shouldn't have gone to Consulate, but look, that mistake has already been made, and now it's all the focus on this second map. Because, I mean, we have seen reverse sweeps before. Just because you win your opposition's map pick doesn't mean you've sealed the deal. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, it does give them, of course, the the favors chance. They've only got to get 1 from 2, whereas, of course, Fav have got to get 2 from 2, being both Clubhouse and Oregon. Dev, do you think that this match or this series is over? Are you thinking Invictus are just going to run away with it now on their map pick? Do you sense they've got that momentum to finish this off?
I don't have enough statistics on the map to say that I'm confident. Like I'll have a lot of like negative results on Clubhouse for Invictus, so that does color my judgment a little bit. But my gut tells me that Invictus is the better team here, and I think that it's the better team overall that will win Clubhouse, not necessarily the better Clubhouse team that will win this map. So yeah, I do think Invictus is going to take this probably 2-0. I don't want to count Fav out yet. Like I think they're a good team. They looked a little lost on a lot of their attacks though, even though they were able to exploit a little bit. So I guess we will see. I'm definitely going to go with Invictus though.
Gee, flip-flop Stewart over here. How many times is that you've changed your prediction now? What,
At least three
times?
or 4. It's for the storylines, bro. For the storylines.
Yeah, no, keeping it exciting. I respect that. But no, in terms of my prediction, I'm still going to back Invictus heading into this one. Unlike you two, I have faith in APAC South, and as I often say, they are the stronger of the 2 sub-regions, so I'm sure they'll do fine.
Didn't Zenox pick IG as well?
I picked IG.
Did you go IG? I thought you went Fav. Oh,
No.
okay, my apologies. Oh, look, you're smart like me, so of course you went
Right under the
Invictus.
bus.
My apologies. But yeah, I do think they're looking better heading into this matchup. Clubhouse should suit their play style. I think one thing to talk about briefly is that Clubhouse isn't a map necessarily where you will see one star player have the ability to pop off. The map doesn't necessarily play out that way. It is often very much 4-5 players having to consistently step up. So don't expect the likes of Speakeasy or Hysterics again to have a huge game. Don't expect number 2 to be able to carry this one. It is going to take a team effort.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll agree with you, but I still think it's going to be Speakeasy going like 16-6 or something crazy like that. Because that's just the form that guy's in right now. But Dev, do you think we've seen enough from Fav like in these playoffs? If they do in fact lose this, they lost to QC. I mean, they got really pushed by Kira Esports, at least on one of the map, to then lose 2-0 to Invictus. Would you consider that a bit of a failure?
Look, I don't think Fav had very high expectations going in, knowing that this hasn't been a great season for them so far overall, all year. But the thing with Fav is they've always been kind of on the outside looking in. They've always been a top team, but they're kind of slowly slipping away and lower down that APAC ladder. I think that's disappointing to them. And when is that going to stop? When are they going to actually start, climbing upwards again? And I think that today was a great opportunity to show that with a strong showing against Invictus, but unfortunately it hasn't been. I think it would be a bit of a failure. I know Shin wasn't unrealistic about his expectations, but he still has high standards for his team.
Yeah, I don't think Fav will be necessarily disappointed. I mean, I echo what Dev said. In isolation, this stage, the expectation wouldn't have been for them to come here and probably make Mexico, if we're being, honestly brutal. But I think the disappointment would probably stem when we take a step back and look at the fact that Fav have been together for so long, and they have sort of lived in the shadows of other Japanese teams from APAC that have gone on and done really good things internationally. So that's where the disappointment will stem from. Again, still, of course, an opportunity for them to bounce back here and try and make a statement and represent Japan alongside Cyclops at Mexico. But yeah, being the bridesmaid has to hurt.
Just quickly, before we get into this game, still just waiting on one player to get in. We'll have a quick little touch on the Q Confirmed Fnatic game, Dev, as well. We were able to watch a little bit of it, obviously, off stream. A 5-1 start for QC, and then 6-0 from Fnatic. Were you a little bit surprised by that comeback?
Very much, yeah. I saw a 5-1 and I was like, all right, looks like we're going to have Fnatic, dust it off pretty quickly, I guess. But no, they certainly brought a lot of momentum in their second half on that attack, just really unstoppable. Honestly, does give you a bit of confidence in them, because Fnatic has had rocky performances. Diz was, the first one to admit that Fnatic, while they have done better in Stage 2 here, it's not like, Fnatic is back. It's not like they are, one of the top teams in APAC yet. They have a lot to prove, and inconsistency is, as with many of these teams here, like we're talking Fab and IG, I would also put in that basket, their biggest weakness. And like the fact that they could have such a significant comeback is fantastic. But, I don't want to see a Fnatic that sometimes is down here and sometimes is up here. I'd rather see a Fnatic that is always up here and can consistently just perform to a level, whatever level that is, because that's when you can start making improvements. If you're hit and miss, then I don't know how you actually move forward from that.
Does?
Yeah, it's been rough for Fnatic over the last couple of years, again, taking into account all of their circumstances and having to play from Australia, etc. And we know that it has been really tough for them, I would assume mentally, but also just performing inside of the server. Very challenging for them. We know they have high expectations of themselves, living up to that Fnatic organization and the history that they have in Rainbow Six, obviously going to be a bit of a burden for this team, and the goal for them has to be to make Mexico. We haven't seen them internationally for quite some time. I mean, yes, of course, you know, the pandemic and whatnot, but they haven't been qualifying for the mini majors. They didn't go to Six Invitational 2021, so there is a big expectation on them to head themselves to an international event and try to, I guess, reignite that flame of Fnatic and live up to that brand, but still a long way to go for them. They need to make this lower bracket run, and yes, a really good comeback there, but that's only one map. They still need to win another, and then all the series that are still to go with some really tough opponents ahead of them.
I believe that second map between Fnatic and QC has already started. It's Rainbow Six TW, if you want to go and check that one out on Twitch. I think it's on Coastline, and it looks as if Fnatic are actually off to a good start again in that one, which I think is actually their map pick as well. So maybe expecting Fnatic to come through, guys, and if that does happen, Dev, and if we could end up having a Fnatic Invictus matchup, isn't that really just storyline galore?
Yeah, what a rivalry between those two teams. Believe it or not, they have already met so far in the APAC Playoffs bracket in their very opening game in the upper bracket, but of course that was a best of one. No, that was when IG sent Fnatic down into the lower bracket. Fnatic will definitely be looking for some revenge, but IG definitely going to be gunning for that rematch against Elevate or potentially a game against Dam1 in that match that will give them the spot to Mexico should they win it. So yeah, a massive rivalry between probably, arguably the two biggest organizations here in this playoffs, maybe chuck Dam1 in there, and definitely two probably of the most famous teams in this playoffs.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be the first time, right, that we have seen Fnatic and Invictus face off in an APAC playoffs format for their spot at an international LAN. I think one of their probably most famous matches. I remember sitting at home literally watching it. You were casting it, Dev, over with Infian at the APAC finals. It was Pro League Season 10, Fnatic beat Aerowolf, an absolute banging matchup, and Aerowolf finally managed to take down Fnatic for, I believe it was the first time, right, at a LAN event, which was just such a huge storyline, and no doubt those teams have a lot of respect for each other, and I'm sure they're probably wanting to verse each other just for the fun of it, and to try and prove the other wrong. And look, it's a big clash between those two, a big clash between the sub-regions of North and South, and if we manage to get that matchup, no doubt it will be really, really exciting to watch.
That's the other thing as well, Dev, as we sort of get in towards not the tail end of the playoffs yet, still got the rest of today and of course tomorrow, but if that does end up eventuating, if it does end up being an Invictus v Fnatic lower bracket round 3 matchup, that means there's only 4 teams left. Dam1, Elevate, of course, in the upper bracket final, and then Invictus, Fnatic, with already 1 from South and 1 from North already up to Mexico. It's pretty even, really, then at that point, that whoever then wins that game for their region, Dev, has got more teams left alive.
Yeah, very much so. Now, there's still a chance that we could have 2 North teams or 2 South teams out of these playoffs served up to Mexico. It depends on who wins that upper bracket game, and then the lower bracket final, which would, of course, be let's presume, right, that Fnatic and IG are going to win the games that are going on right now. It would be the winner of Fnatic IG versus the loser of Elevate Dam1. So yeah, totally a possibility it's Dam1 and Fnatic that could make it through to Mexico. Totally possible that it could be Elevate and IG. And yeah, I think that's pretty fun. I know that both Elevate and IG said to me that they believed that would be the 2 teams to make it through. I know that Fnatic said that they were hoping it would be 2 APAC North teams as revenge from Stage 1. I'm going to check what Kat Sang said. No, he said my team are Knights. I don't think he realized the Knights already qualified. So, oh well, that's down 1 for you.
Yeah, I'm still of the mind. Still at the moment, I mean, it was my prediction heading into the playoffs, and it still stands. I believe Dam1 Kia and Elevate will probably be the 2 teams most likely to go to Mexico. I think it's fair to say that even above the likes of, you know, the big names, Invictus, Fnatic, etc., I still think that they're head and shoulders above that competition. Now, we'll have to see that realized. There is that real opportunity, as Dev outlined, that we'd see them play off in that lower bracket final. What a match that could be to really hone in on that storyline and see if that prediction is correct. But yeah, I still believe Dam1 Kia and Elevate just too good at the moment, yeah. And it's going to be very, very tough. I feel like these teams are really still chasing their tails at the moment.
Yeah, apologies for the delays, everybody. Unfortunately, still has just taken a little bit longer than we expected to get one of the players into the game. So what we're going to do is go to a quick break. When we do come back, though, the second map will be on the other side.
You stress up the groove, the energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you done, I did it. The life you dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in hot. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, in it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops, and drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt, peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still was his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when it's beef, he gon' rush. And he said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising and it's boiling the bus. So if you with me, then you with me.
Thank you everyone for bearing with us as we are just moments away from getting into our second map in this best of three between Fav and Invictus Gaming. Hopefully the player has been able to load into the game and we can get in very shortly. But Dev, we'll go around the table, maybe hopefully one more time. Final thoughts heading into this second map on Clubhouse.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a Fav Gaming win, I think. Yeah, definitely Fav going to win this time. Look, yeah, I just think that Fav are going to win.
Does.
Do you want to cast with me this afternoon, Xenox? I don't know, you free?
You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just get rid of this Dev guy. Look,
Yeah,
you know
sounds
what?
like a good idea.
host.
Let's just get rid of him right now, in fact. We're going to throw it over to two guys who actually know what they're talking about.
He's done you good there, man. I can tell you what.
He's not talking about us, is he? I mean, maybe you for sure. I don't know how he's going with that one, but certainly so. This is shaping up to be quite a good matchup, Raven. I mean, Invictus are certainly they're on the rise since their stage one performance. I think we've talked about it a fair bit on the desk, but I mean, stage one, they were missing. 2020, they were unbelievable. And maybe this might just be one of the best storylines we have coming along with us in stage two. It is Invictus Gaming rising from the ashes and Fav trying to prove themselves. I'm excited to see Clubhouse, honestly. This is a big matchup.
Yeah, me too. I mean, historically, and it's always hard to speak to really old results, but historically, there's so many Invictus Gaming Clubhouse victories that stand out in my mind. So in times like APAC playoffs, they know how to step up on a map like Clubhouse. I'm just definitely fearing for Fav right now, because the other thing that's echoing my mind is Luna Metal saying in a very recent interview to us that they feel like they really are the best team once they can get consistent form, and just feels like they are edging closer and closer to that consistent form, and they are kind of peaking at the right time here.
Well, I mean, they were the first team to hand QC their loss. They were going 4-0. Hello, Monty Van. We love to see that. I feel like Invictus have always been known for the Monty plays, so not at all confused by that from Fav. But I will say that, you know, Invictus certainly have shown us and proven to us this season, that at this stage, that they are going to really be a threat toward the end of this year. And I mean, could you imagine if they're able to secure the Mexico Major? I'm talking well into the future here, because of course we still have potentially another map after this to decide whether they even have an opportunity to then fight for the opportunity to go to the Major. They've still got 2 best of 3s ahead of them. But certainly so, it has been quite a trek for them. Bans as we see it: Raven, Maverick, Monty, Malusi, and finally the Wamai. Thoughts?
I think a bit of a waste on the Monty ban, honestly, if I'm Fav. I feel like this Monty ban against Invictus, especially on Clubhouse, is echoes of years ago. I mean, Luna is definitely still a threat on the Monty, don't get me wrong. But in terms of strength of ban, leaving Thatcher up, and even just like another hard breacher, it's certainly going to make attacking a lot more comfortable on Clubhouse right now. Yeah. And if for IG, I don't think it's here nor there whether they've got Monty up or not. Like, I think that this is really going to make attacking comfortable. I don't know, I'm feeling like this ban phase overall, in my opinion, kind of favors Invictus. Only marginally. I mean, you can't read into it too much, but they're also the ones starting on the defense. And generally, we have seen Clubhouse just kind of lean a little bit still towards the defender side. Quickly looking on the stats here, in APAC North, 56% overall defense win rate, and South, 54%. Pretty actually even between the two regions.
Quite even, regardless of what our minds might tell us, that's for sure. Or maybe Dev can try and convince us again that Chalet is attacking sided. He could do so for Clubhouse here. Now, what I'm really curious is to see how Invictus are going to approach this, because they don't have the best record, honestly. The fact that they've picked Clubhouse, it does scare me a little bit, I'll be honest, because we have not seen anything that really draws our attention and makes us think, oh wow, they are going to absolutely obliterate Fav here. So this could be a little door left slightly ajar for Fav to make their way back into this series.
Certainly, and Fav will take any millimeter of light into the tunnel that they can to try and bring this back. So massive opportunity here to excel on these attacks. Already very swift entry into the building. Do really like this from Fav. It's going to try and shut down any kind of roam that IG still have. And from what I could just see on the outlines, they've all dropped back to site now. Looked like Joe was the only one hanging out on storage stairs, maybe deciding to be aggressive. But you can see he's gone down to blue. That's everybody back on site. So Fav can just kind of have their way with the map now and start engaging in a lot of the tasks that you need to do when you're attacking the basement on Clubhouse.
And you know, you've already said it with the bans, but like leaving that Thatcher in just allows for so much. At the very least, like a second hard breacher. Something has to be done there for a map that is so methodical in its approach to at least the first phase of the round, at least to opening things up. Again, looking at something like Moto, the hatch. So easy to deal with that. Now Luna, I mean, surely not going to try and juggle this one. I wouldn't be surprised, to be completely honest, but Jordan going down, that's the smoke. That is a very big pick from Fav.
It's a big pick. Unfortunately, that C4 to try answer isn't going to hit. So far, they haven't gone for this Moto hatch that Luna's trying to juggle. Here we go. He's going to go for it and going to have to wait for his EMP. Hasn't been doubled if Luna's quick enough, which looks like he is. He's going to get this.
Oh my
Big.
God.
Absolutely huge.
I mean, K-Razor is the only hard breacher that Fav have. And oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. My eyes. Yeah, no, that's my fault. I thought for a second that is surely not how this round goes down. Thank you, Raven, for once again correcting me. I will shut up.
Oh, it's all right, bro. No, you were about to make a very good point. It just wasn't right.
So it's Just not a very good point at all. Just a horrific point overall. I guess at the very least, they can still look to deny the Selma charges. They will be able to open up stock for free, but they won't be able to get Kitchen. Shin has gone down in the meantime. It looks like that may have been Luna who dropped in, but Invictus are starting to make this round a lot more dangerous for Fab.
Absolutely, they are. Now they have the man advantage. Less than 30 seconds to go. It means Fav are going to have to start to get aggressive. Still a really important shield here for Speakeasy to hang out behind. This is about to get deadly here.
Certainly is. No kitchen hatch either, so Invictus don't have to worry about that drop coming in. That's a really nice C4 and a great double down from Invictus to secure that first round on their clubhouse defense. Fav, Scions are not looking all that great to start with.
Yeah, they got their opening pick, but just couldn't really capitalize on it. And what's really sad about that, I guess, is that it was on Jordan who was the smoke. I mean, such a critical operator on a lot of these clubhouse defenses, because those smoke babes to deny either an entry or even the plants, just given the way clubhouse is structured, is quite important. So it was a good opening pick from Shin. Unfortunately, yeah, they couldn't continue to back it up. They also kind of bungled trying to open Moto Hatch. They eventually got there, but even just losing one exothermic charge to it can hinder your entire strat. You know, who knows, maybe they were going to try and open Church Wall. That could have really changed things and destabilized a lot of positions on the defense. So yeah, Fab going to have to be really careful. They're going to try and keep it really tight with these attacks.
I believe this is the first time we're seeing the Flores in this matchup, so not used at all on Consulate, which I feel like it's had a fair bit of use, especially on those basement attacks. You know, a lot of really great utility that you can disperse when you are using the Rotero drones through that hole, and or through the drone hole, I should say, down in basement. But likewise for here, there's so much that the Rotero drone can do and can open up for you. So might just make a little bit of the approach easier. And they do have the Thatcher as well. So this is, I mean, this is cool, calm, and collected. But they do only have K-Razor on the hard breach. No secondary this time, so there you go.
That's correct. Oh, look at you, mate.
We got there. do I get a star or a demerit point or something like that? I don't
Gold
know how
star
this
for
works.
sure.
Yeah,
Gold
there we
star.
go.
But no, it's definitely a good point. And to your point about Flores as well, he definitely has demonstrated his strength on many of these maps, really, and certainly helpful for Clubhouse, because if you've got utility to clear, just in general, those Rotero drones are so helpful. They really are. So I think it's a great pick, and overall, I really like the attack lineup from Fav. It's certainly nothing special, but I think that's also important, right? They're not trying to do anything too out of the realm that's going to maybe mess with their form later. I think that's fine. On the Invictus Gaming side, though, similar deal. I think what's really interesting to see right now, though, is that Fav haven't really given a massive indicator on how they're going to clear out cash. Here we go. He's going to start using these Rotero drones. And Speakeasy actually has 2 shields there that he can utilize. So that could be tough.
Certainly could be. I do really like the... I mean, I hate to see the frost, but I love to see it at the same time. I'm not going to say the word, but I think it's Guz and Xenox love to say, but certainly the frost mats will cause a little bit of ruckus. Now, what is that going to really achieve? A bit more of an opening, so Joe won't be able to peek behind the soft wall, so makes things a little bit more awkward. We'll have to face check that, which Fav could hold should they wish to. But a minute 20 left, a Fav in the right position here.
Well, I just realized that they've really given up trying to push out the cash players. Fair enough. You know, sometimes you can do this push without doing so, but it's not going to be easy. It's going to be difficult to get the logistics control knowing that your opponents can still retake con. And it's also tricky to then clear out Master because you have to rely on angles from the balcony windows to really cover that. So I think it's going to just make a plant attempt very squishy. It's going to come down to them having to effectively clear out these defenders on top of the fact Speakeasy is still looming below, very dangerous.
Oh, that's well executed from Typon. My goodness, that is gorgeous. And now Invictus are left scrambling. Speakeasy with a double C4. Shin very quickly trades it. But this is starting to roll a little bit out of control here. Oh,
Oh,
what? Oh.
well, Jordan goes big for the double. Shin's going to have to try and clutch this one solo right now, and certainly going to be tough. 10 seconds to go. Does have a little bit of info. See the yellow ping. It's not enough, though. Luna closes that one out for Invictus.
I mean, how? Was it Jordan and Hysterics, or no Speakeasy, that both came up massive with 2Ks when it needed most? And that is so detrimental to the mental game of Fav, who really looked like they were well and truly in that round. They had shoved Invictus out completely. And where they thrived in chaos in the last game, not so much is it happening here.
Yeah, this is certainly quite interesting. I think Fav probably suffering a similar fate to what happened on Consulate, right? I mean, Invictus got the first 3 rounds consecutively on Consulate, and then it was just always a struggle from that point on for Fav to really get themselves back in the game. They got close, but they never got an opportunity to take the lead. Feels like they're setting themselves up for a similar trend here. Invictus could easily run away with this defense half. And then honestly, I just feel like Invictus are going to be pretty good with their attacks. I just have a gut feeling that, I don't know, I feel like they're going to be able to close it out quite solidly. So if I feel like if Fav don't get a 3-3 half here, I mean, in my mind, I feel like it's just Invictus's to win at that point.
5 seconds left before
Speaking of a team's opportunity to win, Q Confirm are up 5-1 on Coastline against Fnatic. Fnatic are now moving over to their attacking half, and it's only just beginning. So if you do want to check that out, Rainbow Six TW on Twitch is where you'll be heading for that one. Now, it is so vitally important that Invictus just continue to keep that pressure on Fav, knowing that this is kind of like a bit of a 50-50 map in all things considered between the attack and the defense. Fav could well and truly bring this back, and you don't want to start with such composure and such confidence only for it to be diminished. Now I'm loving this behind Hysterics now coming in. That is 2 of the 3 EMPs used. This is not good at all. Oh, Hysterics has read that perfectly.
Oh, he has absolutely nailed this. That was a clinic, man. He actually just destroyed Fav's chances of getting that wall open. They're allowed EMPs. That's it. They're going to have to flush it out from below, or maybe even use the CC window, but I don't think they honestly can. And that was a whole minute burned, a lot of utility. Oh, that was beautiful from Hysterics.
Wow, I mean, that just felt like watching that looked so disjointed from Fav. I mean, it's not the best sign when we're already seeing them struggle a little bit. However, in the meantime, they have taken the bedroom control logistics as well. Jordan on that flank underneath. They will have flank cam, so he just needs to be cautious on his approach, and maybe he could just sit and be a little bit of a nuisance here. They still have number 2 on the Roteros that will be able to kind of utilize the best work into dealing with this con push.
Definitely going to be, again, quite squishy. You see 4 players kind of all stacked up around that composition. 2 IG players looking to retake below. They still have just such deadly positions. In fact, the entire Fav team is all very concentrated in a singular section. I don't know whether they might even breach rush this. I could be reading into it a little bit too much, honestly, but either way, this is all we're getting very telegraphed. And Speakeasy's found a pick. It's been traded at least by Shin. 45 seconds remaining, though. Certainly going to be a bit of a tough execute here for Fav.
Some great calls there from Shin to be able to find that player rotating back around, but Speakeasy and the SMG-11, name a more iconic duo. He has absolutely popped off with that this series. And right now, Invictus are just in the best position. Look at Hysterics flank. Now Fav have to be worried about from behind as Joe just collapses on them. My God. Fav don't look like they have a hope in this matchup right now.
That's just so well played from Invictus Gaming at every turn just then. I mean, it all started with the beautifully executed juggle on Kennel's wall, and then once they was very obvious that Fav were pushing from construction, they just, the positioning, even the patience, you know, the player playing behind green box, you could kind of tell he was aware that a player had pushed in deep, didn't overpeak it, knew a teammate was holding the angle, teammate got the kill, then he peeked and just finished it off through con. It's just amazing team play that we're starting to see from Invictus Gaming right here, and that's how they've shot out to this 3-0 lead.
Very reminiscent from map number 1 on Consulate. It is going to be a tack timeout after the first 3 rounds. Spiral out of control for Invictus. And Fav need to use this time. Again, always stress the importance coming back from a tactical timeout that you do take that round. It can just give you so much momentum, so much hope heading into that second half of the first half. And just another update once again. Surely Fnatic aren't going to do this again after a 5-1 first half. Surely they're not. They're currently 5-2 up. Sorry, they're not 5-2 up. They've gone up the first round on their attack. But it just terrifies me, Raven.
Look, I wouldn't put it past them. They've definitely done it before. Also, coastline attacks can be like that sometimes. But hey, you never know. We will definitely keep an eye on it and keep you guys updated. Right here, that timeout is over. So time for Fav to really work out what is going wrong. And I mean, I feel like there is a few pretty obvious things. Hopefully they've been able to identify that and start to really think about some solutions. The other thing I do want to point out, again, I want to preface, I'm not putting it all on one guy. I know this is a team game. Number 2 is still having a bit of a shocker. Just unfortunately hasn't quite been able to find his way in today. And I'm not saying that is everything that is going wrong with Fav, but he just had such an impact yesterday. You know, it's really hard to not say that he was the MVP easily for their team yesterday, but almost for the entire day of playoffs. Like, yeah, he had a serious impact.
Certainly quiet in the first half of Consulate. Second half, he kind of came alive a little bit in a couple of rounds, but this is just not the sign that we had hoped for, you know. At a time where Fav need a hero the most, the call may go unanswered. And, you know, again, just to reiterate, we're not trying to put it on one person, but certainly Fav's performance yesterday can be attributed to 50 kills across 3 maps to one person. So very, very easy to make that argument. It's not even a question, but Invictus are just looking so good at the moment as Fav now start to approach basement once more.
Conversely to the whole one player being the star kind of thing, I mean, the argument for Speakeasy on IG, he just doesn't miss. He's 7-1 right now after 3 rounds. Like, he's just so consistent for IG, and it must be really helpful for their team as they're going through a tough period to just be able to lean on such a strong, consistent player. Really is dangerous. But anyway, back to the game at hand, of course. Fav have made some really decent progress to get the map control. Start to get this vertical play happening. It all really started to fall apart when they couldn't quite get Moto Hatch open easily, and they never really recovered from that.
So, looking like it's a lot more clinical this time from Fav. Not really wasting any of the hard breaches gadget as of yet. They still need to do the dance, do the tango in kitchen. That's if they decide to. I guess they let that kitchen hatch completely reinforced in that last round, and I mean it did kind of mean that they had to funnel through church and try and find the trades there. But certainly, as we approach that minute mark, big questions will be asked of Fav here, because outside of that, they haven't taken control of main stairs yet, which they are starting to do. But this is the util that we need to see the Rotero really get to work on.
And really well used to just kind of place it in the middle of the shield and ADS to clear multiples. Didn't quite do it that time, could have easily had an ADS. Oh, he still got it. Beautifully done. So look, that's the strength of the Roteros there. Much better from Fav to clear out that utility. Have a better opportunity to try and deal with this. Beautiful electrical placement though from IG, and again, this is going to be tough, but Favak in fighting here in Church.
Oh my god, K-Razor comes up massive with a triple kill to give Fav an opportunity here. Shin and Afro both together, but Joe on the flank. This is so critical. Asterix has to stay alive here. He cannot afford to fall, otherwise it's all under the shoulders of Joe, who can do it. Did he just see him planting? He certainly did. Joe will just play this cool, calm, and collectively, oh, what a play from Afro. He baits it out with the nade to force him out through the door of Church. And that is a massive round on the board for Fav.
Yeah, huge clutch there. And look, it was a really good effort. It was very chaotic. A very chaotic execute. Didn't quite see where a lot of the picks really came from. But regardless, they did a really great job kind of like team exploiting the site. It's what enabled a lot of those trades to happen. And certainly big props to Afro in that clutch. Really smartly played with the frag grenade. Uncooked at that too. Does mean that a player often can't really choose to push in a singular direction. They have to funnel. Does make it a bit more of a calculated gunfight. So really nicely done. Good to see Fav get a first round on the board.
Literally mirroring what we saw on Consulate. Now, I do want to go back because I don't know whether it was what I was looking at, but I thought that maybe K-Razor had come from blue, but again, I'll have a look at that, and if it's nothing, well, it's nothing. But regardless, that is just such a massive round for Fab to have on the board, considering Joe actually had both players lined up, and that could have been a quick 1-2 and a good night and a fourth round on the board for Invictus. This now does give Fab an opportunity back into this game. Now, they have to take it with both hands. Honestly, I don't think a 4-2 half will be good enough against Invictus's attack here, right?
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely not giving themselves a great position. Again, I really do think Fav need to try and push this to 3-3, so they're going to have to try and dig deep and get 3 consecutive rounds.
Objective is to locate a bomb
Now,
and defuse it.
Invictus Gaming have just gone the full rotate. They're going back to Gym Bedroom, and this did look decent at one point for Fav. You know, Typon got a really big 2k entry off of the jacuzzi wall, taking bathroom control. That made it look quite decent. There was just a couple of other big plays. A C4 from Speakeasy, for example, and 2k from Jordan really brought IG back into that round. So I think this one is winnable for Fav. They could potentially push this to be the 2-3.
I really like that position from number 2, where those Rotero drones were coming from, on top of the roof from the freezer. Now, Joe, how's the timing on this? This is absolutely massive. Did he just deny it?
No, he pulled it off just in time.
So lucky, because that's his last one as well. Oh, but this one's going to hit perfect. Oh, no! The EMP just makes it out in time, Raven. But certainly so. Now, Fav have that opening to watch that rotate from logistics to site and can start to do a little bit more in putting the pressure back on the Joe, which we saw work perfectly.
I was just keeping an eye on that frost mat that was behind the mirror position, and I was like, if that stays up, it's such a rat mat, you know? Like, it would be the one that you would totally just rush into 20 seconds to go, and you would just be wondering, who the hell put this here?
Who and why. Certainly
Exactly.
true. It is a shame that it's gone, because that could have been funky to say the very least, but again, when you have both, you know, the ability to use the Rotero drones and the EMPs, the use of these hard breaches just becomes so much easier. Their job is all but too easy, if you would say. And, I mean, look at Invictus. They're still so spread. Fav do have the opening over toward Kennel, but I mean, what else do they have at the moment?
Not a massive amount, you're right. Minutes ago, again, this is something that did happen with their last pushes. They didn't really opt to take a tremendous amount of map control outside of just opening that jacuzzi wall. Similar procedure here, so I am really curious how they are going to shape this execute. As we were prefacing, you know, it actually did go okay last round. Of course, they didn't win it, but it had its moment. They had an opening that just didn't go their way. And now that we're coming down to this final 30 seconds, it's it's time to try and make an impact here. They've got to try and push these IG players out. Got to try and find this opening pick.
Again, just to remind you, Invictus are 1-up in the series right now, so this would be devastating for Invictus to go at least 4-1 up in the first half as they move to their attack. Fav putting themselves in a position to push from Jacuzzi here. They are going to be covered. That's a big pick from Joe to start off with. He peeks around the corner, finds himself a second. Fav have absolutely been ripped to shreds by Joe. Jordan and Speakeasy chime in as well, but it's all but done and dusted by that point.
Incredible. Fav just absolutely collapsed. That was just nuts to watch. And yeah, Joe on the triple for this round in the end. I guess it just really came down to Fav just really didn't have much else to go off. Like, them not pushing out the cash positions, it just means that they don't really have like the two-pointed attack that you would normally see on Gym Bedroom. Normally, if you've got Kennel's wall, oh not Kennel's, Jacuzzi wall open, and then you push out those cash positions. You've then got con, usually logistics. Maybe logistics is a part of the last part of the execute, but at least you're kind of pushing from multiple directions. Didn't quite see where the rest of that push did shape up, but at the end of the day, just it felt like they were running into a death trap.
Yeah.
Ultimately, they did run into a death trap.
Yeah, it felt so rough. You know, that peak that can come from CCTV all the way out onto the balcony that literally runs the entire extension of both bedroom and gym is just devastating. And the fact that they only had vaultable breaches over on Jacuzzi made Jordan's job so easy. They hadn't been able to do anything with that. Invictus are having a field day right now, and what we saw earlier, and just to preface this for anyone who may be joining us now or who potentially wasn't watching before, the juggle from Hysterics with nothing but a mute jammer to support him on Kennel's wall was absolutely outrageous. It burnt through 3 EMPs and also one of K-Razor's charges. Speakeasy. I mean, that's just speakeasy things, right? He's only died twice with 8 kills. What?
Absolutely unreal, man. He has certainly been probably an MVP for the entire stage. I mean, like, I know IG have had their struggles, but he has just constantly been putting them on his back. Of course, team game, it's more than just that, but it's just been an incredible showing. And another incredible showing here from Hysterics and the Bandit trick. It didn't quite stop at least one of those Selmas going off, but it's still at least some kind of hindrance.
Now, very quickly, I'm going to update you. Fnatic have gone their first 3 rounds flawless. Not flawless, but they have not been contested on their attack. It is currently 5-4, and they are looking to do the exact same thing they did to Q Confirm little less than, what, half an hour ago on Chalet? That is not looking good at all. So, again, just to remind you, Rainbow6TW on Twitch is where you'll head for that one. And right now, Fav looking like they're taking a little bit of a different approach once they got at least the sight line into CCTV. They can now start to utilize other sites.
I just saw that from Jordan, though. He's cheekily just thrown a Valkyrie camera outside the breach line of sight towards Kennels. They're going to have full info on the execute happening there. Look at that. That is beautiful.
Cheeky. That's so cheeky. And I will remind you as well, we're in the 6th round right now, and Invictus each player has only died twice. This is kind of showing you how dominant this team has been. The entire team has been. In come the EMPs. Now, what can Hysterics do? Can he get the timing on these Selma charges? Yes, he can. There's none left for Shin, and there's only one more charge left for K-Razor as well.
Starting to get to a very tricky point here, and Hysterics is just coming up trumps again. That frag grenade misses the mark here. One of those bandit charges is still active. Fav, they've got 45 seconds to make an executive decision. What are they going to try and pull together? They have not once revisited this Kennel's wall. I wonder if they even realize they have a line of sight here. I'm not sure, but either way, here comes the execute manic. They're on site.
Oh, God, yeah. They're just walking right into the arms of Hysterics, who goes massive with the sidearm. My God.
No.
A flawless round and flawlessly played from Hysterics. This is devastating for Fav Gaming.
2 flawless rounds in a row. Fav Gaming haven't had a kill since round 4. That is unreal. Invictus Gaming have seriously stepped up those defenses. Fav only mustering 1 attack, and honestly, like, very surprising. Thatcher is on the board. Should make a lot more of club attacks simpler. I'm not going to say easier because it's not easy, but simpler because you can use those EMPs. But we did see it on a lot of rounds. If Fav struggled to really perfectly utilize them, nothing is going to wipe out my mind the wasted EMPs in round 3 when they were trying to attack. It was also cash CC. Oh dear. No, this is a very tough position for Fav Gaming right now. They're going to have to do a Fnatic and do 6 rounds in a row to try and save this entire series.
Well, I mean, you know, the proof is in the pudding. It can be done. It can be done. It just, you know, like, it's crazy that in this day and age, after we've seen Clubhouse for so long and we know how these mini games are played out, Raven, that we still see such a struggle on those attacks for Kennel's wall. You know, like that is absolutely crazy. The fact that Kennel's wall, you know, Kennels and Con on both rounds, only one part of the Selma charge went off on both rounds. So Invictus literally had the entire site to themselves, and Raven, you're seeing this, aren't you?
Locate a bomb and defuse
Oh,
I wasn't
no.
going to say it, but you can if you want to.
No, go for it.
You talking about number 2?
No, I'm actually talking
Oh.
about Fnatic.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that too. That too. Okay, you want to go with the Fnatic thing? We can go with the Fnatic thing. Score update. QConfirm Fnatic are now 5-5 on Coastline, being map 2 in that series. That is Fnatic with 4 successful rounds in a row.
Oh my God.
So that is also the first map kind of repeating itself there.
Ooh, Luna. I don't mind that. Has he been spotted? Never mind. He'll just destroy the black eye and get away. But yeah, and you can go with the number 2, I guess, because that is equally as bad, if we're to say that.
Yeah, he's just really having an off day, the poor guy. And I feel like just expectations from yesterday have probably... I mean, they're definitely getting the better of me or us, or maybe him as well. That was a sharp shot from Typon. Jordan only hitting 1 bullet in the end back, but look, it's a really important start for the half for Fav. Like, just getting that opening kill, it's one step. Take one step at a time.
Just getting a kill.
Well,
Any
that,
kill.
That too. First kill in 3 rounds.
That is crazy. In 3 rounds. Invictus now are absolutely cruising through this match. Unfortunately, Typon can't get anything done there. Shin now going to be the next up on the chopping block for Joe, but he will just sit back and sit passively and patiently in blue.
Yeah, just off to the side, but IG, they push on elsewhere. Now they've got this motor hatch open so they can start to really shape up their attacks a little more. Something we didn't really mention before is, interestingly, Church Wall quite open purposely by the defense. So is the Arsenal rush wall. A lot of teams like to lean on late there as well. Oh no, it's actually deeper down. It's still soft though, so they could go for it. But less than a minute, this is where it does start to get a bit interesting for IG. They have to try and find maybe a little bit more penetration. Still in that 4v4 scenario, it could be very tough for an execute.
Could be. Fav kind of turtling on site now. Don't have a choice but to fight through everything here. Joe slowly progressing toward the site. Number 2's first frag of the game comes in round 7. And just like that, it's K-Razor to deny blue for Invictus. And it's all speakeasy. He's the only player left. He's done it before. Can he do it again?
Definitely wins these. I wouldn't write him out, but 10 seconds to go. Look, it's going to be tough. Ooh. Oh, number 2 popped his head over the box, has been found. I don't think he's going to be able to find the next 3 in time. Not going to do it. Afro closes out for Fav. They've got another round on the board. And maybe, just maybe, Manic, this is the start of the comeback.
It could well be. That was a solid defense, all things considered. It felt like Invictus had done a pretty good job of, forcing Fav back onto site and also evening out the man count, starting to get those hatch work. Or work on the hatches. There we go. We got there in the end. But Fav just too strong. K-Razor massive in toward blue with a double. And now we go to gym and bedroom. This is telling now for Fav. If we see 3 confident sites, I'm not convinced for Invictus, that's for sure.
I'll tell you what I'm not convinced about.
Don't tell me.
We just had the update. Fnatic are on match point now, 6-5 against
Done it
QConfirm.
again.
I am not convinced that QConfirm will win a single defense today. I don't know what's going on in that game. I hope you guys have been watching it at the same time as this, just to keep an update on what exactly has been going on. But either way, bit of a rough one there for QConfirm, and also a great effort from Fnatic. Not over yet. We'll keep you updated. In terms of Invictus Fav, also not over yet. Fav winning that last round, look, it has given me at least a little bit of hope. It looks pretty strong, look, it was a decent win in the end. So at least there is some light there.
I guess we could say maybe number 2 has been awoken. I can't even say that with pure confidence. He's died every round and has only had 1 kill. Now, of course, that's not the entirety of your impact when you are playing Siege, but right now in this current meta, I don't think you can afford to have any player this quiet, especially a player like number 2 who yesterday dropped 50 frags in 3 games. It's pretty scary when you look at the grand scheme of things here. So It's now or never for Fav. This is their last hurrah before match point on series point, by the way. Invictus win this, and I would say they're off to defeat, or at least try to defeat, Fnatic in the final approach in that lower bracket before that Mexico spot is up for grabs.
Seems like that's where we're trending to, but still formalities to go. Really well executed there from IG. Just again, clearing for utility. Very interesting little setup, very aggressive here in Con. Afro playing behind a shield does actually get Luna tagged. It's not going to be an easy angle to contest. Not sure that's the play from Luna. He's still keen to try and push this position out. Potentially maybe they need to get a frag grenade in there, but yeah, point of contention for sure. Here comes the frag.
ADS. Yep. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. They eventually displace, at the very least, the shield. Joe wasn't in a position directly as Afro fell back to contest, so that may be an opportunity gone begging. Oh, hello! How's that for a cheeky little cam outside? Literally in the middle of nowhere, you'd never spot that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Classic. Absolutely classic. Big difference here though, if you guys want to play spot the difference between the two attacks, IG actually have genuine map control. So I'm very curious how this will play with the execute. Seems to play much further into their hands. That being said, there is some very good intel getting gathered from that camera in particular. But IG can do this kind of multi-faceted approach if they want to. They haven't cleared out logistics, but they have found that opening kill.
You can have all the information in the world, but when Speakeasy gives out free haircuts like it's going out of fashion, I don't really know what else you can do. K-Raze is in an incredible position right now to dismantle this attack. Typon may just use him as bait, wait for them to try and make something work, and just like that, Jordan's now caught them in a rock and a hard place. But Invictus, do they have enough to be able to capitalize? Oh my god. Oh wow, that is not good. However, Shin and Afro, they may be the saviors here. Shin on the flank, 1v3 Raven.
Oh, on the main stairs, he could definitely peek to deny, but his pre-fire gives him away. Hysterics perfectly covering from the corner near Kennels, and Manic, this is IG now on series point.
Not the greatest sign for Fav coming into this. I mean, they were probably the least favoured teams out of APAC North and APAC South to really make it through. But certainly this has been a bit of a display from Invictus, and something that I'm sure Fnatic will be worried about. Now, speaking of that Fnatic match, there was a long pause, a long break. It still hasn't finished. If you are, I mean, you need to bring up both streams right now, because both Invictus and Fnatic are on match point, series point. So it's actually quite a big moment right now for both of these teams.
It would be pretty poetic, you know, if both games kind of just finish at the same time.
Yep.
You know, they're both going to be playing each other. I don't know, I think that'd be really cool. Just a little thing, but yeah. Wait and see whether Invictus can close it out on this round. Interestingly, Fav have gone to cache CCTV. Now let me just double check what it's like in North. Clubhouse. Actually, 57% defensive win rate on cache CCTV, which is look pretty decent, because in South, it's 35% defense win rate. It's actually heavily attacker-sided, this one. And that's actually out of 4 extra maps in terms of data, because it's much more often played in APAC South. So that's quite interesting. Don't know whether that indicates that maybe teams like Invictus Gaming are just better at attacking the site, or maybe in general, North teams are really good at defending this site. We're going to find out live right now.
Oh, goodness me. A moment in time that could really determine the fate of Fav, and I guess on the flip side for Q Confirm as well. This is the next 3 minutes here are going to dictate what really happens in the long run. Invictus. How's Shin going to go? All the utility that Invictus could need up for grabs here. And it's open for free.
Oh, ooh, still got a little bit.
Was that shut off by Typon or by Speakeasy?
sounded like the MPX to me, so I think it was Typon. But either way, I guess what's important there, I mean, even if the breach went open or not, there was the mirror on it, so they've got the line of sight regardless. Now it's about piecing together the rest of this attack. Do see that number 2 is on quite the roam over near that Kennel's wall, so that could be step number 1, is to try and shut that down. Speakeasy is in fact going to create a run-through for that breach, so that's already a much bigger step ahead than what we saw from Fav's attacks.
Okay, quick update. Fnatic have won their final round. They went flawless on their attack on Coastline, and now we just wait to see if Invictus will join them this round or potentially in the next bloody 3. They are in prime position here, Raven, with a minute 10 left on the clock. It feels like Invictus have done enough to slowly and surely gain control of the map once again on their attack.
Yep, they are very close to progressing forward here. This attack is feeling good so far, but there's some pretty critical steps yet to happen. One is K-Raz's position needs to be flushed out. Now some ex-Kairos just got denied off that catwalk wall. That is huge, because that would have been the end of K-Razor. He would have had to hit the deck. It's always tough to recover from that, but here he is. He's still here. Typon, though, has been shut down. That's Invictus taking this man advantage. Manic, 40 seconds for them to finish piecing together this execute.
Running short on information. K-Razor gets absolutely deleted once more from Speakeasy, who is putting on again another clinic. Afro falls down out in the open. Number 2. Try and try you may. Invictus have all but successfully taken this map. I'm not going to speak too soon. With 10 seconds left, he could still deny for a default plant, but Invictus aren't playing into his games. This has been a display, a performance from Invictus that we will remember, and they secure their lower bracket run. They now go on to face Fnatic in what could be the penultimate round in determining whether they will make it to the Mexico Major. Unreal.
Really massive effort from Invictus Gaming. I mean, they had a bit of a fight with Fav on Consulate. I mean, it was still a 7-4 victory, but Clubhouse was just theirs through and through. Look at the differences in the scoreboard. Guess who's at the top? It's Speakeasy, 13-3. The man had an absolute banger. Teammates are on fire to back him up. They just looked like they've really started to peak at the right time, and now they're going to have a massive opportunity against their seriously deep, long-term rivals in Fnatic. I actually cannot wait to be able to portray that for you guys, because there is so much depth to that rivalry.
It is such an incredible storyline. You know, unfortunately, we weren't able to check out that IG Fnatic match at the start when it was a best of 1, but guess what? It's even better. It's a best of 3. Whoever loses gets knocked out completely. Whoever wins goes on to an opportunity to play either Elevate or Invictus. It's Elevate or Damwon Kia, sorry, in that final round of that lower bracket. Raven, that's us done here at the casting desk. I'm going to give it back to the very capable hands of Xenox and the crew. Enjoy.
What a matchup. Invictus Gaming too strong for Fav, and obviously, as it has already been touched on, Fnatic too strong for QC. Both 2-0 guys. Dev, you look a little somber for some reason. I don't know why. Is it maybe because one South team's gone home, but one South team continues? I don't. Oh, okay, you were ready for dinner.
Yeah. No, it was a good game. Honestly, I mean, I know we want to talk about the on-stream match, but I'll just touch on the off-stream match for a moment. Just crazy result from Q-Confirm and Fnatic. I can't believe that Fnatic did it twice, reverse sweep from 5-1 down, and I'm pretty sure that means that Q-Confirm didn't win a single defensive round in the series, not on Chalet and not on Coastline. That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. To bring it back to this game though, look, we saw flashes on Consulate of IG being clearly the better team, and I think that was only exacerbated here on Clubhouse, especially a map where I think Fav are going to be punished for the kind of more util miscoordinations that they had, and on their attack, they were really punished for that.
Yeah, Clubhouse is a map that we often talk about quote-unquote mini-games, whether that be opening a specific wall, a specific hatch, clearing a specific shield, which is, you know, 99% of the time what teams will be doing round in, round out. It's well drilled, it's well known, teams expect it, and teams need to be able to execute it. Fav, particularly on their attacks, struggled so many times. I think CCTV Cash is probably the most difficult to watch. They just were struggling so much to open Kendall's wall. They rotated over towards Con every occasion, were forced to just filter in towards the site through the doorway and got melted down. That, of course, is a testament to Invictus. They did a fantastic job in playing those minigames really well, and ultimately it culminated into a very, very dominant victory, and they looked very comfortable on their map here.
Just quickly touching on Fav, obviously we're giving the plaudits to IG, and we will eventually have an interview with them as well. But Dev, you know, their stage has come to an end here in the end. Probably not the most successful playoff run that they would have liked, but some experience at least.
Yeah, it's nice for Fav to finally get back into playoffs after it has been a really long time since they were at this level, since they were one of the best in Japan. Yeah, a bit of a shame that unfortunately it did end like this, but I think that they can still be happy in progression from even 2020 APAC North, which obviously was a different format, but last year they were always kind of sitting 5th and 6th with a couple of good results during the season, but never making playoffs. Stage 1, they ended up, I believe it was 6th place in APAC North, and Stage 2, even making playoffs is a bit of a victory in itself, and not getting first rounded is always nice, so credit to them for what they were able to achieve here, even if their campaign was fairly short-lived.
Yeah, small step up for Fav this stage. It wasn't a giant leap. They still have a long, long way to go, especially if they want to get out of the shadow of their Japanese counterparts in Cyclops. For me, that's the storyline I'm happy to keep running with. That has to be their goal. Try and be the standout team from Japan. Fav have been around for so, so long, and they have always been the bridesmaids from that particular country, or now that particular sub-region of APAC North. So a long way to go for them, but they are showing signs of improvement.
Let's have a quick glimpse of the bracket and see how things are shaping up heading into what is now the very tail end. Only 4 teams remain. Demon, Kia, and Elevate, of course, still in that upper bracket final. That is to be played tomorrow. And we've got one more game today. Invictus now versus Fnatic. I mean, really, they've already played each other, Dev, in that best of 1. But this is where it gets serious. Now in the best of 3, a spot in the lower bracket final up for grabs.
That's it. We said at the start of today, one of these teams will be eliminated. There is no two ways about it. Only one of them will have a chance to go to that Mexico Major, and they're going to have to battle it out. It's going to be a rematch of that upper bracket game, as you mentioned. Fnatic really struggled against Invictus, and I'm sure they're going to be looking for their revenge. We've seen that Fnatic, even when taken down a peg, can always fight back. You know, coming back from 2 5-1 halves against Q-Confirm says that to win 7-5, I think pretty much encapsulates it perfectly. But Invictus, they're hungry. They barely scraped into the playoffs in the first place by taking down Elevate. I know that they don't want to let it stop, as so many of their playoffs campaigns in the past have stopped to the hands of Fnatic.
Wow, I mean, looking at the lower bracket, we haven't actually had a best of 3 series go the full distance yet. Every single result has been 2-0, and if there is any match in this entire playoffs bracket that I thought had the potential to firstly happen, but also secondly go the full distance, it has to be this one. Invictus and Fnatic heading in to this stage have been going through rough patches, particularly as of recent, and their form has not been the best it has been historically. And in terms of the head-to-head, we just know that these two always produce really, really, really good seeds. So if there's a match of the entire bracket that you don't want to miss, it's going to be that one.
Bringing it back to IG's victory over Fav. Let's go and have a chat with Luna Metal off the back of their lower bracket round 2 victory. Congratulations, Luna, on the win. Of course, though, it's only a very short break until your next match against Fnatic.
Yeah, so after the match ended, I wanted to go out and get a drink, and then my teammates started calling me because I forgot about the interview, so I had to rush back. So yeah, let's make this quick so I can get some rest, guys.
Alright, we'll keep it quick, Luna. Best of 3 format, how are you feeling heading into the playoffs? Obviously a bit of a different beast to best of 1s, and it seems to be suiting you guys.
I always prefer the best of 3 format, whether I'm playing it, and even I think with the current state of our map pool, I think we are favoured against most teams in the BO3. But again, Fnatic probably has one of the bigger map pools in APAC as well. So BO3s probably have an advantage on both ends, but it's just, I guess, just a better team will win.
Yeah, well, Fnatic Invictus games can be pretty historic. I know how many times they knocked you guys out of APAC finals back in the day, and you got your revenge, obviously, way back in Season 10. Is it still that big match? Is it still kind of a bogeyman for you? Is there still that rivalry, or have things changed?
It's there for sure. It's still always there. I think We definitely, I can confidently say that whenever we face each other, there might be additional prep. It's not because of a grudge or whatever. I think it's just a mutual respect that we have for each other as a team, and we are like primary training partners as well. So it's like probably both teams are comfortable against the other team's playstyle, and you need the additional prep in order to have an edge over the other team.
Not going to keep you any longer, Lunar Metal. All I'll say is we'll see you in a few hours.
Yep. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Bit of a cheeky one there. Look, obviously they need a little bit of a break before the next matchup. It's a big one, Dep. No real shame in that, keeping that one a bit short.
Yeah, no, I mean, credit to him. I would also probably want a drink after I just played a best of 3 match in competitive Rainbow Six, and especially with one more coming up and potentially another important one tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. Go freshen up, go do whatever you need to do. I'm sure everyone's got their own routine. For me, I'm all about keeping hydrated, having some food in my belly, and being ready to rock.
Wouldn't be surprised if we just see Dev run off in the next 5 seconds to go finish his dinner, because apparently you didn't get to finish cooking it before, so that was unfortunate. But yeah, the excitement levels heading in to this best of 3 are just crazy. It's almost like a Christmas in July moment. This is the matchup I think that so many people wanted, and we get to deliver it. So very excited.
I think we can all do with a little bit of a breather and a break heading into this one. When we do come back, though, it is one for the ages. Invictus Gaming versus Fnatic.
I think that shield is new, allowing them to play a more aggressive position into blue, because that's where Hysterics got the first kill last time onto Virtue. I'm not sure, was that shield there?
Yeah, I don't think so. Last time the shields Fnatic were using would try to hold on the church wall, because Airwolf are consistently opening up this church wall and it is completely pulling apart Fnatic's hold. Now, we'll see whether Fnatic can hold on to that church wall this time, deny that breaching utility. We'll see whether Airwolf can take control of blue as successfully as they did in the past. What's for sure is that Fnatic needs to do something.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit similar to how we were seeing Airwolf on border in the second half when they were on defense. They didn't really seem to have an answer to what Fnatic was doing, and now it seems like the tables have turned. Fnatic on the defense don't seem to have an answer, and I think they're just going back to the basics. They're not really trying the impact tricks and Kai tricks and like, all right, let's let them open it up. Let's focus on our basic stuff, and maybe that's what Dizzle talked to them about.
Actually, no, they've got the Maestro camera inside of Moto itself to try to get a sneaky shot onto that thermite charge. However, Airwolf does spot it out, and I believe they're going to take it out with a Thatcher grenade and then shoot it. Oh, no, it gets shot from the other side. Wait, was there a Jaeger device there as well?
I think so, because did I just see Hysterics send out X-Kairos?
I think Mentalist tried to shoot it with a lifeline charge, and that lifeline charge was destroyed by the ADS. Now, can we get the wall open? No, the wall gets tricked just perfectly by the K charge. It wasn't, in fact, the Maestro camera. Now, how many more Thatcher EMPs do we have left? I believe there's only one remaining. Or 0! That couldn't completely mean the round for Fnatic here.
That miss on the Maestro cam won them this defense of the church wall. Because that meant that one EMP was wasted on that Maestro cam.
That missing EMP could have huge ramifications here for Airwolf. They can't do the same strategy they've been doing time and time again. Church Wall will not be open. Do they have Kitchen Hatch? Yes, they do now. That's a difference between previous rounds. Virtue gets flashed out, but Hysterix has no way of destroying this shield. He can try to flash again, but really, Virtue should win this fight. Specker gets traded out by Hysterix. Virtue just holding on here inside of Oil Pit, but everything's working for Airwolf, and now all Hysterix has to do is hold on to Virtue as long as possible. 3 versus 3 and only 10 seconds remaining. The plant goes down, and Airwolf have a successful hold here on the Arsenal side. It's up to Fnatic to retake.
Now, I think he had the number, Hysterix, off Magnet, but he couldn't quite dial it. Virtue's not going to retake onto Mental. He's going to take him down. Oh, but it's going to be a trade from Hysterix. There we go. He's coming up huge. And Lusty, he's the only member left alive. He's going to finish off what was left of Mentalist. And this is a very, very poor position from Hysterix. He's going to pop some shots in onto the Kaid and is going to play some passive, but the defuse is being stuck. Does he have the time? Can Lusty hold on?
No way!
Oh
my God!
It is Hysterix. That was so close. My heart was in my mouth.
And we thought that that was going to make the difference. The fact that Fnatic prevented Airwolf from opening that Church Wall, we thought that was done and dusted. But no, Airwolf said, all right, you shift your focus onto Church Wall. We shift our focus onto Arsenal. They get that kitchen hatch open successfully finally, and then they execute onto Arsenal. Perfect adaptations mid-round by Airwolf, and then the goal to close it out as well.
You just said, for the viewers, let me just recap what Dev said. Perfect adaptation by Airwolf mid-round. This is something that Airwolf, throughout their entire history in Rainbow Six, have struggled with. If they're coming up with these kinds of mid-round adaptations, that's a death note for Fnatic.
Fnatic are such a good Clubhouse team, and you can't understate that. Fnatic are exceptional on Clubhouse, and we very rarely see them drop maps here on Club. This is where they want to go. It was the decider map against Dark Zero when they played them at Raleigh. Unfortunately, they didn't get to the decider. And we've seen so many times Fnatic Clubhouse, it's their home. Airwolf, though, despite losing that Monty, they are coming out so well here on the attacking side.
It's the Capital, man. I told you, you are, and you pointed it out. Good. You know, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I ban the Monty? Do I ban the Capital? What do I do? Can I ban both? Can we do that? Can we switch one of a defensive
Can we change the rules, please?
Yeah, exactly. Can we make 2 attacker bans, you know?
I think, yeah, there is such a good position so far for Airwolf. 4 up on the attack, no less. Of course, we saw something like this on Border where there was a significant advantage on the attack compared to the defense, but Border is such a different beast to Clubhouse.
Specker almost got 1 kill right there if he had held his nerve for at least 2 seconds more. That probably would have been Speakeasy going down, but, well, no harm, no foul. Oh, what on earth? Where? Virtue?
Was that? So that was, he ran out, and while Hysterix was rappelling up, he took him down as he got onto the roof. What a pick, and an essential one for Fnatic, as that is one of the key hard breaches off the board. Airwolf will struggle a lot more to open up that Church Wall this time around.
And I think that's the first time on this map that Virtue has won that engagement against Hysterix, and that's going to give him a lot of confidence because he knows Hysterix is a great player, and to take him down, maybe he can regain his mojo from Border, where he got just insane amount of kills. And now Magnet is on the stairs. Rizraz still has catwalk control, so Airwolf yet to take catwalk control. Now they're likely to push it straight away.
Last time Airwolf attacked this bomb site, they went in the end for a construction side push. However, it looks like now that they've lost the Hibana, they'd rather opt for this garage take and then plant next to that B bomb. Much more typical take we see very frequently in all regions. And there are a lot of ways that the defenders have learned to counter it. Speakeasy has to take out Rizraz. There's also several other players. Rizraz eliminated there by Speakeasy. Good teamwork to finish that one, but Virtue does get that refrag from down an oil pit, and he'll get out of there as well. 2 picks for him so far in the round, and that's really keeping Airwolf at bay. However, Ysera jumps back in and trades him out. Another pick for Mental on the bomb site. Just 2 left for Fnatic, and there's so much time for Airwolf to play with.
So I was just about to comment how Virtue is giving them so many problems and his unpredictability, but it seems that Fnatic they don't have as much unpredictability as they want because Airwolf are reading them almost perfectly right now. This is looking really good.
no.
They've got information on this
Oh,
bandit.
no.
Oh, Lusty, how do you make that happen? Ysera, how do you fail? And Mentalist, he's just gonna miss that, and still gonna get one. Luna Metal, oh, what can he do? He's the captain. He's fighting against Lusty. We have seen Lusty make crazy 1v2 clutches happen.
He gets flashed out. Surely this doesn't work out for him. He's the last one left for Fnatic, but Luna Metal and Mental, they can't find him. Completely smoked out, and now he just has to bide his time. 20 seconds, but Lusty gets taken out by Mentalist. 5 straight rounds for the Singaporeans.
Did you hear how loud Mentalist shouted? That scream. Yes, we got him. We got this.
I mean, even if Fnatic get this next round, even if we're heading into a 5-1 second half. On map, the final map of this series, it has been back and forth between these two teams. Fnatic looked so good on the second map border, but here we are on the final map, and it's getting so... I can't believe that Airwolf are absolutely running away with it. I had never expected to see such a dominant performance on the final map. Fnatic are so under pressure right now.
You know when I would call this kind of performance from Airwolf?
That too.
No, Old Club.
Old Clubhouse.
They would
Times have changed. They destroyed
Fnatic
Fnatic.
and shut every single team down. By the way, it just has been a long staple for them, the Clubhouse dominance. It used to be. And I think they beat Fnatic.
They did.
5-0 or 6-0.
It was 5-0 in
Yeah.
the Season 7 APAC Finals. And Fnatic won the other two maps. It's 5-0 so far. We're another 5-0 Airwolf over Fnatic here at APAC Finals. Good thing for Fnatic, there are 2 more rounds that Airwolf will have to get to close this out. And Fnatic certainly don't want to go down without a fight. Man, Specca has been having such a tough series so far. And Fnatic have been clawing just to get round by round, kill for kill. Even Fnatic, even Virtue, finding 2 picks early in the game doesn't make the difference. And now Fnatic on the final round of defense. They've tried Cash, they've tried Church. Nothing is working, even their adaptations, and they'll this time go to Bedroom. And Virtue just gets another freebie off of Spawn, as Virtue does. At least that's a good way to start it off, but a lot more work to be done for Fnatic to stay in the game here.
Mentalist acknowledging that was a very, very nice shot indeed. But, you know, everyone from Airwolf has been stepping up, and we talked about players blowing hot and cold and over-reliance on one player. Right now, as it did against Wildcard, I think Virtue is the only one who's keeping these rounds close.
Lusty as well, got to have him credit for
true.
last couple rounds. He did make it very close as well. Lusty and Virtue have been the best players on Fnatic this game. We need to see, as a team, them start to really step up because Airwolf aren't giving him a thing. Hysterix gets a drone into construction. This cash hold as well from Lusty, trying to hold on as long as possible. Destroyed some of the floor inside of CCTV to prevent a thermite charge on the floor, exposing his position as it destroys some of the wall as well. Something we see in ANZ a lot, but Fnatic not going to enable Airwolf to make that happen.
Now, Luna Metal on the basement take, I think, the one that Hysterix got their last 1v1, he was the one to fall. The Capital was pretty much taken out of play in that push, and yet Fnatic couldn't win it out. So now that Mentalist has been taken off the board, let's see whether Airwolf can still make the magic happen, because Mentalist has been making so many of these plays. He's getting so many good and important impact frags.
That said, Mental's also a very good communicator, and he can sit there on cams and make the difference. Rizraz gets that 1 kill peeking out onto the jacuzzi balcony. A good job. His teammate, Speakeasy, was just around the corner. Hysterix, you can't lose this gunfight. Don't be careful, man. He gets it in the end, and now it's even 3-3. But a lot of health damage onto 2 players from Airwolf, and now 1 more shutdown. Virtue's still alive, taken low, but not out yet. Fnatic still have 3 players. Could be this, their first round on the defense. Speakeasy exposes his position. He can find 1. Can he get the second? No way. And there it's all up to Hysterix. Just a sliver of HP. Can he find this first kill at least? There you go, he sees the tail end of Valkyrie, but doesn't close it out. Fnatic, your Aussie team are finally back in the game. 5-1 on the half.
So that was close, really. It was very, very close, because Speakeasy, he this is the thing, you know, even pros have this problem. When you get faced with so many targets, your target selection, it kind of goes haywire. You're like, because he was acting on the information of that player near the construction doorway, and he was like, I'm going to kill this guy. And then suddenly he sees this Valkyrie, who was holding the angle, actually. Very lucky that he didn't die immediately. So he went and tried to get the kill, and he's like, oh no, there's a Valkyrie. Then he came back, and, well, he just couldn't land the shots. This flicks, he does them, but it's very hard to do.
Yeah. So Fnatic, they change up that bomb site. They tried Church 3 times and they lost it. They tried Cash twice. Every single time they lost these bomb sites. In fact, they alternated almost every time, changing bomb sites every round. And finally, they decided to go Bedroom, and it worked. Bedroom we see a lot of in the ANZ Pro League in particular. Fnatic was the only bomb site they could pull off. Now Airwolf onto their defense, and things are going to be looking grim for this half for Fnatic. We'll have to see at least 5 rounds of attack for Fnatic to stay in this series.
The 2 things. 1, I'm never, ever, ever going to counter Fnatic's. 5-1 is a defensive half right now for Airwolf. I'm still not counting them out because, look, it's Fnatic, all right? And number 2, Airwolf, these guys are bringing a clash. Ysera, he's so practiced on the clash in the Southeast Asian region. And, you know, I was just now on stage, you know, when they were getting the stage set up and everything. They had a clash up on Ysera's screen, and they didn't know.
Oh, really?
It was just a very lucky pick from the, you know, the people setting up. And I talked to him, Ysera, are we going to see clash? And he just gives me a cheeky smile.
Airwolf and Shields, name a more frustrating duo to come up against. Fnatic can ban the Monty, but they're not banning the Clash as well. So, I mean, Fnatic surely will have done their research. They will be fully aware that Airwolf do play a lot of this Clash. It's a staple for Ysera, whether that's with the SPS SMG9, SP SMG9 rather, add an extra S there, or whether it's with the Shield itself. He's a very good player on this operator, and he can use his impact grenades as well to full effect to counter this placement of this hard breach.
Yeah, that's not something you want a Clash to be doing, getting that aggressive with a shield on her back. She is a 3 armor, and, you know...
She's a bit more protected than most operators, because
yeah,
she can't really be shot in the back. Yeah,
but
exactly,
yet
right?
He's taking a vertical fight with that, with the SMG pistol.
SMG's it's a very good SMG, actually.
Yeah.
Really, really high damage and high rate of fire, a bit like the SMG-11, but with more bullets.
And a sight that comes with it.
That's right. Just trying to impact trick this Kitchen Hatch, and Fnatic haven't dedicated to try to do Kitchen just yet. Lusty with 2 X-Kairos left. It's likely his next step, unreinforced. Stock Hatch, a bit of a surprise, but Fnatic have made good progress here.
So Fnatic seem to be liking this look over for blue push. You can see Virtue is settling in there, and they might be discussing right away.
There are no defenders in blue, in fact.
Exactly. They don't care. They're not interested in defending blue because it seems like they're confident enough to let blue control go to Fnatic and then either collapse on them maybe or use the Clash.
In fact, they fully reinforce the wall between blue and Church, which is very uncommon in competitive play. Most of the time you see people try to hard hold blue, not fully reinforcing it like that, and there was no wall denial on it either for Airwolf. So we'll see if Fnatic decides to open up that wall. It looks like at the moment Magnet is poised to open this Church wall from the main stairs. He's worried about this denial though. It could be impact grenades, it could be Cade charges. He's going to try and place it as low as possible. Is anyone ready? The Cade is nowhere nearby. There's a fear charge, prevents him, and he's getting shot from Arsenal! What a good pick, and now there's no more Thermite. Speakeasy makes it happen. Ysera under the pump right now from blue, but he stays alive. Can he impact trick this one too? He does! Fnatic looking so good, but Virtue makes a good entry there and finds 1 kill. Airwolf have the strategic advantage, but Fnatic have the numbers. 20 seconds left.
Now 20 seconds, this is going to go all haywire right now. Mentalist is going to front. Oh, there he goes. He's going to dull it, but Virtue, he's down. Lusty, he's going to get 1 more. Hysterics, what can he do? The smoke grenades are not coming out. 1 gets picked back up, that is Spectre. And now Mentalist, he has to deny this. There's no rotation.
Oh my god.
Hysterics, he gets it from the outside. Rizraz and the wall's not open. What can he do? Nothing, because it's going to be Fnatic to hold on.
And we were so close to counting this one out for Fnatic, but never count it out until they're down and the match is over. Because they are back in this. They win their first attack, and it looked like such a good showing from Airwolf as well. That hard breach denial was on point, killing that Thermite, impact tricking that Kitchen Hatch, but they left no watchful eye on blue, and that enabled a lot of picks from that position.
The reason they lost that round was because Ysera was tasked with 2 things. He had to hold blue as a cache. You could see that. And you could see he was tasked to deny the kitchen hatch being opened up. Now, he was caught between two minds because Virtue was already inside blue. He was putting on so much pressure onto the defenders, and they were still getting pressured from kitchen, and Ysera was like, well, I need to impact trick this. He's getting calls like, hey, come on, impact trick this. But, you know, he took some damage initially and still went for the impact trick.
Yeah, and if you're Fnatic that round, you're thinking, okay, we really want to get this church wall open. We're doing so much to get this church wall open. Oh no, we lose our thermite. What do? We can no longer end a church. Well, blue was completely reinforced, so they knew they didn't have to worry about those angles. So that means entering into church from the Moto doorway, you only have to worry about people playing inside church itself. Near the table, or oh, that's a really common position. Near the bomb is a really common position, or at the little cubby area next to the thermitable wall. So it was much easier for them to make that entry. They filed in multiple players and they forced the plant down. Whereas for Aerowolf, they had no control of blue. They got picked and pushed from that direction. And they also didn't have any presence inside of Cash to hold on and deny that push from Fnatic. They did get a bit preoccupied, a bit stretched thin, as you said. And I think that was one of the things that really was to their detriment.
So this is more standard from Aerowolf, and I'm sure Mentalist would have been on that round screaming about the blue wall being unreinforced. But this time around, they're fully reinforcing it and creating that rotation hole into church, and that's very important. That's more standard. And we've seen them time and time again do the same thing, and Ysera is playing Clash, well, more like a Clash.
Yeah, he is. Clash typically used to contest choke points, slow down the enemy, rather than, I mean, he was playing the Clash a little bit like he might play any other operator with impact grenades trying to impact a hatch. And at that point, he didn't actually get to utilize Clash for what she's good at.
Correct, and maybe it's just a better idea to let Hysterics bring those impact grenades together with Speakeasy.
You can't bring impacts on smoke anymore.
Oh, right,
though.
that's right.
That's super. I know it's heartbreaking, isn't it? He has a deployable shield now instead of impact grenades.
That was a good change, to be honest.
Yeah, he was very good with impact grenades. So you have to look at operators like the Cade and the Maestro to bring the impact grenades now.
Yeah, so likely Speakeasy is going to be chief in denying that. He has Kite, Electric Claws, he has his gun as he denied Magnet in the previous round.
Surely Fnatic won't fall for that again, though.
I mean, who knows? That's precisely the reason why you leave that wall unreinforced. A lot of people, you know, they dog on teams, on pro teams, for leaving that wall open because it allows easy access into the, you know, the Arsenal bomb site. But this is when it works. This is why they do it.
Oh, wow, that's a huge amount of damage done onto the Clash, and their Cade is also taken out. Great job from Luster to make that happen. Concussions from the Zafir don't successfully kill Ysera. He's still up and kicking, but he is pretty low on HP. A frag grenade could mean his death, and I believe one goes out. There you have it. Virtue say goodnight to Ysera. Aerowolf are falling apart right now. Fnatic having a very good attack so far, but Mental gets super aggressive, takes down one. That's Magnet the hard breach. He gets refragged, and it's all Fnatic from there on out. Two straight attacks in the half.
Fnatic are going to make this happen, and mark my words, this will happen because they're looking so good right now, and they're feeling it. They're feeling it, and this is very, very key for Fnatic. This is how they win rounds. Once they get that mental switch on, you know, the tag pause didn't do it. But these 2 rounds, you know, these 3 rounds in a row are going to give them so much confidence. It's going to help them a lot, like, unquestionably.
Yeah, Fnatic have gotten back in the game. 3 rounds in a row, as you said. 1 for their defense, 2 for the attack now. And it's really, we're looking at Aerowolf now. We're saying, okay, you've tried Church twice, didn't work. You tried to hold it the same way twice, didn't work. We still haven't seen any hard roams. Both of these teams love that kind of playstyle, and neither of them have been embracing it on the defense here at all. Maybe it's because we've got Jackal and Dokkaebi left in, but honestly, that's so common in Pro League. I don't think that would be the thing to prevent the roam. Here for Aerowolf, they move over to the Cash bomb site. They do bring the Vigil, so that does highlight potentially some more aggression from Lunametal, but it can be a bit difficult to read. We'll have to see how it pans out.
So the funny thing is, when Fnatic were defending, their basement, statistically, against Australian teams and New Zealand teams was stronger. And right now, their attacks onto basement was weaker. But we're just seeing a complete flip from Fnatic over here. So they are somehow better against Airwolf's basement than they are against ANZ team's basement.
And you have a really big game. You spend a lot of time counter-stratting, watching the VODs. You get a really good understanding of how teams hold different areas and how teams take different areas. And that means that everything can be turned on its head at LAN. And that's why LAN is so, so great. We can talk about the map stats from during the season, but everything changes here when we get to a LAN event. Now it's Airwolf trying to hold on to Cash as long as possible. They will also attempt the Bandit trick. Fnatic not bringing in the Capitao that Airwolf used to counter this. However, they do have Specker with the Zephyr, so they could try to counter it using the Zephyr trick with the concussions, or from below as well.
I think the wall did get opened up, at least a section of it.
No, I think that was actually the construction wall being opened up. But now it's Magnet trying to open up this main wall, detonate this thermite charge. It's going to get tricked. No, it doesn't. That Zephyr charge perfectly counters it. Hysterics, fortunately, does get out in time, however.
Yeah, the funny thing is there's no one on the stairs on the north side. That's a surprise for me. Oh, there we go. Speakeasy is now there. Initially, they weren't playing anyone there. They had barbed wire. But that could have been a point of weakness. It isn't anymore. Luna Metal, Hysterics, and Speakeasy, all three looking to go downstairs. If Fnatic read into this, if they smash the site from construction side, this could just be another round, a fourth round in a row for them.
Hysterics is now rotated to Bandit trick this construction wall, a much easier one to Bandit trick. However, there are still a lot of ways Fnatic can get around that, and they might not even need to have this information onto that east side. It looks like they are formulating for a construction side push, just leaving Specker out on the east balcony to cover any rotations within B. Hysterics looks to contest that a little bit, but should be careful as he only has a holo going up against what's likely an ACOG on the enemy side. Hysterics ready to Bandit trick this, and we can see Speakeasy as well, watching for that aggression from construction. It's up to Fnatic to make the next move.
Now, Hysterics, he's sometimes careless with his plays, but he's not going to be careless this time around. He's just going to get forced off, but he's still going to get the Bandit trick off because the X-Star responds so slow. But Fnatic, they know exactly what's going to happen. Virtue sends out a frag grenade, and he's been on point with them this match so far. Hysterics goes down 5v4 as we tick down to the final few seconds.
Oh no!
Oh, Speakeasy, he's going to get one.
How does he get flicked on? Virtue finds Luna trying to flank, and everything's going for Fnatic. Rizraz says, hi, I'm here, and I'm making a big move. 4 versus 1 now. Ysera has to hold on. They know his position. They can lock him out here. 33 seconds to go. Fnatic have everything going for them. All on Ysera.
Now, he got stuck on the motorbike. Really just bad omen for him, and you can hear how loud Fnatic's comms are. They know exactly where he is. He's going to push up, and he's going to get taken down. Fnatic make it 4 in a row, so that is 1 on attack and 3 on defense. Well, Airwolf's defense.
We saw Airwolf 5 rounds in a row on their attack, and now we've seen 4 rounds in a row from Fnatic as well. It looks like this match is going to be a lot closer than we thought. We've been 1 round away from match point for such a long time, but Airwolf, they haven't managed to close it, take it to that next step. How long will it take for Airwolf to make the necessary adaptations, to change what they need to? They still haven't, they're not going to bedroom yet. That was what in the end worked for Fnatic. They changed bomb site between Church and Cash so many times, finally went bedroom and it worked. Airwolf tried Church twice, now this is their second time trying Cash, and honestly, Infian, I don't feel like it's working for them.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be working out, and I'm surprised no tap pause has come out from their side, because this is what Fnatic did 3 rounds. You know, they lost tap pause. This is what happened on Border. They started losing rounds. Airwolf, tap pause. Try to bring something back. I think they've maybe just been discussing it on their own.
Yeah, I mean, even just try to counter the momentum from Fnatic. When you mentioned discussing on their own, that's really what Airwolf do in tech pauses anyway, because as we said, they don't have a coach. They have Jordan standing behind them, the sub, but that's quite different. Usually in tech pause, it's Ysera and Luna Metal who do the most talking, Mentalist as well. Taking that tack pause would just mean that Fnatic have to delay a little bit more time. Fnatic can't run with the momentum as much, give Airwolf some room to breathe, maybe talk about changing bomb sites. And I think that would have been the smart choice. Didn't work out for Fnatic though. It doesn't happen for Airwolf though. Fnatic keep going on these attacks.
Nevertheless, you can't count out Jordan. Surely he must have a good tactical mindset as well. That's what prompted Airwolf to bring him on in the first place. And, you know, getting that top-down view of everyone on his side, that's going to help somewhat.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing I don't get is why is Airwolf trying to force out this Bandit trick when Fnatic are just going to try to...
It doesn't work in ranked.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
like
Fnatic...
How do you expect it to work in
Fnatic are just going to get rid of those ADSs, and then Specker will counter that bandit trick. There you go, and that's the story. The only really way to counter that is to ADS juggle, which is where you use your Jaeger ADSs and you put them down as soon as they waste the other one. But no, that's not happening, and Fnatic get the wall open for free. Airwolf now have Hysterics on Bandit with utility he's going to have to rotate and use on construction side.
If Airwolf fail to make that 5-0 advantage count, well, that's a quick trade. Speakeasy and Lusty taking each other out. But yeah, if they fail to make the final count, that's going to be... That's it. That's no better chance.
Specker has taken a lot of damage here on the east balcony from Ysera, holding inside of Garage. Fnatic haven't been contesting Garage. It was Ysera last man standing previously. He does have an Evil Eye in his pocket he wants to deploy, but he's worried about Virtue peeking on up. Does see that drone, takes it out as well. Virtue, is he really going to take this fight? He's going to actually get the nade out. Surely the Maestro won't make this happen. A beautiful shot for Virtue. And now that's Garage control for Fnatic as well. Everything's looking so good. This is a textbook take, and Airwolf are falling apart.
Virtue is as Virtue does. That is insanely good from him, and he's really woken up so far. Not quite having the best time on defense, but on attack. On the buck, he's just taking everyone out. And Lunar Metal on this wide roam, there's lots of goo mines, but it doesn't seem that Fnatic are at all interested in pushing over here through the gym and bedroom side.
Magnet gets right into the side, takes down Mentalist, and he's good for more. He wants to push right on in there. Only Lunar Metal last man standing, but the wall's not open and the plant's not in the default spot. Now he's locked out, and Fnatic have no intention of letting him back in here in this post plant. Lunar Metal's just going to desperately attempt to see what he can do. Can't even find the first one. Fnatic, 5 straight rounds.
Lunar Metal, unfortunately, not able to galvanize his team like seemingly Magnet has right away. And look at that, Magnet is feeling so self-assured right now. You can see it on his face. You can see it on all of Fnatic's faces. They are so confident right now, and they know that they can make this 7 rounds in a row.
That's what they need, 7 rounds in a row to close out this map. We may well head to overtime if Airwolf at least get 1 round here in this half, and now they'll take a tactical pause to discuss with their team. You can see it's mostly Mentalist on the right, Ysera next one along, and Lunar Metal second from the left, doing this discussion, figuring out what is it that they need to do. Is it worth changing bomb site? This is when you have enough time to actually talk that through, because one person might say, guys, let's just go bedroom. It worked for Fnatic. We have a good bedroom defense, and then someone else will say, actually, no, I think this, I think that. You have enough time to have that little discussion, work out any issues, get on the same page. Because at the moment, from Airwolf, what I'm not seeing is enough counters to Fnatic's takes. It worked on the basement. They had really good counters. Fnatic won anyway. Here on Cash, it has been really quite abysmal. They hadn't had any kind of reply to that Zephyr trick, and yet they're still trying to bandit trick.
Well, Mentalist, he's feeling a bit stressed right now. He doesn't quite seem to know what is going on. And there we go, gym bedroom finally coming out. So what Fnatic made work for them after many, many rounds. Well, it was a lot more rounds.
They lost 5, and then they went on bedroom. Here,
Airwolf lost 4 defense.
Exactly,
yeah.
lost 4 defenses. So it's like they're 1 round ahead, I guess. But that said, I think
they
it's
haven't won anything else, so it might just be 6-6.
It could very well be 6-6. And I feel like Fnatic are very much... You've got to be expecting at this point that they're going to change up bomb site, especially after the tactical pause. It kind of signals that kind of thing that you might be doing. Airwolf on their defenses. That's not where I expected them to struggle here on Clubhouse.
And Lunar Metal this time, he's going on the Clash, despite the fact that Ysera's been a lot more practiced in the regular season, in the rally qualifiers. Everything, really. Recently, the Clash has been Ysera's domain. Now, of course, Lunar Metal is fantastic on shields. He's a good blitz. He's a fantastic Monty. But we haven't seen too much of his Clash to really pass a judgment on it. We're going to see it now.
Yeah, we will. That's for sure. We'll have to wait and see how effective it can be. Now, the thing for Airwolf is that they don't have very much wall denial onto that main west jacuzzi wall. They have the Cade. They do have the Bandit. You can't impact trick that wall anymore. You can try to Cade trick it, but that of course only works against Hibana pellets. You can try to Bandit trick it, but of course that only works if there's no one on the bedroom, on the rather gym window trying to contest you. So I'm actually really worried right now for Airwolf. I don't think that this is going to work out. They're not going to be able to hold on to that west wall for very long, and they've completely opened up the bathroom wall as well.
Well, to be fair, this is where the beachhead is established in pretty much every single clubhouse defense of gym and bedroom. You want to hold on to Cash really badly, and there's one person suited on the defensive lineup to do it. That is the Kayid. You have the impact grenades, you have the shotgun, you have the electric claw tricks, and we saw some fantastic stuff happen in every region.
It looks like Mentalist is trying to get information onto that west side. The jacuzzi wall was what I highlighted to be the thing I'm most concerned about. Spec is watching for aggressive peaks from elsewhere, mainly from the dirt tunnel where people like to run out. If Airwolf can kill Magnet, this could be the round. But right now, we need to see Fnatic counter this bandit trick.
If Airwolf can kill Virtue, that's the round, really. They killed Magnet in the first one, didn't work out. And Hysterics, he can't get this bandit trick off, of course, because Specker, he's just too much in sync with the rest of his team. So is Magnet. Now, the clash is going to be pushing up really hard, and the concussions are going to be key. Oh,
no way!
He gets one, he just runs out and takes down Magnet. Well, they did take down Magnet, but it was a bit late.
So I was wondering, what's the strategy for Airwolf? Why would they open up all of the bathroom wall? This was the idea. Use the clash, get aggressive. It doesn't matter if they open up this main wall. The clash will help enable more picks. Now, as you said, Hysterics takes out Magnet. Not much utility lost there, and he's probably lost most of his drones as well. And Fnatic still have other players up. Specker may well still have one concussion remaining, which he could use on the clash to deal some damage and knock that shield back so that his teammates can shoot him. We'll have to see, though. Lunar Metal is in a really good spot, and it'll make it much more difficult for Fnatic to get aggressive onto this position.
He has no more concussions left. In fact, it's just the impact grenades, because that's why I was wondering what he was waiting for. He could have sent out the concussion and done a lot of damage, but, you know, not to be.
Specker now playing on these south windows. Sarah holding on, 30 seconds left, and still the smoke grenade up as well. The clash shield is disabled by that EMP, and Fnatic look to push on the back of that. Lunar Metal just holding fast to gain information for the team, and they start to push in. Mentalist finds one pick, but there's a good trade there too for Fnatic. Airwolf only have 2 players left remaining, but they forgot the diffuser! Now they have to go all the way outside to get it again. 3 players from Fnatic. Lunar Metal can see all of them, and where is Mentalist? Can he deny the diffuser? 3 seconds on the clock, 2 seconds, there's no time. Goes for the 180, Lunar Metal gets it. Can they deny the plant? It's a 2 versus 1. And it's all up to Rizraz to hold this post plant, but no way this is going to work. Can he get it? And there you go! The trade it out, and Airwolf break the spell, and they make it onto match points here on Clubhouse.
I am in disbelief. I thought Mentalist should have been going for the flank. I was ready to say it. Like, what was Mentalist doing, pushing with the clash? But that's exactly how Aero plays their Monty. And that's exactly how they're playing that clash with Lunar Metal.
And dude, how good is Lunar Metal at that 180? That 180 spin clash trick. As you put the shield on your back, it goes to your side, then it goes on your back. You move with the shield, so the shield is always facing the opponent. You whip out that SMG, and Lunar Metal got 2 kills like that. That is nuts. And by the end of it, as you said, they treated it like a Monty, and a beautiful clutch from Airwolf. Match points, series points.
What I don't understand was, why was Rizraz running away? This is a clash. You go up to her, you melee his shield, and you take her down. Yes, I know he was scared of the Valkyrie pushing up from behind, but the more you give ground to the clash, they're gonna take it, and that's worse, because that is an almost certain loss.
Spur of the moment, as soon as Fnatic lost that numbers advantage, it was all over Red Rover.
The diffuser outside too, how do you do that?
Now keep this in mind, Airwolf have not won any other bomb site defense as of yet. They have to win here on cash, or we're going to overtime. We haven't seen an overtime yet, despite this being an incredibly close series. They've all been 7-5.
So now let's see what happens over on this last defense. Airwolf have never beaten Fnatic, ever as well. So this will be a day of firsts, really. Starting with this bomb site.
It might not be, we'll see.
Well, we'll see.
Fnatic may well come back here.
I'm expecting them to. As I said, when it was 5-0, you can never, ever, ever count Fnatic out.
It was 2 years ago that Fnatic went to their first APAC LAN event, and they lost in the semi-finals. And that was the last time they lost the series here at an APAC LAN event that wasn't for seeding. And here we have it, Airwolf, time and time again, APAC events. We think this is their opportunity. Well, Airwolf, it's been 2 years. And this is finally where you need to make the difference.
Hysteric is still pushing for the bandit trick, and well, it's not going to work out again. So what adjustment can Arrow make? Because so far, I'm not seeing any adjustment from them on this bomb site. Lunametal still roaming over in gym and bedroom. Leslie's going to find him. Drone gets taken out. Standard stuff. Not much change. Hysterics is on the stairs this time around. Okay, fair enough. And Speakeasy has been given a lot more free reign, and Misera trying to avoid the factory grenades taking out his Evil Eye, but it's just going to be the Zofia charge.
What is the plan for Aerowolf here? This should absolutely be a Fnatic-favored bomb site. They've won it so many times before in this match on the attack. They seem indomitable, but Aerowolf, they've made their stance there on bedroom, and they want to continue that here. Match point, series points to head to the semi-finals to face the winner of Norengo or C9. But it's so close, I'm sure they can taste it. Fnatic, the pressure is on.
Definitely it is, and this is perhaps the most pressure Fnatic have ever been in, even more than perhaps some of the international tournaments they've played in, because this is their home turf. This is where they're always expected to win. This expectation might just be crumbling all around them as Hysterics, he's still on the roam base, the first floor. He's looking to go to the basement. C4 goes out. He's going to take down any Claymore there. Oh, how does he survive that?
Just barely gets away. Specker not able to close out that kill. He sees the buddy. Oh my god! I was gonna make a bloodbath call there, but not right now. Not right now. Fnatic get pretty darn close to finding that frag, but there's a lot more needs to be done. It looks like Magnet wants to make an entry. Rizraz is inside as well. They both find kills. 3 left for Aerowolf, but they're dropping like flies. Hysteric can find one. He finds the second. Specker, see you later, mate. 2 versus 3 for Aerowolf, and Fnatic just trying to hold on. They need to make this happen. They have garage control, but Aerowolf have all of the information. 20 seconds left, and the plant has to go down.
They have bomb site control. They have all the control that we possibly want. Hysterics going to take down one. Lusty trays him out, but the plant is successful. Yes, sir. He's going to peek the wrong way. He now gets the information. They know that there's one on catwalk. And oh, yes, sir. He's going to get it. And what can he do against this last member? He's lying prone right now. It's a 1v1. Virtue versus Yasera. The top fragger from Fnatic versus one of the best from Southeast Asia. He's going to go out leaping into the catwalk in search for this kill. And Yasera, he's likely going to see the gun, the pre-fight.
Oh my god!
And that is Aerowolf winning things out. They send out the call loud and clear. You may beat us 4 times, but you're not going to make it 5.
What a moment for APAC Rainbow Six Siege.
This is insane.
Errol, for the first time, the gatekeepers have become the gate crashers. They've taken down the best that APAC has to offer, and they've done it here in the quarterfinals.
Mentalist is crying.
Yeah, you can certainly see how much it means to these guys. That is that's a phenomenal result for Aerowolf and for Fnatic as well. To see them out in the quarterfinals, that is almost unprecedented. In fact, it is unprecedented here in APAC.
We have never seen Fnatic go out first round in an APAC event, full stop.
I can't
until
believe
now.
it. And this is the time when I'm gonna let some of my bias show. Just
go ahead, man. I think this is the time. If there was ever a time, it is now.
My Singaporean brothers, well done. I can't believe it that have done it. I predicted that Fnatic were gonna take it, and it certainly looked 5-0 to 5-5. Looked like Fnatic had it, but why does this remind me so much of Concert? It was Aerowolf trying to make the comeback and then being denied then. This time, it is Fnatic who tried the comeback and denied.
A young Dev Marta and a great historical match between those two teams. And now we bring it back to the forefront, which is, of course, the APAC playoffs. Invictus versus Fnatic to do battle once again. Gentlemen, Raven, Manic, thank you for joining me here on the desk. You're both looking absolutely lovely, can I just say. But I'll go to you first, Raven, and maybe we'll touch on a little bit as to how we got here. Obviously, QC, a very interesting match, and their loss to Fnatic, and for Fav, couldn't quite keep up with Invictus.
Definitely my heart breaks a little bit for QC hearing the fashion that they lost in, going 5-1 on both maps and then just getting absolutely swept in both second halves is just a very tilting way to lose. But look, great fortitude from Fnatic to drive forward, and Invictus, well, they just definitely proved far too strong for Fav. They really didn't have any answers, and it has brought us a beautiful storyline yet again for APAC playoffs.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I was only kind of keeping half an eye on that Fnatic match, I can't really speak to it too much, but obviously Fnatic shining through once more. Fav, like Raven said, I mean, I just think that Invictus were a step above. I think that they were on a different level, a different pedigree, if you will. And now coming into this one, I mean, I really don't know what to expect, honestly. IG might be peaking in form.
I don't know what to expect from you anymore, Rob. That's what I'll say. Let's move forward, though. Of course, and look at the teams. Invictus versus Fnatic. We've been here before. We know the teams. We'll go to IG first, Raven. This is a team that, as we've already touched on throughout the playoffs, was in a position where they could have finished dead last in APAC South. They won their game against Elevate. They then made it to the top 4. They've made it to the playoffs. They've already beaten Fnatic in the upper bracket. They haven't had to go the very long way. They ended up losing, of course, to Elevate, but that was 7-5. That's not too bad. They brushed aside Fav. So far, things are going pretty well for them.
Yeah, the playoffs campaign has actually been pretty decent, and you're right, you know, we were looking at a situation where Invictus could have been dead last coming out of Stage 2. If Elevate had taken those 3 points in the final play day, they wouldn't be here, and they would have been starting to think about things like relegation. So pretty exciting to see them actually making a decent run at the playoffs and continuing fine form from the entire stage is, of course, Speakeasy. Hard not to talk about him. He has just so consistently shown up. It's actually insane.
I would have to say that he's probably one of the scariest players in APAC. In all of APAC, Speakeasy has consistently just been an absolute devil. He is a madman. Now, you know, you want to talk about this team as a whole. Honestly, like I really can't fault any single player here throughout the playoffs. They have been phenomenal. You know, you look to maybe honestly, I think Joe has been the quietest out of the entire roster, and that's saying something because even he has had moments of absolute brilliance. I am really kind of concerned coming into this for Fnatic because, again, like I kind of alluded to before, IG are really starting to get back on their feet. They're really starting to peak in their form. And this may just be the first stepping stone in that dominance that we saw back in 2020.
We'll go and have a look at the lineup, of course, for Fnatic. And you believe it, it's the first time we're actually going to have them on the main stream. They've been, unfortunately, off the main channel for whatever reasons. They, of course, played Invictus in that upper bracket round 1. That was a 7-3 loss. They dropped down into the first round of the lower bracket. They had to defeat Mercenaries, and they did that, honestly, pretty comfortably, 7-2, 7-3. And obviously off stream, they then defeated Q Confirm 7-5, 7-5. We've already spoken about that. But Raven, of course, this is a team that Invictus cannot take lightly.
Oh, absolutely. And certainly considering the past between the two rosters, as we were just learning a lot more about, there's a deep history there. But Fnatic had traditionally had the upper hand for until that match that we just watched, or that series, which of course qualified Aerowolf to Tokoname. But yeah, you definitely don't want to count out Fnatic. They've had a really good stage in APAC North. It's certainly been one of their better stages since that transition. And I think it's actually quite scary. I'm even looking at some of these stats here. Mag had the most plants for the entire APAC North League. Really says a lot about the way that their attacks come together to still open so many plant opportunities.
And for someone who, you know, had been planning so much, he had a phenomenal stage going plus 16 in the KD department as well. So like that in itself, sorry, plus 11, I should say, that in itself is pretty crazy. But one thing I want to highlight as well, Mentalist coming back from a sub position to perform to the standard, to the level that he has in stage 2, as Alfama unfortunately couldn't really be joining the roster due to visa issues, is absolutely insane. I mean, you know, we're seeing a Fnatic that aren't even at full strength kind of take their own strides in stage 2 when we've had questions about the roster for so long. And sure, granted, you could probably talk about the fact that they're still stuck in Australia, but so are these other teams that we have from Australia, you know, Knights, Order, Chiefs, and I think stage 2 has shone for Fnatic. So this is honestly one of the matches where we look back to, again, the historical match we just saw before against the old Aerowolf, now IG, and it's kind of like it really is going to go either way. Both of these teams are coming into good form.
Yeah, fantastic analysis. Thank you very much. Tier
no
1
worries.
from you, Manic. I'll tell you
Tier
what,
3.
you improve, and you're really just shining on through here. Let's go to the map vetoes, though, of course. Best of 3. Means we are going to be seeing 2 maps picked out, along with the bands. Consulate, Clubhouse will be our 2, and then Villa, the deciding matchup. Raven, I'll go to you first on this one to give Manic some time to think about what he's going to say. But Raven, how do you think this has played out?
Look, looking at this, I feel like this has played pretty well for Fnatic. I mean, Consulate is definitely a good map for Invictus Gaming. We saw that earlier, even though that was Fav's map pick. But it's also a pretty decent map for Fnatic, as is Clubhouse and historically has been. Recent history, maybe a little bit sketchier for Fnatic and Clubhouse, but either way, I could actually see them sneaking this 2-0. I still personally think that Invictus Gaming will probably come out on top in a decider, probably a 2-1. But I do see a world that I think is maybe less likely to happen, but Fnatic could really surprise them here. And I think if anything, this veto just makes this matchup very exciting.
Can I have some more time to think about my point? I'm just messing with you.
Seconds.
I'm just messing with you. Look, I'm so curious as to the fact that we are seeing Consulate. Obviously, like you've said, IG, sure, they're looking good on it, but it's also statistically Fnatic's best map. That is absolutely wild that we're headed there. And then I'm not gonna lie, Fnatic picking Clubhouse. I mean, I'm looking at the stats from Dev's spreadsheet here, so if I'm wrong, Dev, this is on you, and it's definitely not on me. They haven't won a single game. It's 0-4 on club. I mean, I'm not like missing anything there. So this means that Fnatic have had this in the back pocket. It looks like they've banned it out a bunch of times. They have had this waiting in the rafters for so long. That is going to be, as Xenox would say, tantalizing, as I would say for the people up in the peanut gallery. But I will also add, Villa being the final map, that is like neutral territory for both of these teams. All three of these maps are spicy as all hell.
Well, prediction time quickly before we throw it over to the other two guys. Raven, how are you thinking this one's going to play out?
Look, my heart is still feeling like this is Invictus 2-1. I actually really think, just given their recent peak, they can do it, but there's a lot of my head saying that Fnatic could easily come out on top of this too. I'm going to stick with Invictus, but I wouldn't be surprised if it sways.
Look, I love my Australian folk, but I do love my APAC South boys a bit more. So I'm going for Invictus here. I'm going for a clean 2-0, 7-0, 7-0. Don't worry about it.
Oh, jeez.
I think that's a little bit ambitious, but I'm probably going to go for Invictus 2-1 overall. That's going to be us done, though. Let's get into this best of three. The winner moves on to the lower bracket final, and we'll throw it over to your two wonderful casters. It is the wonderful Dev and the not-so-wonderful Guz.
Thanks, Xenox. Fantastic hosting from you. And yeah, I'm really keen to get into this game. It is a historic match. These two teams have been facing off at APAC playoffs and APAC Pro League finals for years, guys. And it's been a long time since they actually faced each other. Of course, the stakes could not be higher right now for a spot at Mexico.
What a rivalry these two have. It has been so long since we've had them fight it out at an APAC playoffs. And wow, I just cannot wait to kick this one off. Consulate, of course, is the map. It's Invictus's pick. Invictus themselves, fantastic form heading into this map, and no doubt they'll be wanting to claim it.
That's it. Fnatic have not been slumps. They've certainly been on the up and up as of late, making their presence known within APAC North and the wider APAC playoffs as well. Fnatic, the only team in Stage 2 that made it to playoffs that also made it to playoffs in Stage 1. Invictus rocketing through, scraping into these playoffs on their final play day. And of course, we are playing here in the second last game of the lower bracket. Whoever wins here will have a chance to go to Mexico. They'll just have to defeat the loser of Elevate and Damwon. But let's chew on these bans for a minute. It's already looking pretty spicy.
Yeah, Twitch Nomad taken off the board. On the attack, that means that all hard breaches, Thatcher and Flores also have made it through. Nomad, not too unexpected here on Consulate, but Twitch obviously a little bit of an unusual one. That said, of course, her drones are very potent. They can take down default cameras to cover pushes, clear utility, etc. On the other side with the defense, Valk expected once again here on Consulate. Those black eye cameras very, very potent. And with the Wamai taken off the board as well, that will mean that the defense will have to lean heavily into the Jaeger and maybe also the Aruni as well.
Invictus just insta-ban that Wamai. They really don't like playing with her in this, him in the server. And for Fnatic, their bans are interesting again. Like Nomad and Valkyrie, both very common bans. But what that kind of results us in is a situation where you can run out without worrying about those air jabs, jump out of windows, etc., as people love to do on Consulate, but you don't have those Valk cams to give you info to enable that. And we're probably going to see attacks really rely on hard watching these angles, perhaps claymores, maybe even a bit of gridlock. I've noticed Invictus have played it a bunch. Hysterics, I think, has been the main proponent of that. But for now, as Invictus start on their defense, they've actually gone for Archives and Tellers. Not a bomb site we've seen from them a whole lot, even though they did play it earlier today in their match against Fav Gaming.
Already some mind games being played here in the reveal phase and the 6-pick phase. We saw Tex jump off the Amaru onto the Thatcher and Speakeasy off the Clash over towards Pulse, trying to cover the fact that Invictus are in fact defending split first. Now this is an objective that Invictus do enjoy playing, and in fact a lot of high-level teams will attempt, but to bring it out first, very much a confident play here from Invictus. Often we'll see teams go for more default objectives, which is basically any of the other 3 outside of split. We very often see split actually attempted first. So this will be a good test of which team, or are both teams, ready for this matchup. Of course, they're both coming off the back of a best of 3. Now, neither of which went the distance. They were both 2 mappers, but still, this is, of course, a test of endurance.
Yeah, that it is. Both of these teams have already been giving it their all through the playoffs, day 1 and day 2 so far. Fnatic on the ingress looking to take some control of Downing Garage. Not heavy presence from Invictus to meet them as of yet. Just going to give them that map control. Fnatic does slowly whittle away. Drones coming through. Heavy presence from Invictus though at the top floor on the east side, mounting around admin. Several players here, including that mirror window, which has now been popped so that they can take a reverse angle through it.
Fnatic looking to go from the west side across, already gained control of Garage in through Cafeteria and Security, so they may well try and mount for a full downstairs take as opposed to contesting that control above. Risky here for Fnatic, but can they pull it off?
Very risky indeed, and they are punished. Speakeasy finally traded out, but it may be too little too late. That said, Mentalist does find another pick on the site. Caught in the crossfire, he will not survive. Invictus, a strong opening round, punishing that aggressive take from Fnatic.
Both teams looking to outbrain one another. Invictus, again, went to split to try and get a cheeky early round on the board. Fnatic tried to contest that by taking it head-on with the horizontal take. Now, of course, it didn't work out. Invictus were prepared and able to mow them down as they were filtered in towards the site. In doing so, they claim a cheeky first round, but don't anticipate rounds to come that easily from here on out.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, right, where it comes down to partly Fnatic's decision to go for that Lockers Rush and partly Invictus's response and readiness to that. But you mentioned the Clash previously. We do have her 6 picked onto this time around. I think that Invictus once again playing a little bit of a game in that reveal phase, showing that they had, I believe it was the Echo, instead 6 picking onto the Clash. Perhaps hinting that this might be a Garage defense, when of course we see that it is in fact a CEO defense. And look at that, actually, completely reinforcing the cubby in CEO. I guess this is a bit more of a modern interpretation of this bomb site. It used to be all about holding yellow stairs. You make sure you have those line of sight into the bomb site, so when people do rappel in, you can kill them from the yellow stairs. But no, it's kind of the opposite now. You're probably going to be forfeiting yellow stairs to the attackers who don't really want those angles available.
Yeah, back in the good old days, you could play with Jaeger, and then with the introduction of Rumai, him as well, and there was a huge ability to deny projectiles, and we would often see attackers standing outside throwing 9 flashbangs in and a couple of nades to try and actually just clear that location. Of course, Rumai is banned, and Jaeger has now been nerfed for quite some time. Those ADS devices not quite as good as catching so many projectiles, and that does mean that Yellow not really on the cards. Ooh, Hysterics though, he's on point. That's Tellers to find that first pick. The hard breacher off the board. One of the hard breachers here for Fnatic as Hysterics narrowly misses the 1-tap.
I'm really liking this aggression from Invictus. They are bringing everything they've got to Fnatic and not eager to sit back and wait. They want to take the fight to them. Don't let Fnatic get comfortable. I think that's the play here. A good read from Invictus, and they do get an early man advantage. How many players do we see at Windows ready to jump out? All these spawn peaks as well. Like, this is insatiable.
As we often see, Nomad banned. Mag though on the rappel, ready and waiting, anticipating a potential run out here from Invictus, but there's no real pressure for the defenders to go for anything too crazy at the moment. Invictus have the man advantage and they don't really want to be throwing that away cheaply. Sure, it would be great to get a pick, maybe even a trade out there onto Mag. It could be worth it, but I think it's probably wise off here for Invictus to just hunker down and play off this intel, especially that Hysterics is gathering basically for free down below with the cardiac sensor. It's going to be tricky for Fnatic to counter this.
Ooh, here's a run out, and that's going to be a freebie on the con repel. Mag goes down. That's the second hard breacher. More importantly, that diffuser down on the ground. The idea here for Fnatic was to collapse upon Lunar Metal in meeting, but it just ain't working, not one bit. 5v2 now for the defense. And IG have a lot of information as well. Finally, Styx does find the first pick for Fnatic. Hysteric's going to keep contesting here. A bit of a dangerous game to be playing here. The Styx starts to peter on away. Looks like Fnatic have a lot of work to do.
Invictus knowing exactly where these two attackers are coming from. One on the meeting balcony and the other inside of Visa. And Luna is in a very powerful position, able to deny both those entries as the rest of the team holds the push down long desk. Fnatic, Lusty and Styx need to try and work together here to find something, but it's a very, very tall order.
See a repel for Lusty, but IG in safe positions. Low HP for Styx, but he had the read for a second until he did flick away and Hysterics was enabled. His third kill. Lusty's just going to bait on the roof now, unfortunately. So that's it for Fnatic. That's their hope in this round out the window. Just like all of those Invictus players were as they go for the runouts. Really, really nice round from Invictus and a strong, decisive early lead.
That round a little bit closer than the first over towards Split. Upstairs on that occasion, Invictus just with a hint of aggression. We did see some early picks go their way and they played off it really, really nicely. They had great intel on where the remaining attackers were and they were able to play very passively and allow them to burn time. I mean, Fnatic didn't even have an opportunity to get the diffuser to be any chance to get back in towards that round. So the odds were always against the attack. And Invictus are doing a really good job on their map pick so far.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Invictus are really not even breaking a sweat. Fnatic are being outplayed at the moment. This aggression from Invictus is giving Fnatic a lot to think about. And really, there are just so many moments when Invictus is just making a play and Fnatic is struggling to receive it and deal with it. Now we finally go down to what is arguably the best bomb site for the defense on this map, which is Garage Cafeteria. Finally, Mag is probably going to be able to use his exothermic charges. He's been dying without using them so far. As we finally have an application, pick Thermite, because you don't know whether it's going to be Garage Cafeteria or one of the other bomb sites, and really you only need him for basement, but you kind of have to bring him if it's upstairs anyway, if the basement isn't locked. One of the things I did want to touch on, though, is if you were here watching that historical match before this game started, it was Fnatic versus Airwolf, which is, of course, the name that a lot of these Invictus players formerly went by. And Mentalist was actually playing for Airwolf at that time. So it was after that season, Season 10 of Pro League, that Mentalist then went on over to Fnatic, and it was actually their first international import as well.
Yeah, one of the highlights of that event was the post-match. In fact, the emotion from Mentalist when he finally took down Fnatic was beautiful to watch, and to now see him on this Fnatic roster, quite the story. And of course, Mentalist himself stepping in for Alfama at the moment, who unfortunately is unable to play for the roster, and that is just, I guess, another hurdle that Fnatic have had to try and overcome. It's been a pretty rough last 18 months for this team, looking to try and regain the form that we know them for. They're a famous name in APAC for a reason, and they're looking to reach those heights once again. And of course, winning this matchup, they'd be one step closer to Mexico. It's a big step at that, though. And as you mentioned, basement, one of the trickier objectives to attack. We have seen teams so far this afternoon struggle a little bit here. In fact, it was Fav in particular who found it really tough to mount attacks. What can Fnatic do?
Step 1 is roam clear, and step 2 is
to get this vert. Thing is, that roam clear is not complete, not fully. Now, I don't know whether that's intentional from Fnatic, whether they perhaps knew that there was a possibility for another roamer to be upstairs, because Hysterics was just prone on a desk in admin. And surely Fnatic don't just take for granted the whole map is clear. What you kind of have to do here is always just be watching those flanks actively and wary that you may be getting flanked. That's exactly what Fnatic are doing. You can see Stiggs just pre-aiming lobby there, and now Mentalist is going for the chase, actually. His former teammate Hysterics in admin at the moment, who will get the better of the other.
3 players on Fnatic on drones at the moment, so not sure if Hysterics has been hunted down. Do they know he's in this position? Mentalist does, finds that pick. It's a huge run for Fnatic. They have 45 seconds left now and vert control. An unfortunate Nitro Cell from Jordan will get caught in the roof above, so that won't find its mark. And look at all the groundwork that Fnatic have done. They're in a good position to think about this execute.
Really aggressive peek from Joe, however, and that does take down Mag. That's the smokes gone from Fnatic's lineup, but numbers advantage in their favor. Breach open, really, with 20 seconds left. Fnatic have just about everything they would want as they go for this execute. Jordan could deny, but Tex flicks up just in time. It's on Joe now in the 1 versus 4. No util to speak of. He's got to do it with the Alda, and Lusty shuts him down. Fnatic, a very nice attack.
Clean and decisive there from Fnatic. A good early pick there on the roam, onto the Vigil from Mentalist, and then a really good setup there on the plant. Now, of course, that player side white there for Invictus. I believe that was Jordan. Yeah, trying to hit that swing. Of course, if he hit that double kill there, could have been a very, very different story, but Fnatic do a good job in shutting him down. It was a 4v1, and from that position, again, particularly on basement, very, very difficult to allow that round to slip away. So good response from Fnatic, and importantly, they don't allow Invictus to lock in 3 sites in a row.
It's funny, you would usually think Garage Cafeteria is the best for the defense. I said it previously, but yeah, not the case so far for Invictus. And partly, I think it comes down to Fnatic just had a really good attack. I think that is the main distinct factor. If you compare round 3 to the previous 2, it's just that Fnatic played really well. I think that we were looking for a lot more from them in their first 2 attacks. By round 3, it just looked like Garage is something that they've spent a lot more time practicing. Really good roam clear onto Hysterics. Not kind of over-hunting him, but just watching for his aggression. And Mentalist got the better of him. Now, of course, we go to lobby. This is actually the 4th bomb site we're seeing from IG as they go around the world. And look, I respect that. Not going back to tellers. Just keep your opponents guessing. If you have depth in your bomb site choice on this map, then why not use it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Keep Fnatic on their toes. Force them to be the ones constantly needing to adjust. Jordan over towards yellow stairs. Considers a spawn peak. Tex did spawn out on that location, but will play more any potential jump out. Fnatic probably looking to do a top-down take. I'll drone in. Scout ahead. Strong hold above here from Invictus. No doubt going to be very, very difficult to deal with.
A couple operator changes here from Fnatic. The main ones that Mag's gone for the Ace. A little bit more versatile than the third one, but not as ideal on that Garage. Fortunately for him, that won't matter. The other one, and the more important one here, is Mentalist on the Jackal. Now, could help with hunting these roamers, as he does, I believe, scan a foot. No, doesn't quite scan a footprint there. Oh, and there's the first pick. Really nice work from Fnatic to put that pressure onto Meeting and take down Joe.
Now, if I saw that correctly, Mentalist sneaking up spiral stairs, trying to take top floor control. No, he's outside, so I was going to say it would have been pretty wild if he was doing what I thought he may have been. He is instead outside bench windows. Tex alongside. Of course, very difficult at the moment in the Consulate meta to gain map control, but with that smoke, Fnatic can start to pop off.
Ooh, nice nade, and here comes the execute. Baited out now. Mentalist gets off, repositions slightly. These gas babes not fully covering. The Yokai does come around, and that should deny it for just a moment longer. In the midst of that, IG get aggressive. Speakeasy knows he has that diffuser down, and it's all on Mag. Really well played. Great usage of the Yokai Jones.
And Invictus spring into action now. It's all on Fnatic's captain to look for his first kill and hopefully do a little bit more than that in this 1v3. Hoping to find something. Oh no, as if there's an ADS there as well. Can take down that shield eventually, but a lot of time to work with. And he's just not going to get it done. Jordan swings around with the pistol at the end of it. I don't know how that impact grenade... The impact grenade somehow destroyed the Selma without destroying the shield. That is just silly, really. But to tie a bow in it, nice round from Invictus.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one there to close things out. Fnatic trying to go for an opportunistic play, throwing out those smoke grenades to allow the likes of Tex and Mentalist to jump in through benches, trying to get that plant down over towards Circle Desk, but the groundwork hadn't really been done there. No one covering that anti-chamber rotation. The Yokai drones as well still posted up. Made that very, very tricky for Fnatic, and has been a very, very solid defense here from Invictus. I think they've done a great job here so far. There's a reason they headed to Consulate. We knew they had good form. They also played really well before against Fav, and it seems like that momentum really is continuing on.
And that is the other part of this, right? Is the fact that Invictus did pick Consulate here. So I guess that is one factor that you can perhaps hold dear to you if you're a Fnatic fan. You're seeing them down. Yes, they're on the attack. And yes, they are going on their opponent's map pick. Should we get to Clubhouse, perhaps we'll have a slightly different story, but I'm not sure I'm convinced of that. We've seen Invictus can play Clubhouse as well. They had a very convincing win over Fav Gaming right there.
10 seconds to
and so the fact that Invictus, really all they have to do against Fnatic is exactly what they did against Fav in terms of the map picks. It does give you some confidence for them.
Yeah. Both performances were quite dominant by Invictus, so being able to play them back-to-back here against Fnatic and potentially win the series is got to be a very, very nice feeling. But of course, that second map for Fnatic, we really don't know what to expect from them. They haven't got the best form, they haven't played it a whole lot either, so maybe they've got something hidden, something ready to go to take down their opponents. But at the moment, of course, all focus here over towards Consulate. The Lion brought here by Tex might indicate that Fnatic will prepare for an execute and try and lock out this defense as much as possible. But with that clash on the board from Luna, as we saw last time, can pose issues.
The console meeting was a pretty cut and dried situation for Invictus last time around, on the back of a lot of aggression, early external peaks. Not so this time. Invictus are actually playing quite passively, playing into their advantages. They know that Fnatic have to make the first step. They also have Hysterics downstairs on the pulse as usual, gathering info and also ready to make a play. Oh. But Mentalist actually creeps up on him, and Speakeasy gets the better of him. Wow, I have no idea whether Hysterics realized he was being hunted or whether Speakeasy knew that there was a player in lobby, but either way, excellent outcome for IG.
Yeah, really, really well played there for Invictus. Surely Mentalist's footsteps were heard and the call went out to Speakeasy. That would probably be my bet, but yeah, either way, really, really well played. Now, Invictus trying to hold yellow stairs here. We thought that this might not be the case, probably not really the play. Will the nade land? It does from Stigs. That's why yellow is so hard to hold. The swing in there from Lusty, shut down by Joe, who doubles down over towards that yellow position. Tex and Mag in 2v4.
And a gas to cover it up as well. Wow, this is really great from Invictus. What ground Stigs might have got from that nade was taken back with force by Joe. Now the Clash trapped in the closet, but does that really matter? I mean, Fnatic have got to do something, and they can't save through a Pell-in straight onto that Clash. Difficult position for Mac and Tex.
I don't think there's really much Fnatic can do in this position. They don't have the best utility to deal with this, and then ultimately, as the time whittles down, Mag is going to be forced to swing in, and that surely will be a death trap. I doubt he'll be able to get in this objective.
20 seconds. I mean, Tex has got to be the one to make a play here. Mag can't do anything. So what can Tex do? Go for some cheeky floor bangs? I mean, you know, give it your all. Walk through the barbed wire up white stairs. I mean, Mag's going to repel in, but he's just going to die. And Tex can walk up yellow stairs. He will meet the same fate A strong round from Invictus, in particular Joe playing in private bathroom with that MP5K put Fnatic down.
Yeah, incredible play there from Joe. The MP5 with the 1.5 scope can be pretty gnarly. Quite a strong weapon, particularly at that medium range, and did a fantastic job tracing that player on the rappel and then quickly adjusting to Stiggs on yellow stairs. Had he have not found those two, Fnatic probably would have been in a better position to facilitate that rappel in from Mag and being able to get that plant down. So a huge, huge play there inside of Private, and Invictus with the 4-1 lead for the final round of the half.
It could well be a 5-1-2, guys. Now, the only attack round Fnatic won was their garage cafeteria attack. Invictus have no need to go there, and they won't. Instead, returning to Teller's Archives. This was the first round of the map, and a fairly decisive win for Invictus on the back of that Lockers rush from Fnatic. Really didn't net a lot of success. In particular, the mirror window that Joe has just placed in Archives has a really good line of sight onto that double door at Lockers, thanks to these holes that he's made in the walls just next to it. Really great observing there. I believe we've got Mandy on at the moment. Thank you, Mandy. Always lovely stuff from you. And yeah, look, guys, I don't know about you, but I am starting to feel like a 5-1 half is creeping up on us.
Yeah, it could be very, very possible, and I am keen to see how Fnatic approach this site. Last time it was the garage sweep, it was a bit of a cheese strat, pocket strat, however you want to frame it, for Fnatic on the attack. This time though, they spawned over towards the east, and that's a pretty strong indication that we'll either see them send it in through Visa, I doubt that, instead probably head up above and take admin down below. Now again, with that mirror on the board, it's not going to be easy, it's not going to be free real estate necessarily, but it should have a higher strike rate than their previous push.
Oh, is that actually reinforced this time, Garage? No, it was soft on the last defense. No, it was just... Alright, fair enough. Use an Exothermicon. What else are you going to use it on, hey?
Yeah, probably not many other options for Mag in this round. Again, that Thermite really only useful here on Consulate for that garage defense.
Ooh, aggressive C4 Speakeasy. He very rarely misses, but unfortunately, that was most certainly not ideal. Looks like he wasn't actually able to pick it up as well. So, wasted C4. A very valuable asset to keep on you during this bomb site, but in fact, there are none left on the Invictus side.
Starting to feel a bit like that historical matchup. Capitao in the server, an operator that doesn't get too much love in the current meta, but it was only a couple of years ago where he was a very popular pick. Tex, of course, lit up already in this round, but still has 2 smoke ults that could be used later in this round. Expect those to be useful for an execute. Halfway into the round, though, and Fnatic are slowly gaining ground up above. Admin forfeited here by Invictus. You can see they've fallen back towards side, or in fact, over towards long. Lusty caught off guard there, just as I was.
Oh my
gets
God!
swung on and gets taken down. The double swing there from Invictus nets a kill.
Double swing, more like triple swing. There were so many people on Lusty's screen, and I'm sure that that resulted in a panicked call out. Tex has been able to refrag. Fortunately, coming around that corner on the window does leave us even again. Fnatic hoping to punish some of these players, but Mag, he has smoked off an angle to jump in, but it looks like Invictus have scattered away, retreated, and given up this ground.
Diffuser outside the main door. Mag needs to go collect that. Or someone from Fnatic needs to collect it, unless they're going to back themselves to frag out this round, but with Joe still off site, a lack of intel elsewhere, that's going to be tough. But Mag drops Hysterics, traded by Jordan. That's on to Mentalist, leaves it in the 3-on-3.
Oh, here it is. This is big from Joe. Comes around the corner, takes down Mag. Now in the 2-on-2, it's so difficult for Fnatic to push forward. That said, Tex is stepping up, and he's found another kill. Speakeasy has to clutch, and he's been so good lately. No C4. Speakeasy versus Tex with 7 seconds on the clock. Tex is gonna go for the kill, but Speakeasy's waiting perfectly. A 5-1 half is locked in for Invictus Gaming International.
No kit, no win for Fnatic. Tex had to go for something there, but Speakeasy, he is one of, if not the best clutcher. Maybe not even in APAC South, but in APAC as a whole. And who knows if we get to see Invictus at an international event once again, maybe even the world. He does not lose those, and Tex is a fantastic player. So to win that 1v1, win the round, huge for Invictus. A 5-1 lead. Very difficult to see Fnatic coming back from that.
Yeah, honestly, it's very, very difficult for Fnatic from here on out. They have come back from 2 5-1s today, I will say. To confirm, was certainly can attest to that. But of course, that was Fnatic's defenses that they struggled on, and then they switched to their attacks, and then they won 6 in a row. Also, very different beast on Chalet and Coastline. I think those are maps where you're probably more likely to see one-sided scorelines, and it's more feasible to see these significant comebacks. But here for Fnatic, they are going to have to defend 3 different bomb sites successfully, and at least 2 of those bomb sites twice. So this is going to be incredibly difficult, and I really just, I think Invictus have the momentum right now.
Yeah, fair to say. Probably anticipated heading into this matchup that Invictus would win their map pick, but if it is in a dominant fashion, then that is of course scary for Fnatic and their fans heading into unknown territory for the next 2 maps. We're not too sure if Fnatic will be much stronger there, but of course happy to be proven wrong. We've seen time and time again these teams have really close best of 3, so expect it to still go the distance. Honing in there here on round 7. It's a roam Fnatic to kick things off. Lusty on the Vigil activates the E1D. Not the E1D, that's Lion. Activates the cloak rather.
ER7, I think? ERC7?
Yeah, something like that. It's got an E in it. Bit of a brain fade from me and a brain fade from Lusty. Wow, yeah. Luna there on the boost, watching the run out. What an angle to find that pick.
Yeah, and a bit of a bra moment there. Pretty significant pick, a pretty significant loss there for Fnatic, losing not only the player in Lusty, but that means those Vigil signals no longer going to be disrupting Invictus's drones. They're going to have a lot more conviction in taking this map control. Fnatic are relying on some Hail Marys here with these aggressive peaks. For example, this aggression on Yellow Stairs with that aggressive peak from Tex as well in lobby. I'm assuming Tex is starting to back away. No, he's actually still pretty confident here that he wants to take some fights. Should Fnatic get punished for this, it's just going to spiral.
Mag inside of Public. That mirror gets tapped and he's forced to drop. The angle from Yellow Stairs there was potent, but not potent enough here for Invictus. They don't find that kill just yet, but Mag on a slither of HP. It's difficult to see him surviving the rest of this round. With a minute to go, silence across the map. We can hear the floor being opened up. Of course, that's Jordan up above with the sledgehammer. Invictus surely preparing for a front white plan or something similar to that effect over towards the garage breach. Mentalist could play a huge role by denying the plan, finding a pick, but he doesn't achieve either. And with 35 seconds left, Invictus find themselves in a strong position.
Yeah, the only thing going for Fnatic right now is the fact that Invictus are late. They've only just opened this main wall breach. This execute will be desperate. Invictus could flood the site. They have the numbers. 5 versus 3, 20 seconds on the clock. Stigs does have 2 gas babes left to go. Invictus will have to make this execute count. Mag's going to make a desperate play upside white. Invictus still haven't answered. Luna Metal's got to get that diffuser planted. And Tex can open things up. A team kill! Oh no! What is this from Invictus? And Fnatic somehow win just thanks to Mag prone and hidden at side white.
It's a close round there. Fnatic just holding on. Invictus were in prime position to take it, but just unable to close it out in the dying seconds. A really good performance there from Tax, particularly inside of security. A strong entry denial from him, and Mag with the presence of mind to just drop to the deck over towards side white. And again, only on a slither of HP, not taking the risk of a gunfight, instead just staying alive. And that was enough in the end for Fnatic.
Yeah, Very, very close, though. I feel like there were so many things that went right there for Fnatic during that execute, and if Invictus had just been a little bit tidier, then that would have been quite a decisive Invictus round. You know, two-man lead pre-execute. When the execute came down as well, they had a lot of util. It was just the timer and a couple of weird question marks, you know, that made team kill, for example. Fnatic are going to have to replicate that success, though, on other bomb sites. Now, a good start, you know, getting one win under your belt, starting this track, and I guess the pattern does continue as well, Guz. If Fnatic does not lose when they're on a 1-5 deficit, but you know, they're going to have to do a lot more work here. This is going to be a lot more challenging than the Q-confirm game.
It would be quite remarkable if once again at the end of this matchup we are celebrating a Fnatic victory. It would be the third time in a row today that they have come back from a 1-5 round deficit, which in Siege is pretty damn rare. To come back from that kind of deficit, really, really challenging. So if Fnatic can pull that off, it would be quite the story and would, again, just amplify this best of three to another level. I think it was fair to say, though, Invictus probably capitulating a little bit during that execute, the team kill, and not being able to capitalize upon a really strong starting position proved costly. If they can continue to be tidy in the early round, I do feel like eventually the late round will probably fall in place.
Looks like the strat from Fnatic is pretty simple here. Got a lot of information gathering, which is nice, but okay, that is the best pick. What a gridlock tracks. Now Stiggs is going to try and run out. He does get one traded back. My God, this rush is on like Donkey Kong for IG in the 3-on-3, but Tex does actually make this possible for Fnatic. Claws the advantage back into his corner. 3-on-2 now. Denying that plant was pivotal. Little bit egregious here from Invictus. May have capitulated. Fnatic, they just got a hold here as Speakeasy goes hunting, looking for some picks. 2 players upstairs to find. How much info does he have? May well be spotted on the default cam upstairs in just a moment. And we really are returning to a quiet part of the round as IG have a lot of work ahead of them and not a lot of options.
Speakeasy precariously moving up above. It's a sharp shot, but it's going to be tough to bring this back. And with Joe down, it's now officially a 1 versus 3. Doesn't look like he really has much intel, head checking a lot of these angles. There's a player at the top of the Visa stairs. Speakeasy lit up. No exchange, no response yet. He cooks a grenade to try and clear that position. However, that defender's already rotated back. Lands some shots there onto Mag, but it's him down below on the pulse to clean up the round for Fnatic.
A little bit better there for Fnatic, but again, I kind of want to look at Invictus there and be like, what was that execute? I think that the pivotal moment was when Tex took down Luna while planting. I personally didn't see where that was. I assumed that Invictus had kind of thrown out their smokes and were kind of trying to plant in an off position. Fnatic must have rushed through the smoke. Like, that must have been what Tex's play was. I can't quite, see it on the replays that I've got on my laptop right now, but it's got to be that was what happened there for Fnatic. So yeah, a bit of a shame for Invictus. Again, feels like a round they probably could have won. But that said, it doesn't matter whether it was a winnable round or a losable round. If you lost it, then you lost it. Every single time that happens, like, Fnatic gets one step closer to tying this back up.
2 rounds in a row now where Invictus have had a strong early to mid round. They've set up nicely for the execute, but just faltered at that final hurdle and are struggling to get that plant down. And once you get a plant down on Consulate, being able to retake as a defender on 99% of occasions is going to be impossible. Very, very challenging considering how many deep long lines of sight each of these objectives do have available to the attack once that diffuser is on the deck. Like I said earlier, I think if Invictus can continue to play well as they are in the early round, eventually the late round is going to start clicking into place, but it does reach a point where you can't be lucking it too much because Fnatic are slowly bringing back that disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm really looking at IG now. It's like, come on, you know, you went up 5-1. I know we're going against Fnatic, and perhaps they're starting to make a bit of a curse here, coming back in the second half. But look, IG just had 2 winnable rounds in their hands, so it does feel like the onus is on them.
Speakeasy rocking the Fnatic skin.
Nice. Where's my Invictus skin?
I don't know. Hopefully we get an Invictus skin. Cool, that'd be pretty dope. I'd rock that for sure.
What gun would it be on? If you could put it on any gun, what would your Invictus skin be?
I reckon SMG-11, just because Speakeasy's cracked with the SMG.
Well, you could probably put it on anything Speakeasy touches, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, here goes Mag. He had info here with the cardiac sensor, but no, he's going to die for it. Jordan was cutting that off. Pretty good isolation there from Invictus. Really hunted down Mag.
Mag again going for early round aggression, but shut down Jordan. Oh,
no.
Wow. Stiggs tries to find that late trade back, but he as well will feel the pain. The L8 in the hands of Jordan. Hitting harder. Great double to open up this round, but Invictus have had advantages before. They need to convert.
God.
But with Speakeasy finding that pick inside of Visa and potentially another one onto Mentalist, surely they could finally get an attack on the board.
And how many picks are Fnatic going to feed to Invictus? Fortunately, Mentalist does win that one. But quickly traded back. I mean, at this point, what can you say? Tex left in a 1-on-4. If anyone can do it, it's, no, it's not Tex. He lost it. So there you go. I guess a valiant effort from Fnatic. I like the ideas of that aggression, but just absolutely shut down.
Yeah, you could see the intent there from Fnatic was if someone falls, someone has to quickly retake that position and try to find the pick back. Good intent, but a pretty disastrous outcome. Mentalist was the only player that eventually was able to find a trade back on a fallen teammate. Even that one was a little bit messy, and it was pretty deep into the round considering that both Stiggs and Mag had already fallen quite early, and the momentum was well and truly with Invictus on that occasion. Now, Invictus have 3 more chances to close this out in regulation. Again, they're putting in really, really good groundwork, and finally now they have the confidence that they can, in fact, convert an advantage.
Yeah, we are starting to see this lead really, really run away, though, for Invictus. Once you hit that match point, there's no turning back. Fnatic are going to have to push OT. That curse has been broken. No longer are we going to see that 5-1 to 7-5 comeback. I don't know if there's much that Fnatic can really, I guess, lean back on here. They're going back to Garage Cafeteria, which is the site they won. And fortunately, you know, they are changing their strategy a little bit. They're keeping the mirror in from last Teller's defense and adapting it into their Garage defense. Also have that Vigil roaming. The thing is, like, last time Fnatic's roam was just really poor. They lost 2 players. It was Invictus taking so long to get that breach open and shape up for an execute that I think ended up being the death of IG. Let's see if Fnatic can take their fate into their own hands.
I do like the mentality here from Fnatic. It does produce entertaining siege. They're going to try and find picks. That's their goal. Let's try and wither down our opponents and really make those executes tough. But no one from Fnatic at the moment really stepping up. Every single player is going negative at the moment. So trying to play that frag style is going to be tough. It's going to be so tough. Often you can pull it off if 1 or 2 players are having a really good game, but hasn't really been the case here. Unfortunately, Mag as well will drop first once again here for Invictus. Jordan as well to get the opener. He's going 10-5. It's been a big game from Jordan, not known for getting huge numbers on the board. Lusty now inside of Private needs to win this fight, and he does.
Well, that's something. There you go. Fnatic do take their first step to getting it back, but once again, an opening pick against them. Once again, aggression punished, but hey, just as often it tends to work. Jordan's found another, though. He is going off, but finally shut down. Oh my god, what is this game, guys? We literally have one guy on the site for Fnatic, and it is just absolute mayhem. Oh. Speakeasy. Oh. What is this? Fnatic! What is this for Fnatic? This is the garage defense. 1v2 and Styx is on yellow stairs. He doesn't have site control. Surely Invictus have got it from here on out.
Oh, Stig's getting so aggressive. He lit up Luna before and he's trying to close out that pick. Invictus in the 2v1, wanting to win this round, win the map and get a 1-0 lead in this series. They're in a great position to do so. Stigs, though, can try and maneuver his way around the map. Invictus, 2 players, 3 players dead, watching drones. Do they have the intel on this smoke?
Looks like Stigs has got a little bit of intel for himself. Lobby cam is up. He's got callouts from his teammates. He's biding his time. IG, they just need to have the conviction, but I don't think it's going to work. The pre-fire, that's going to give him away. And the jig will be up for Stigs. But not a lot of time for him to bait out here as IG just flood deeper and deeper into this impenetrable fortress. Stigs is going to try and make something work down the elevator hatch. Proning on through, he might be able to deny this plant, but Luna gets it down. Now a difficult position for Stigs. Invictus take map 1 in what can only be described as a chaotic map from Fnatic. Invictus go 1-up in the series.
A strong start for Invictus. They punish the aggression from Fnatic, who are clutching at straws to get advantages in these rounds. Invictus too good in the end. A 7-3 scoreline could have been even worse for Fnatic had it not have been for a couple of sloppy attack rounds there from Invictus. A huge match from Jordan and a good confidence booster for the Southeast Asians rather, heading in to the second map.
Was their map pick, but mate, they certainly made it look. There's a 5-1 first half, and really, I'm gonna say it, the only reason that wasn't a 7-1 was because Invictus made some mistakes in those 2 attacks that they probably shouldn't have on a regular day. They lost 2 advantageous positions, and Fnatic were given that in. Fnatic looked to maybe continue this curse that they have been putting on Q-Confirm of coming back from 5-1 deficits, but Invictus eventually, quelled any doubts they had in themselves and closed out the map. A really strong one from them in the end, and I will say it did look quite dominant for IG. Now, guys, we've got map 2 coming up in a moment, but before that, let's toss back over to the boys on the analyst desk.
Invictus get it done on their map pick of Consulate 7-3. They also overcome the 5-1 curse that apparently Q-Confirm suffered twice in the earlier match against Fnatic. Raven, though, big win for Invictus. They go 1-up. They only need 1 more now heading into Clubhouse after this game. Do you back them in to make it a 2-0?
I mean, after seeing that, I feel like yes. I mean, this was Invictus's map pick. We did question a little bit, though, because Fnatic have had pretty strong results on Consulate of recent history. But no, Invictus clearly had a plan that they executed on quite well. Just looking back at some of the stats, just seeing that Fnatic really only had 2-3 opening kills in the entire 10 rounds. It just felt like Invictus did have Fnatic's number that entire map. Yeah, I feel pretty confident Invictus will go out with the 2-0 victory in the series now, but you can never quite call Fnatic out of it.
It's the biggest problem, isn't it? Fnatic are one of those teams that can turn on a dime and really surprise us all. And I mean, we do go to Clubhouse next, which I think it's a pocket map for them. I think that they're about to blow us all away with what they have in store. However, when you look at how Invictus have won this, it was 5-1 first half, right? Fnatic, that was their attacking side, which has looked so strong today against Q-Confirm. Not only that, but, Invictus went to every site on their defense and absolutely styled on Fnatic from start to finish in the first half alone. I will say that. Now, you can probably attest that to some individual performances, but across the board, Invictus looked really strong, and that I think is a warning sign for Fnatic moving forward in this series.
Yeah, certainly agree with you there, Rob. It's looking very good for Invictus. For Fnatic, they now need to win 2 maps in a row if they are to advance to the lower bracket final. We're going to go to a break and come back. Clubhouse on the other side.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from the gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future.
It is all Invictus Gaming off the back of the first map on Consulate. 1 to go, of course, or maybe 2. We'll have to see. Raven, it is Clubhouse coming up very, very shortly.
It is Clubhouse coming up very, very shortly. Look, I'm really thinking, again, Invictus have already proved today that they looked pretty strong on Clubhouse. Sure, it was against Fav, who at that stage kind of looked a bit out of it, but I don't know, just based on what we've already seen, both from that Clubhouse match as well as the Consulate map we just watched, I think Invictus are rightfully favourites coming into Clubhouse.
Yeah, you'd have to say that, you know, the way that we saw Invictus win against Fav is probably the most damning of all parts. You know, like, their mini games were absolutely excellent. Opening up kennels, jacuzzi, or even denying kennels was phenomenal from that roster. So it's certainly something that I look out for when Fnatic is attacking. However, I'm going to say this right now. Fnatic haven't played Clubhouse in over 25 maps. Now, it was meant to be the final and deciding match against Mercenaries. Of course, that didn't end up happening. Yeah. So this is, and by the way, the one time that we saw it 25 maps ago was also the only time we've seen it in 2021. So I seriously am going to hold my reservations, regardless of how good Invictus were on Clubhouse. I genuinely think that this is just something that they're about to pull out of the rabbit's hat. Oh God, what's
Speaking
this?
of pulling out of the rabbit's hat,
yeah, he's.
I just had to write it all down. I mean, this is some good stuff. That's all I can say, Medic. You're on fire today, mate. You're absolutely killing it. But look, another team that's killing it, Invictus Gaming. I think that this one is definitely all of theirs to take, Raven. Do you agree that this is looking likely to be a 2-0?
I think it's very likely. I will say though, to start to spin the story for Fnatic here, to Rob's point, we obviously haven't seen a lot of Clubhouse from Fnatic. It's their map pick. That is always an indicator that they've just been keeping it aside for a time that they really need it. And of course that time is right now. Also looking at their stats, they're the ones that have been banning it. It has been banned for, at least in the stats collection we have in DevMarter's match tracker, it's been banned by them 30 of a possible 39 times. There's probably some math I haven't done there, but regardless, like that is a lot. It's the second most banned map by Fnatic. So they have been hiding it, probably been working out some pretty cool stuff on it. I think that does make this a little bit spicy.
And the fact that they also left it in for mercenaries as well. These are all do or die matches. They weren't willing to leave it in when we saw them in the best of ones, and I think that that is a clear indicator that they really are saving it for a moment of need. And I mean, talk about a moment of need. You lose this and you're out. You're gone. You have no more opportunity to go to the Mexico Major, and of course the SI points are all but gone, apart from what you've already accumulated. So this is a big one for Fnatic. And honestly, I think we're going to a third map here. I think that Fnatic have something up their sleeve for sure.
We'll see if that rings true. Of course, Invictus up 1-0 though. We are heading over to Clubhouse. Going to throw it over to two very good casters. One of them's done SI in person. The other one has never left his house.
Well, it's all right, guys, because we're getting out of lockdown tomorrow, and I'm sure you can go and see the outside world for the first time. But people who need to come out of their shells right now are Fnatic because they looked a little bit asleep. Let's see if they can do any better on their own map pick.
Yeah, I see this map going one of two ways. Fnatic have either been hiding this map and they're going to come out of the gates and absolutely blow Invictus out of the water, or Invictus will play like they did against Fav and do the same to their opponents. So either way, I'm sure it's going to be a great matchup, but Fnatic really, really need to dig deep. This is their final chance in the lower bracket.
And their final chance to make it to the Mexico 6 Major. Invictus are gunning for that spot. They only barely scraped into the playoffs, but they can make it all the way to the Major. If they beat Fnatic right now, they'll have one last chance in that lower bracket final, but Fnatic are not out. They may be wounded, but an animal wounded is an animal that is dangerous. Let's dig into this ban phase here.
Bit of an ominous feeling heading to Clubhouse between these two, as we saw in their historical matchup. During the break, this was the map where we last saw these two go head-to-head in a best-of-3 in an APAC playoffs format, and it was Invictus to knock out Fnatic for the very first time at such an event. Of course, they went on to Tokoname, the Pro League Finals. That's where they put in a stellar performance against then Giants, now Rogue, and from there, it has been somewhat smooth sailing. At least it was through 2020, but 2021 not been so great for Invictus. So looking to put their foot down here against their old foes in Fnatic. Maverick and Thatcher off the board. Can you think of something interesting to say about that, Dev?
Yeah, just bloody hell, Hard Breach is going to be a headache. Thankfully, they are banning out Kaid. If Kaid was left in, those hatches on the basement would be such a headache to clear off. Like, maybe you can get the Kitchen with some nades. The Moto one is really hard to get. You can technically get it with nades, but I think it's quite difficult. And then the blue one, you can just say goodbye to. So, yeah, look, with Kaid banned, it does make things a little bit easier for the attack, but it means that clearing off util from walls, things like bandit batteries, and mute jammers, like, you're either bringing a Kali, which most teams don't do because it's just a lot of effort to have someone, you know, playing with that sniper rifle. Fnatic is going to prove me wrong, though. They're teasing it. Or you can go below. You can clear those bandit batches and mute jams off vertically or through other methods. So it's not the end of the world, but hey, Kali does really streamline the process.
Kind of hope Mentalist sticks it. There's a real chance that he does 6-pick off a Kali, but no, he's actually going to lock it in, and Tex will in fact be the one to 6-pick off Habana onto Ace. So good read here from Fnatic. Habana, of course, really good on basement, but Ace arguably better above. So good read here from Fnatic to kick things off. We also have seen a 6-pick on the side of Invictus. Hysterics on the Bandit. Now again, casting our minds back to the Invictus vs Fav matchup earlier this afternoon. The mini-game play from Invictus was second to none. It was basically flawless, and a lot of that was off the back of their ability to bandit trick these main walls and make life really difficult for the attack. If Invictus can replicate that form once again against Fnatic, who have already shown signs that they're struggling a little bit on attacks, at least they did on Consulate, again, another ball game, that is going to really bode well for the Singaporeans.
Seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, look, that's a really smart 6-pick from Hysterics. I don't think this was necessarily premeditated. I'm sure he would have been asked to pick whatever he was previously on.
Frost,
But-
I think it was.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, maybe not then. But hey,
Hey, what's wrong with Frost? I don't accept Frost slander out here,
maybe
Dab.
not on Cash, but here, let me get to my point, right? So Invictus sees that Fnatic are going for the easy way out of this Thatcher map ban, which is to pick the Kali. And Kali has a counter just like Thatcher. That is the Bandit Juggle. Like, so what if you can use Kali's lands to clear off those batteries from the wall? If they're getting juggled, it essentially nullifies that entire Kali pick because you have to go below anyway. You can see Fnatic have absolutely no clue. They can counter the Bandit Juggle in another way, though. Okay, I don't know how...
Did he miss
Oh,
it?
no, Hysterics actually Bandit Juggled the right-hand wall, which was the one with the Ace Selmas. I thought he went for the left wall, which was the one with the exothermic on it, but hey, I mean, look, it was good from Fnatic. I feel like I got a bit caught up there, but that was a decent solution to that problem from Fnatic. Not a perfect solution, but it did end up having the desired result.
Yeah, common tactic currently on the attack is to double hard breach that wall simultaneously. It means that at least you'll get one line of sight. Now, ideally for Invictus, they would have preferred to deny the exothermic charge from Mag. That would have prevented the run-in breach that's now available later in the round if Fnatic want to play that cross. Elsewhere, Speak Easy dropping the ball there and falling to the hands of the Lusty through the wall. Previously downed, of course. It's been a bit of a shaky start here for Invictus. Joe narrowly misses that opportunity to maybe find one back. At the halfway point in this round, Fnatic looking quite good.
Yeah, and Mentalist is Kali all the way on the Kennel's balcony. Really, I guess, ambitious from Hysterics to try and peek that, but putting a little bit of pressure by opening some downstairs windows, and Lusty does go down. Luna on for a flank. Really good stuff from him. Now he's right around the corner from Mag. Luna does open an escape route out, so he can start to slip away into the brickwork, but Mag has actually taken down Jordan in the meanwhile.
Lusty sitting on a drone here. Does Fnatic have flank watch established here? Mag sets some up for himself. Luna in a great position to maybe find this pick. Both players aware of one another's location, but it's Mag to win that gunfight out. The Hollow on the 5-5-6 nets him a kill. Now it's Joe over towards Rafters and Hysterics next to the breach to try and bring back a 2 versus 4. They're being droned out relentlessly here by Fnatic. Both players revealed this will be tough.
Stiggs is in such a strong position as well to cut off any rotation in CCTV. This should be a Fnatic round, and Stiggs locks it in. A great opening attack here on Clubhouse from Fnatic, dealing with everything IG had to show.
I know we said it in the pre-show, and I know we're probably going to touch on this quite a bit, but it is coming down to these mini-games. It seems to be the case often in Clubhouse matches that mini-games win games, and on that occasion, the main breach being opened in such a way that much pressure to be applied to Invictus was such a good start from Fnatic, and then we did see IG maybe getting a little bit too aggressive off-site, particularly on that bedroom side of the map, and Mag cleaning up those picks. They had such a good groundwork established on that attack and looking a lot more comfortable than they did on any of those consulate attacks. Fnatic, maybe this is the reason they've been hiding this map.
It's
entirely possible.
As many bombs as they can.
Fnatic are going to have to dig deep here, though. It has been a long time since they've played Clubhouse in an official. Like, we're talking APAC North League 2021 Stage 1. So back in April, they played Guts Gaming and lost. But that was with Alfama, of course, as well. So a little bit of a different roster there. The only other time it's made it through the ban phase was against Mercenaries in their game just yesterday, but of course, Fnatic dealing with it 2-0 meant that they didn't need Clubhouse, which was the decider. So here, it means that Invictus don't necessarily have a lot of info on how Fnatic play this map, whereas you can kind of say perhaps Fnatic did a bit more research onto Invictus's Clubhouse game, such as the Order one from Stage 2 in APAC South. Despite that, Fnatic has clearly got a lot to show here.
Round number 2. Invictus not electing to reattempt CCTV and Cash, instead relocating over towards bedroom and gym. Similar mini games though still to be played out on this top floor. Mag will be looking to open up the jacuzzi wall, which has a mute jammer placed on it. You can see by the red indicator bottom left of the screen, making this pretty challenging to open up. Now I assume that a lance from Mentalist on that wall would have the range to take that jammer out. We'll soon find out, as Mentalist is currently droning, just ensuring that the team is safe as they go for this play. Stig's watching the dirt rotation. Here we go, here's the lance.
Here comes the exothermic as well. No counter for that from Invictus. They're happy to get this wall open. They have a mirror window facing it and a mute jammer to protect the mirror window from any hard breach as well. Of course, that lance will deal with that, and the Selma to come through as well. This is really, really nice from Fnatic. Absolutely no time wasted. What a perfect way to deal with that, but that's a shot and a half from Joe. Even though he was droned out, he still lands that shot onto Stigs. Can take out the drone as well. So, look, despite Fnatic, I guess, winning that mini game, they don't win the opening fight.
Just prior to that, Mag, as you could see, spamming the diffuser, picking it up and picking it back down, trying to drop it down over towards the jacuzzi balcony. He did eventually succeed as his teammate fell, suggesting that Fnatic will try and enter through that breach later on in this round and attempt to get that plant down. Strong positions held here by Invictus. Mentalist on the breach. He's down. Remember, the diffuser is out there. Fnatic will need to reposition there and try and claim it back. A tough, tough place to find themselves in.
Joe's done great work here. Through that drone hole, he got the injure. Now he's holding a really pivotal position. Fnatic do have players all over the shop at the moment. It means they've got a lot of control, but Joe's found another one. Picking apart Fnatic just through this tiny little drone hole. Speakeasy also has a shield to play off. There are layers upon layers of this setup for Invictus. It doesn't matter that their mirror window's gone. They have something else. Speakeasy, the next one to meet him, as he is put into a really precarious position. He can find the double. Invictus, they gotta be happy to have Speakeasy on their side when he can pull things out like that.
Not quite sure how else to frame it other than Speakeasy. He's just built different, isn't he? Yep. He has been such a standout player in Asia Pacific. Last year he was. This year he has been. Even with Invictus going through a slump, he continues week in, week out to put in huge performances, and the playoffs have been no different. He was the top rated player heading in to today, and I can't help but feel that rating is going to be sustained, especially with number 2 from Fav, who was close behind in second, having a little bit of a shocker today. Speakeasy, just what an incredible player. And yes, many are going to say that was a pretty easy cleanup in the end, but still, the ability for him to consistently produce results like that is really impressive.
And he didn't tunnel vision on the guy that was dueling him from Condor, right? Like, as soon as he was forced back to play behind the chassis, he realized, okay, I'm completely exposed to the breach now. So he watched the breach, and he punished the player that was pushing in from there. And then immediately after that kill, it turns his attention back to the forefront at the player con. So overall, just really good composure, really good game sense, and taking things one step at a time. Juggling multiple tasks at once as well. So really good stuff for him. Also his first 2 kills in the game. So sometimes you don't pop off all the time, but hey, when it matters, it matters.
Could be the first of many. And if Speakeasy does really rev up in this map, how will Fnatic shut him down? Because every other team in APAC seems to struggle in achieving that objective. So definitely something we'll be keeping our eyes on. Interesting that Fnatic are continuing to stick the Kali here. As you mentioned, Dev, not too long ago, she's not the most popular of picks, neither in matchmaking nor competitive, and rightly so. A little bit cumbersome having to carry around that sniper, and it can be very, very difficult to hold your weight in the frag department, but I guess if Maverick and Thatcher are banned out, she could be a viable pick in allowing Tex to open up those hatches, or even Mag as well with those exothermics.
Bandit was teased here by, I believe it was Speakeasy, before 6 picking off. So perhaps Invictus were trying to tell Fnatic that they're going up to cache CCTV, but no, this basement defense instead. Now the thing is, Fnatic, have a lot of work to do. They've just basically done the map control, I think. Pretty sure at this point they've cleared the whole map. They know it's time to just start opening these hatches. Now with Hibana in, that could not be easier. With Kaid banned, oh, it is Hibana's dream. She could just do everything. All these hatches like mincemeat. And it really does give Fnatic just so much time in the mid-round to get to work on this vert, setting up for their execute.
Bomb located by attackers.
C4 from Speakeasy over towards Kitchen Hallway. Doesn't really find much and will be a welcome addition to Lusty, who is, of course, trying to open up the floor himself. Kitchen hatch opened up freely here by the attack. Lusty continues to work that floor. All 5 members still alive here on the defense. Sterix inside of Dirt and the rest of the team back towards site as that Dirt breach has been opened by Mag. That could well be a location that an attacker tries to push late round to maybe pinch out this armory hold from Invictus. Drew takes down a drone, contests the hatch, pre-fires Lusty. What a shot to give Invictus the early round advantage and alleviate some of that pressure in blue.
How do you win that, man? Like, what a flick, just little aim correction. Lusty had everything going for them. He had the info, and look, Fnatic were just in such a good position. With a minute to go, they had just about everything open they could hope for. And now they're down 2 players. Now Speakeasy's lost his shield, but he still wins the fight! How does this happen? Invictus step it up massively. 4 versus 2 now. Fnatic try and make something come out of nothing. The Kali bottom main stairs can take down Luna, but Mentalist is going to have to do a lot better than that. Joe dueling in blue, and it's Jordan to take down Mag. The timer runs out. Fnatic cannot get their execute together.
A strong hold there in the dying seconds from Invictus. Some really good mid-round aggression there, particularly over towards blue to alleviate some of that pressure and really force the clock onto Fnatic, who couldn't quite find those picks and win those ones to get that entry in towards the site cleanly. It was once again Speakeasy to go large in that round. I don't know how he managed that feat with his shield taken down, but time and time again he continues to produce amazing results, and that round is no different.
It's really concerning just for Fnatic, like the fact that they played that so well and still Invictus can pull that rabbit out of the hat. Like, what is that? Honestly, I think that the first 2 minutes of that round from Fnatic were, I mean, they were amazing. They were just like, you know, you clear the map, you open up everything, you set up. They had, even Dirt was open, they cleared out back armory. Like, it was just so ready for a beautiful 5v5 execute that's going to favor the attackers. And just before they were ready to do so, spanner after spanner was thrown into the works and just gunked up the plan, and from that point forward everything spiraled out of control. Still nothing to write home about yet in terms of a lead, as Invictus do take it for the first time, 2-1, but nothing to be too concerned about for Fnatic as they are on their attack. That Chamav ban, I think that if they get 2 in this half, they'll probably be pretty satisfied.
Jordan throwing out a Valcam there outside the vents window. Now, Mentalist did have a pre-placed actually on top of the white van out towards the front of the map. So that might have been spotted by Fnatic, and if it is, then that's great for the attack. They'll be able to play on that bedroom balcony position and feel a little bit safer. Again, though, it's going to come down to this mini-game. Over towards Kennel's wall, Mag on the Thermite. He wants to use those exothermic charges once again to open up the wall. Tex alongside to double up on the hard breach, and Hysterics will have his hands full.
Yeah, they're going to burn him to a crisp, surely, with the Capitao. Apparently not. Nope. Yeah, apparently not. I guess the Capitao is used to clear rafters, because I certainly did not see any Capitao firebolts there. I assumed he would be on the CCTV window, ready to come in and help out, but no, he wasn't. Why did Mag not breach that wall? I think the bandit battery didn't get destroyed somehow by the Kali charge. So
they might be waiting for Stigs to actually flame it. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I guess I was just 2 ahead, and a bit of miscommunication there. Tex put that first Selma down. I don't know exactly what happened, but I guess it's the kind of the same result as we saw last attack from Fnatic.
Yeah, with breach open, they can begin to work the rest of the objective and decide how they want to approach it. Will Fnatic try and click Garage? That could be the play. Tex does find one. There onto Joe. That's the Jaeger. I assume he was playing Rafters position. He was. You can see the little orange box there on the Rafters. Smoke grenades head out. Fnatic maybe trying to go for something early here, but they won't commit. Mag's still outside the breach.
It's a good start for Fnatic. They've got this main breach open. They have their pick. Very similar to what we saw in Fnatic's previous attack of this bomb site. Now, once Stiggs gets off drone, I'll be able to see if he has any fire left. He doesn't, just the one smoke. So Rafter's going to be, I guess, a little bit more difficult to completely guarantee that it's clear, but I guess since they've already taken down Joe, it shouldn't matter too much. It's just these players down in Lounge. Oh, the timing on that nade was almost perfect. Jordan's going to see what damage he can do. Takes down one player. You just can't count out these Invictus guys in their ones, but Fnatic are playing it really well, making sure they're guaranteeing these trades. No way Luna gets out of this with his life as he is taken down 20 seconds on the clock. And this is set up so well for Fnatic, but with time ticking away, they have to make this one shot count. The Speakeasy is ready to receive. Good job from Stiggs though. All on Hysterics, the man, the myth, the legend, but he can only find that player with the diffuser before he's traded back. A big round from Stiggs.
Really good cleanup there from Fnatic in the late round. They played so well off that drone intel. Luna in particular, a really good example there of a player from Invictus who was pressured a lot by information, was forced to make a play, but then immediately shut down as Fnatic had gained control down below off the back of that trade onto the Valk. Overall, clean from Fnatic. It was a little bit of a slow start. I'm not sure exactly what happened there on the breach as it was delayed a little bit, but they made up for lost time. And I think it's fair to say, Dev, that this map is shaping up to be a little bit closer than Consulate.
Yeah, look, if anything, I feel like Fnatic is winning this game so far, this map. Just really liking their attacks, especially those cache CCTV attacks. Even on Church Arsenal, we saw quite a bit of good from them. Their gym bedroom, I mean, not as much. But, you know, if they're really convincingly winning cache CCTV consistently, and if they looked pretty good on Church Arsenal, then they have a pretty decent shot here for 3-3 half. Maybe, like, I don't know if they're 4-2s on the cards. I don't necessarily think. Maybe if they win this round, their gym attack, because that was the one bomb site they were struggling. Maybe it's a possibility, but even a 3-3 half here is a win for Fnatic in my books.
Yeah, I would agree. They look a lot more comfortable than they did on Consulate, where it often felt like Fnatic were trying to artificially manufacture frags. We saw them play very, very, very aggressively. And yes, I know, of course, it's Consulate. You're going to see teams play naturally a little bit more aggressive. But it got to the point where it was a little bit too extreme. And it feels like Clubhouse, a map which we don't really know a whole lot about Fnatic so far heading into this one because we don't have a whole lot of history. The more structured nature of this map seems to be favorable for them. They're doing a really, really good job in these mini games. And this could be a really, really big start.
Early man advantage, and that's also going to make Fnatic, or rather Invictus, a lot more scared of playing that position.
Kendall's breach popped now by Mag, who's been putting in some really good work there on the Thermite. Lusty as well, aiding on Garage Rafters. Softball able to be breached with the Sledgehammer, but again, another minigame coming up being Cash. Jordan immediately inside, has control. Speakeasy inside of Con. Now this is a setup we've actually seen from Wildcard in APAC South, only reinforcing one of those CCTV walls and leaving the left side soft. So quite aggressive here from Invictus. Will it pay off?
Similar to what we see from Wildcard in their attacks. This is the Milo strat right here. Let's see if Jordan can do some damage. Hello! Special delivery, express postage. See you later, Jordan.
Speakeasy needs to hold down the fort now. Doubling down alongside Hysterics in Con. Fnatic with a clear advantage at the moment. It's a 5 versus 3. The defense forced back. Good droning there from Fnatic, ensuring that it is clear. The question will be, can Fnatic remain poised? They have done a really good job in closing out rounds when they've been in these positions before.
5v3, just got to do everything right from here. Should be fairly simple and clear cut, but Speakeasy's going to make a play. Anything is possible. 30 seconds now for Fnatic in this 4v2. And all things considered, they've got a decent position, but Invictus are waiting to receive. And these players, these Singaporeans, have been so sharp on their aim. Really well played, though, cutting out Hysterics. That must have been from Logistic. Jordan, or Joe rather, is watching the angle, but taken down. 2v2 now, and Speakeasy has done so much. And now it's all on Stigs. Has to get that diffuser. 7 seconds to plant. And Speakeasy's got to go and win this 1v1. He sees it, and Stigs can get off, but not with enough time. A 4K from Speakeasy and the clutch. A massive play from the #1 player in the APAC playoffs.
Huge again from Speakeasy. You cannot count this man out. His ability to clutch, second to none. Did a great job in holding down Logi. We saw him running down the main stairs desperately from the clutches of Stigs, thinking that he was going to get shot in the back of the head, but then, of course, had the presence of mind to run straight back up, and it was very, very close. Stigs, maybe in another universe, wins out that one, but it wasn't meant to be, and that's a huge round for Speakeasy to crawl back for Invictus.
Massive, massive clutch, massive 4K, really, really impressive from Invictus to claw back a round that absolutely should not have been theirs. That was just so good from Fnatic in the early round, 2 opening picks. Even that conversion into the late round wasn't too bad, but when the pressure is there, they do start to crumble a little bit. And Invictus always back themselves in those fights. They never count them out. When it comes to that late round, going in with a disadvantage doesn't matter. The ones seem to almost always go Invictus's way. Fnatic are playing some really smart Siege right now. They're really well organized and coordinated, but they're just not tight enough for the way Invictus is playing.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. It has felt like across the board Fnatic in terms of their mini-games and their strategy. Excelling, playing quite well, but if you can't win ones against Speakeasy and the rest of the team that is stepping up, well, you can be the best team strategically. It's just not going to be a good day for you. And it was, what, the second round, I think, when Speakeasy got, what was it, 2 kills? And we were sort of teasing it. We were like, you know, maybe if Speakeasy steps up here, it's going to be tough for Fnatic. And I'll admit, at the time, that was wishful thinking and maybe a little bit of APAC South bias. But from that point onwards, Speakeasy has just been massive. His impact in every single game throughout this stage and even stage 1 has just always been felt. Such a scary player to come up against here for Fnatic. I think it's really going to be up to the boys from APAC North to just try and isolate him as best as possible and not feed him. I know that's probably very easy to say here up in the peanut gallery, as we like to call it, but at the end of the day, if you feed Speakeasy and you give him these ones and you're not being able to win those engagements, it's going to be very, very costly on the scoreboard.
I think one of the things I do wonder is, like, if Fnatic just kind of go into every angle pre-aiming and really ready to take a gunfight, how much will they be able to punish Invictus, or will they still lose those ones? Now, I'm thinking, for example, Speakeasy on the last Church defense, he was playing that Vulcan shield in Church. Once that was destroyed, he just swung Moto. And he got 1 kill, I believe he was then traded. But if the Fnatic players were kind of a bit more aware and predicting that aggression from Invictus, maybe they would punish it, like we saw Invictus do to Fnatic on Consulate.
Maybe that's the mentality that they need to have, and being confident in winning engagements might be the play. Instead of avoiding Speakeasy, as I suggested, maybe try and take him head on and try and shut him down. The rest of the team might not be able to cope under the pressure of not having him available in the server still. That could well be what it takes here for Fnatic. Meanwhile, though, Lusty side of Kitchen working up the floor. Stigs elsewhere. I presume Blue finds Joe. He was holding that position last defense.
Stigs has been great today, just saying.
Yeah. A big performance from him. Now it's up to someone else to try and step up in this round, or can Invictus produce a well-rounded team effort? They have got the man disadvantage. If Fnatic go for a clean execute here, try and trade out picks, you would assume they'd be able to convert this round and even out the half.
30 seconds left, and look, Fnatic might have the pick once again, but this is not as strong an advantage as they had on their last basement attack, and they lost that. This is the pivotal moment now. As Fnatic start to make their execute, will Invictus win these ones? Mentalist goes deep, Jordan holds down the fort at dummies, and Speakeasy to hold on to blue. Plant going down, only 2 players from Invictus are up, and Asterix is biding his time. He can take down the player bot main, but they clearly don't know that Ashwall is soft and that Mag is prone on the other side. It's all up to Mag now. He's got that diffuser down. He needs to step up here in the 1-on-2, but Speakeasy, once again, nothing can stop him, it seems. He shuts down Mag, and Invictus can tidy up that half, 4-2.
Another multi-kill for Speakeasy. He is just pulling them out left, right, and center at the moment. It was a little bit sloppy there from Fnatic over towards blue, but they still managed to get that plant down. Unfortunately, though, the crossfires held there by Invictus. They were able to get that res, and it was a 3-on-1. Just like that, the tables had turned, and who else but Speakeasy to convert the final pick. And an easy counter defuse with plenty of time remaining there for Invictus. A great way to close out the half. A 4-2 lead. Really, really impressive, considering Fnatic looked really, really solid. They were playing some great Siege, especially when the scoreline was 2-2. We were theorizing that Fnatic could well and truly gain the lead themselves, but it wasn't meant to be, and Invictus really, really nailing those last couple of rounds of the half.
This is definitely a far better Fnatic than we saw on Consulate, right? I think just everything looks better. The coordination, the strategy, they just look much more together as a team. But yeah, not getting that 3-3 half is a little bit of a concern for me, guys. Like, you can have amazing cash attacks. It doesn't count for anything if you can't win your gym or church attacks. And even though they did get fairly close on the reattempt at both of those, it doesn't translate into the scoreboard whatsoever. And so Fnatic are just going to need to have a really, really interstellar defense half now. Like 5-1 defense is what they're going to be gunning for here to close their map in overtime, rather without overtime, or a minimum 4 defenses to push OT. Even then, you know, they would have to win in overtime on their defensive side. So it's just not easy. There is no easy way out from Fnatic. And I think Invictus is starting to gain some momentum here and poise for the 2-0.
Once again, we can see the Carly in play. Hysterics on this occasion. It was their ex-teammate Mentalist playing it for Fnatic in the first half. And much like Hysterics was for Invictus, Tex is going to be the player assigned to try and juggle the wall. Will Invictus be able to pull this off cleanly?
Already preparing to... No, okay. So here comes the Carly, and there goes those bandit batteries. He still has 2 left. What are they doing?
Are they shooting the X-Kairos in the middle of the wall to try and maybe get something to detonate on each side? I'm not too sure, but surely Speakeasy just needs to come alongside Jordan, just like Fnatic did, and pop both sides open. I don't know why they're wasting so much utility the way they are. And now Jordan doesn't have any X-Kairos left.
Oh, well, they did use all the X-Kairos to do that, but they did get the wall open with the Exothermic. That is one of the weirdest strats I've ever seen to mini-gaming that wall, but
it worked. So.
It did work. Look, they did end up destroying all of Tex's bandit batteries with the Lancers. It took every single X-Kairos pellet and every single Lance, but, you know, job done, I guess.
Efficiency.
Yeah, efficiency is clever laziness, so I don't know what that was.
Yeah. Minute 20 left in the round, though. Seems like Invictus may well consider a rotation over towards Con. Again, Speakeasy with only 1 X-Kairos remaining, so if they want to open up CCTV wall, that might be pretty challenging from Cash. Or rather, if they want to open Cash wall from Con, as I twist my words, Mag down below, though, finds Hysterics, and I was just about to say, if they want to try and open up that wall, downstairs control probably will be required, but with Mag still looming, that could be challenging. Let's see if Invictus can in fact get this wall open. Tex also below.
Ooh, what a
pick the hatch.
cam. Surely Tex can do some damage here with the B7 doesn't get it. How do you lose that? It's Speakeasy. And Speakeasy still has an exothermic. There's also a nade from Luna. Might not even be needed. And wow, after all that, the wall should get breached here. That impact might have just... No, okay, he didn't even plant the exothermic. 4v3 now for Invictus as they just flood on through Mentalists against his former team. In the 1-on-3, it cannot be done. Luna shuts it down, and that is a cash attack for Invictus and a step closer to that lower bracket final.
Started to look a little bit scary there for Invictus, struggling on that second minigame on that construction wall. It was well tricked by Lusty, but again, Invictus, unlike what we've seen recently, were initiating fights there. They decided, lads, this isn't going to work out. Let's try and flood site, find picks, and win the round that way. That's the kind of initiation and confidence that has been lacking from Invictus over the last sort of 6 months, where we have seen them in this slump. So a really good return to form, at least in that particular round. Fnatic were caught off guard. I don't think they were necessarily expecting that sort of aggression, and if they were, once again, not winning their 1v1 engagements. Sure, Fnatic's strategy and their minigame play for the most part has been really solid, but for whatever reason, the ones are really not going their way at the moment. It's showing on the scoreboard with Invictus now securing a 3-round lead.
If there's going to be any example I can give for the point you just said, it would be, I think it was Tex downstairs in bar on the Bandit, losing to Speakeasy.
Oh,
that is so painful. He literally has a C4, you know, he could go up, throw a C4 through the hatch, he could just, he saw him, you know, MP7's a good gun, perfect for that kind of angle. And even on the retreat, he gets punished. It's just an example of how on fire Speaky is. 12-3 right now, that is almost more kills than the rest of his team combined. The rest of his team has 15 kills and he has 12.
And he's playing Hard Breach, so yeah. Best of both worlds. And I guess that has been a bit of a trend in Siege competitive over the last couple of years, is you can't really get away with the excuse of, oh, I'm Hard Breach, I don't need to get kills, and Speakeasy really living up to that mantra. Thermite with the 5.56, quite strong, and the AK-12 even stronger really in the hands of the Ace, in which Speakeasy will be looking to capitalize upon here in round 8. It is a basement defense, so don't get caught off guard here. It's a top floor extension and Mag's position, yeah. It's known, it's revealed, and it's up to Invictus to try and pinch this out as quickly as possible.
Oh my god, naded through the wall. That is just perfect from Invictus, leaving no stone unturned as Tex also droned out now. Really struggling to take down that drone and maintain his safety. He'll be feeling a lot of pressure here. Tex, an incredibly talented individual player, hasn't quite been in form recently. Speakeasy looking to cut him off, deals a lot of damage, but he slips back downstairs all the way, in fact, as Lusty does accompany him down.
And with those Rainbows back towards site, that should allow Invictus now to take map control and begin to work the hatches. That said, Lusty, he thinks about a retake. You could see in his movement, do I go back above, try and find a pick, or do I play down below and not allow Invictus the 2-man advantage? But unfortunately for Fnatic, it's happening elsewhere. Hysterics finds that pick. I don't know how he got the down, maybe a no-scope with the sniper. Either way, though, we didn't quite catch it. What we do know is Invictus now with a 2-man advantage. And they are looking so strong here to try and claim match point.
It's been a long road for Invictus. I know that they took it personally when they moved from APAC North to APAC South. They were very vocal about how they were disappointed to no longer get to play all those North teams. Well, now they do. And they're showing that their move to APAC South may well have been a move to a stronger division of APAC Rainbow Six.
Ooh.
It's been a long time coming for them to make it back to the playoffs after an abysmal Stage 1. Even in Stage 2, they were so close to getting last place in APAC South League as a whole. But this looks like a new Invictus.
Yeah, good clear above. Shield's taken down. Invictus can start thinking about this executors. Flashes fly out. Fnatic need to try and hold blue, but it's going to be tough.
Mentalist does hold on, but traded back. Invictus poised to take match point in the 4 versus 1. All on Tex, lit up. Surely no hope in the 1-on-4. They flood him. Speak easy. Once again, lighting up the scoreboard. And he puts Invictus onto match point, series point, on the verge of making it to that lower bracket final.
A fantastic roam there, or roam clear there from Invictus. Both Mag and Stigs taken down cheaply, and from there they mounted such a strong attack. Basically impossible for the remaining members to win that one out there for Fnatic. It's a 4-round lead for Invictus. They're on match point at the moment to take this series in a 2-0 fashion against one of their oldest rivalries in Comp Siege. Invictus looking to continue that run in the lower bracket. And they are looking so comfortable in the best of 3 format. We had doubts heading into the playoffs and whether or not their form was good enough, but it seems as if their best of 3 form is much better than their best of 1 form. Luna himself in the earlier interview after the Fav victory saying that is the case. They do feel a lot better and the results are showing it.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's been a difficult road for Invictus, but I think they're finally starting to see some sunlight through the clouds. They're finally starting to regain that confidence and feel more like themselves. You know, it was Luna himself who said, I think we're the best team in APAC. We just sometimes forget, and sometimes we don't play like it. And of course, this isn't the grand final or anything like that, and Fnatic are by no means the hardest adversary Invictus will face in this bracket. But every step Invictus takes toward their former glory is another step towards becoming an international competitor once again. And of course, another step towards that Mexico major.
Standing between them and the match is this defense from Fnatic. It's over towards Gym Bedroom. That's quite the Velt cam there thrown out by Lusty. Full vision of the likes of Luna on the balcony, and that makes this position a little bit precarious, but Invictus won't know it, and I doubt they'll find that camera during this round. So far away and so difficult to spot. I mean, even if they did have an IQ, the scanner wouldn't even have the range to find it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
IG mounting for a Jacuzzi take. 1 lance used on the wall. Mag will throw down a bandit battery in response, but Invictus not immediately acting upon that. Instead, they bang him out, they take down the castle barricade, and they get the freest opening down to start this round.
That was so well played. They were pre-firing even before the castle barricade was destroyed. And the nade to follow through.
Oh,
no
so
stone
good.
unturned. Invictus are on fire right now.
Such big brain play there from Invictus to get that pick. Nothing really Mag could do in that position, but Lusty with a big brain of his own trying to maybe find one back. Punching the garage wall. What can he spot on the balcony? Nothing at the moment, but Hysteric spots Tex. It's a 3 versus 5. Invictus, they're looking so good at the moment. They don't have the kit in hand. They have time to recover that, of course. With Mentalist now dead, this is surely an Invictus win.
Lusty looking to come back to site. Stigs, the lone man to defend the objective as Invictus inch closer and closer. So much time to go for them as they get into a plant position. Jordan forcing it down, but Speakeasy is there to cover. Lusty takes that damage, and Speakeasy gets on out. Stigs and Lusty, a valiant effort from them as they desperately try and retake here. Down match point, Luna. He's taken another kill, and Stigs is the last thing between Invictus and that lower bracket final. He's doing his best to find these final 2 players, but they aren't going to give him a damn thing. As time slips away, it becomes inevitable that Invictus will win this match. They will take down their ultimate rivals of Fnatic, knock them from the tournament, and march forward to that lower bracket final.
It's another 2-0 victory in the lower bracket here in the Stage 2 APAC playoffs, and Invictus, what a performance. Thoroughly deserving this win. Tactically near perfect, and their execution near perfect as well. So many players stepping up massively, and it was the Speakeasy show once again, as it often is here for Invictus. They send Fnatic packing, but this rivalry only continues to grow.
This is, of course, just one battle in the ever-waging war between these two APAC titans, but Fnatic, I'm afraid, has to say goodbye. In the APAC playoffs, their run is now over. We cannot have two more North APAC teams going to the major. Damwon is the last hope for that division. And, well, I know that Elevate and IG are going to try and give them a run for their money, but of course now, this is Invictus's moment. They have been working so hard, and in recent weeks, they have finally seen some fruition. I can't wait to see Lunametal's reaction after when we get him in for the interview. But for now, back over to the desk.
7-3, 7-2, a quick 2-0 in the end for Invictus Gaming. They made this one look very one-sided, Raven. It was just over basically before it began. And it also means, as Dev pointed out, at least one APAC South team is going to be going to the major from the playoffs at minimum.
Yeah, look, definitely great to hear that at least two APAC South teams will be going through to represent. But yeah, this is a really solid display from Invictus showing how they've grown. I cannot believe that just on that last play day of APAC South, we were discussing the prospect of them being last in APAC South, and here they are potentially going to get a chance for this Mexico major spot. It's pretty unreal.
Yeah, what a performance. I mean, you can't knock that. 5 rounds from Fnatic, that's all they allowed them. In 2 maps, you know, Consulate, a map that we know that Fnatic are decent on, and then Clubhouse, one that I guess they may come to regret picking that against Invictus, especially after what we saw earlier today. But still, this is just incredible signs for Invictus, which I think we're starting to see their true and final form from the end of what was 2020. I'm sorry if I'm breaking up. I don't know, that look was weird for me, Xenox.
No, you are more than beautiful, mate. But we do have Luna in the wings, who hopefully we can have a little bit more time with this time around. Lunametal, congratulations on the victory, moving forward to the lower bracket final. What does it mean for you guys as a team? Of course, stage 1, best to be forgotten, but so far stage 2 has just improved in leaps and bounds.
It means a lot, really. Like we dedicate our lives to this, so like any downside, you might not see it from outside, but every loss really affects us a lot. So to be able to play like we did today, is really, you know, just boosts our motivation because we know what we're doing is the right thing.
Yeah, look, Luna, I'd love to hear a little bit more here.
Continued on tomorrow, and hopefully we can make it to Mexico still.
Yeah, I don't know if it's lagging for anyone else. I might let Raven talk here if it's not lagging for him.
Oh, it was lagging too. You go, Rob.
Okay, cool. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be lagging there. Luna, you guys took Fnatic to Consulate, which is a map that, you know, they're quite favoured on as well. Was that a pick of confidence from you guys?
Of course, we're really confident with what we do in Consulate. We knew that it was both our strong maps. But looking at VODs of them playing, you know, we felt that it was a good matchup, like our play style against theirs. So we had no comms taking it to their strong map.
Yeah, I'll just quickly ask you 2 questions. One's going to be super quick. Were you surprised by the Clubhouse choice from Fnatic? Because that is a heavily banned map from them, and I feel like it might have been a bit of a shock.
Yeah, I was actually surprised by Fnatic's last 2 maps, other than the Consulate pick, of course. I think they were going for an approach where they were trying to, because we have similar strong maps, so right, Cafe and Consulate, we're both really proficient at it. So I think they were trying to bring it to both our weaker maps. So we didn't expect that at all. But still, we went into Clubhouse saying that it's their map pick. You know, even if we lose, it's fine. There's still a third map that we're confident in. So, you know, it worked out.
Yeah, nice. My last question is, who do you think you're going to be playing tomorrow in your lower bracket final? Obviously, it's going to be Damwon, Kia, or Elevate. Who do you think you're going to be having to compete against to try book that Mexico major spot?
I think it will be Damwon. Don't quote me though. If you lose Twitch points, it's not my fault, okay, guys? But I think it will be Damwon that we're going to face.
That's perfect, because it leads into sort of my next question. So far in the playoffs, you guys have only played APAC North teams. What's sort of been, I guess, maybe your take on APAC North versus APAC South, of course, going from the regular season and then now into the playoffs versus all of the APAC North teams?
I'm trying to think of a politically correct way to say it. It's nothing too major. I
You
feel
can't
that,
say it's free, mate. You can't say it's free.
yeah. No, it's not free. I think APAC South there's a lot of weird playstyles in APAC South. So if you compare like Seven Heaven versus Knights, right, it's two different games of Siege. So it's much more demanding for a team in a way that we have to prepare for both styles. Whereas APAC North, I think like the Korean teams play in a similar way as much as like the Japanese teams play a similar way. So it was much easier to prep when we went APAC North compared to South. And we are a team that kind of relies heavily on prep work. So yeah.
Perfect answer. I'll give you the floor. Any shout outs you want to give?
Yep. To my fans, as usual, thanks for supporting us as always. And to Jia, happy anniversary. This is our 1 year anniversary today. I'm sorry that I can't be out celebrating. But in return, I won 4 games for you. So yeah, we'll celebrate afterwards, okay?
Well, best of luck for tomorrow in the lower bracket final. Hopefully we can have another chat again tomorrow.
Hopefully. See you guys.
Always great to have a chat with Luna. Of course, Invictus Gaming, they continue their amazing Stage 2 Renaissance. Raven, they are looking really good. Again, it's at the right time. This is where you want to be playing your best Siege.
It really is. They have peaked at the right time. Again, I'm just gobsmacked that there was even that prospect that they were somehow going to be last in APAC South for Stage 2. Yet here they are, and I think they're going to be in for a pretty tough fight tomorrow in a lower bracket final. Both Demon, Kia, and Elevate are really going to be strong opponents. But based on what we've seen over these last 2 days, I think Invictus finally do have what's in them to potentially book themselves a spot at that Mexico Major.
Yeah, I actually, at this point, I wouldn't even doubt that. They have performed phenomenally in this lower bracket after beating Fnatic in their first matchup in the quarterfinal, only to be slapped down by Elevate. Now, of course, coming up against the top teams there, Damwon, Kia, and Elevate, it is so curious. I genuinely... I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow, because all 3 of these teams are headed into the final play day in great form. And I mean, it wouldn't be fair that one of these teams miss out. I'll be completely honest with you, Xenox.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. The other thing as well is there's a real possibility, Raven, that we don't see any representation from the playoffs of APAC from an APAC North team. If Damwon Kia lose to Elevate, then lose to Invictus Gaming, you will have 3 APAC South teams going to the Major and only 1 from North.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And look, it'll be a very interesting contest between Demon, Kia, and Elevate tomorrow, because yeah, we haven't seen Demon Kia play at BO3, and Elevate obviously a very, very strong opponent with APAC South. Given the insight we just had from Luna about the differences in the playstyles and also difficulty prepping, I think that's always a big thing. Yeah, I think it's definitely a reality that could happen. I don't know, it would be interesting to see. We're always about that South versus North banter, but yeah, I am definitely excited about the prospect of the outcomes tomorrow.
No? Okay, look, honestly, it's probably better for everyone there. Manic is having a little bit of issues here. That's going to be us done for the day then. We'll just leave it there on a good note, as Manic is just making a bit of a fool of himself. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. Of course, we will be back tomorrow though. 2 big games. Upper bracket final versus Damwon and Elevate, and then the loser of that, of course, will go down to the lower bracket final where they will await Invictus Gaming. We'll see you then tomorrow.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the up, close the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and a friend of me. They're trying to bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They're trying to catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I keep on going till I can, and abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone.